Book 1, Sections 1 through 8 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Book 1, Sections 1 through 8. 1. I suppose that by my books of the Antiquity of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, have made it evident to those who peruse them that our Jewish nation is of very great antiquity, and had a distinct subsistence of its own originality, as also I have therein declared how we came to inhabit this country wherein we now live. Those antiquities contain the history of 5,000 years, and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by me into the Greek tongue. However, since I observe a considerable number of people giving ear to the reproaches that are laid against us by those who bear ill will to us, and will not believe what I have written concerning the antiquity of our nation, while they take it for a plain sign that our nation is of a late date, because they are not so much as vouchsafed a bare mention by the most famous historiographers among the Grecians. I therefore have thought myself under an obligation to write somewhat briefly about these subjects, in order to convict those that reproach us of spite and voluntary falsehood, and to correct the ignorance of others, and withal to instruct all those who are desirous of knowing the truth of what great antiquity we really are. As for the witnesses whom I shall produce for the proof of what I say, they shall be such as are esteemed to be of the greatest reputation for truth, and the most skillful in the knowledge of all antiquity by the Greeks themselves. I will also show that those who have written so reproachfully and falsely about us are to be convicted by what they have written themselves to the contrary. I shall also endeavor to give an account of the reasons why it hath so happened, that there have not been a great number of Greeks who have made mention of our nation in their histories. I will, however, bring those Grecians to light who have not omitted such our history, for the sake of those that either do not know them, or pretend not to know them already. 2. And now, in the first place, I cannot but greatly wonder at those men who suppose that we must attend to none but Grecians, when we are inquiring about the most ancient facts, and must inform ourselves of their truth from them only, while we must not believe ourselves, nor other men, for I am convinced that the very reverse is the truth of the case. I mean this: if we will not be led by vain opinions, but will make inquiry after truth from facts themselves, for they will find that almost all which concerns the Greeks happened not long ago, nay, one may say, is of yesterday only. I speak of the building of their cities, the inventions of their arts, and the description of their laws. And as for their care about the writing down of their histories, it is very near the last thing they set about. However, they acknowledge themselves so far, that they were the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, and the Phoenicians, for I will not now reckon ourselves among them, that have preserved the memorials of the most ancient and most lasting traditions of mankind. For almost all these nations inhabit such countries as are least subject to destruction from the world about them, and these also have taken especial care to have nothing omitted of what was remarkably done among them, but their history was esteemed sacred, and put into public tables, as written by men of the greatest wisdom they had among them. But as for the place where the Grecians inhabit, 10,000 destructions have overtaken it, and blotted out the memory of former actions, so that they were ever beginning a new way of living, and supposed that every one of them was the origin of their new state. It was also late, and with difficulty, that they came to know the letters they now use, for those who would advance their use of these letters to the greatest antiquity pretend that they learned them from the Phoenicians and from Cadmus, yet is nobody able to demonstrate that they have any writing preserved from that time, neither in their temples nor in any other public monuments. This appears because the time when those lived who went to the Trojan War, so many years afterwards, is in great doubt, and great inquiry is made whether the Greeks used their letters at that time, and the most prevailing opinion, and that nearest the truth, is that their present way of using those letters was unknown at that time. However, there is not any writing which the Greeks agree to be genuine among them ancienter than Homer's poems, who must plainly be confessed later than the siege of Troy. Nay, the report goes that even he did not leave his poems in writing, but that their memory was preserved in songs, and they were put together afterward, and that this is the reason of such a number of variations as are found in them. As for those who set themselves about writing their histories, I mean such as Cadmus of Miletus, and Agesilaus of Argos, and many others that may be mentioned as succeeding Agesilaus, they lived but a little while before the Persian expedition into Greece. But then, for those that first introduced philosophy and the consideration of things celestial and divine among them, such as Pherseides the Syrian, and Pythagoras, and Thales, all with one consent agree that they learned what they knew of the Egyptians and Chaldeans, and wrote but little, and these are the things which are supposed to be the oldest of all among the Greeks. And they have much ado to believe that the writings ascribed to those men are genuine. 3. How can it then be other than an absurd thing for the Greeks to be so proud and to vaunt themselves to be the only people that are acquainted with antiquity, and that have delivered the true accounts of those early times after an accurate manner? Nay, who is there that cannot easily gather from the Greek writers themselves that they knew but little on any good foundation when they set to write, but rather wrote their histories from their own conjectures? Accordingly, they confute one another in their own books to purpose, and are not ashamed to give us the most contradictory accounts of the same things. And I should spend my time to little purpose if I should pretend to teach the Greeks that which they know better than I already. What a great disagreement there is between Hellenicus and Agesilaus about their genealogies, in how many cases Agesilaus corrects Hesiod, or after what manner Ephorus demonstrates Hellenicus to have told lies in the greatest part of his history, as does Timaeus in like manner as to Ephorus, and the succeeding writers do to Timaeus, and all the later writers do to Herodotus. Nor could Timaeus agree with Antiochus and Philistus, or with Callias, about the Sicilian history, no more than do the several writers of the Aetheae follow one another about the Athenian affairs, nor do the historians the like that wrote the Argolics about the affairs of the Argives. And now what need I say any more about particular cities and smaller places, while in the most approved writers of the expedition of the Persians, and of the actions which were therein performed, there are so great differences? Nay, Thucydides himself is accused of some as writing what is false, although he seems to have given us the exactest history of the affairs of his own time. 4. As for the occasions of so great disagreement of theirs, there may be assigned many that are very probable, if any have a mind to make an inquiry about them. But I ascribe these contradictions chiefly to two causes, which I will now mention, and still think what I shall mention in the first place to be the principal of all. For if we remember that in the beginning the Greeks had taken no care to have public records of their several transactions preserved, this must for certain have afforded those that would afterward write about those ancient transactions the opportunity of making mistakes, and the power of making lies also. For this original recording of such ancient transactions hath not only been neglected by the other states of Greece, but even among the Athenians themselves also, who pretend to be aborigines, and to have applied themselves to learning. There are no such records extant. Nay, they say themselves that the laws of Draco concerning murders, which are now extant in writing, are the most ancient of their public records, which Draco yet lived but a little before the tyrant Pisistratus. For as to the Arcadians, who make such boasts of their antiquity, what need I speak of them in particular, since it was still later before they got their letters, and learned them, and that with difficulty also. 5. There must therefore naturally arise great differences among writers, when they had no original records to lay for their foundation, which might at once inform those who had an inclination to learn, and contradict those that would tell lies. However, we are to suppose a second occasion besides the former of these contradictions. It is this: that those who were the most zealous to write history were not solicitous for the discovery of truth, although it was very easy for them always to make such a profession, but their business was to demonstrate that they could write well, and make an impression upon mankind thereby, and in what manner of writing they thought they were able to exceed others. To that did they apply themselves. Some of them betook themselves to the writing of fabulous narrations. Some of them endeavored to please the cities or the kings by writing in their commendation. Others of them fell to finding faults with transactions, or with the writers of such transactions, and thought to make a great figure by so doing. And indeed, these do what is of all things the most contrary to true history. For it is the great character of true history that all concerned therein both speak and write the same things, while these men, by writing differently about the same things, think they shall be believed to write with the greatest regard to truth. We, therefore, who are Jews, must yield to the Grecian writers as to language and eloquence of composition, but then we shall give them no such preference as to the verity of ancient history, and least of all as to that part which concerns the affairs of our own several countries. 6. As to the care of writing down the records from the earliest antiquity among the Egyptians and Babylonians, that the priests were entrusted therewith, and employed a philosophical concern about it, that they were the Chaldean priests that did so among the Babylonians, and that the Phoenicians, who were mingled among the Greeks, did especially make use of their letters, both for the common affairs of life, and for the delivering down the history of common transactions. I think I may omit any proof, because all men allow itself to be. But now as to our forefathers, that they took no less care about writing such records, for I will not say they took greater care than the others I spoke of. and that they committed that matter to their high priests and to their prophets, and that these records have been written all along down to our own times with the utmost accuracy. Nay, if it be not too bold for me to say it, our history will be so written hereafter. I shall endeavor briefly to inform you. 7. For our forefathers did not only appoint the best of these priests, and those that attended upon the divine worship, for that design from the beginning, but made provision that the stock of the priest should continue unmixed and pure. For he who is partaker of the priesthood must propagate of a wife of the same nation, without having any regard to money or any other dignities, but he is to make a scrutiny and take his wife's genealogy from the ancient tables, and procure many witnesses to it. And this is our practice not only in Judea, but wheresoever any body of men of our nation do live, and even there an exact catalogue of our priests' marriages is kept. I mean at Egypt and Babylon, or in any other place of the rest of the habitable earth, whithersoever our priests are scattered, for they send to Jerusalem the ancient names of their parents in writing, as well as those of their remoter ancestors, and signify who are the witnesses also. But if any war falls out, such as have fallen out a great many of them already, when Antiochus Epiphanes made an invasion upon our country, as also when Pompey the Great and Quintilius Varus did so also, and principally in the wars that have happened in our own times, those priests that survived them compose new tables of genealogy out of the old records, and examine the circumstances of the women that remain, for still they do not admit of those that have been captives, as suspecting that they had conversation with some foreigners. But what is the strongest argument of our exact management in this matter is what I am now going to say, that we have the names of our high priests from father to son set down in our records for the interval of 2000 years. And if any of these have been transgressors of these rules, they are prohibited to present themselves at the altar, or to be partakers of any other of our purifications. And this is justly, or rather necessarily, done, because every one is not permitted of his own accord to be a writer, nor is there any disagreement in what is written, they being only prophets that have written the original and earliest accounts of things as they learned them of God himself by inspiration, and others have written what hath happened in their own times, and that in a very distinct manner also. 8. For we have not an innumerable multitude of books among us, disagreeing from and contradicting one another, as the Greeks have, but only 22 books, which contain the records of all the past times, which are justly believed to be divine, and of them 5 belong to Moses, which contain his laws and the traditions of the origin of mankind till his death. This interval of time was little short of 3000 years. But as to the time from the death of Moses till the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, who reigned after Xerxes, the prophets who were after Moses wrote down what was done in their times in 13 books. The remaining 4 books contain hymns to God, and precepts for the conduct of human life. It is true, our history hath been written since Artaxerxes very particularly, but hath not been esteemed of the like authority with the former by our forefathers, because there hath not been an exact succession of prophets since that time. And how firmly we have given credit to these books of our own nation is evident by what we do, for during so many ages as have already passed, no one has been so bold as either to add anything to them, to take anything from them, or to make any change in them. But it is become natural to all Jews immediately and from their very birth to esteem these books to contain divine doctrines, and to persist in them, and if occasion be, willingly to die for them. For it is no new thing for our captives, many of them in number, and frequently in time, to be seen to endure racks and deaths of all kinds upon the theaters, that they may not be obliged to say one word against our laws and the records that contain them, whereas there are none at all among the Greeks who would undergo the least harm on that account. No, nor in case all the writings that are among them were to be destroyed, for they take them to be such discourses as are framed agreeably to the inclinations of those that write them. And they have justly the same opinion of the ancient writers, since they see some of the present generation bold enough to write about such affairs, wherein they were not present, nor had concern enough to inform themselves about them from those that knew them; examples of which may be had in this late war of ours, where some persons have written histories and published them without having been in the places concerned, or having been near them when the actions were done. But these men put a few things together by hearsay, and insolently abuse the world, and call these writings by the name of histories. End of sections 1 through 8. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frelsburg, Texas, USA.
Book 1, Sections 9 to 14 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Book 1, Sections 9 to 14. Section 9. As for myself, I have composed a true history of that whole war, and of all the particulars that occurred therein, as having been concerned in all its transactions. For I acted as general of those among us that are named Galileans, as long as it was possible for us to make any opposition. I was then seized on by the Romans, and became a captive. Vespasian also, and Titus, had me kept under a guard, and forced me to attend them continually. At the first I was put into bonds, but was set at liberty afterward, and sent to accompany Titus when he came from Alexandria to the siege of Jerusalem, during which time there was nothing done which escaped my knowledge. For what happened in the Roman camp I saw, and wrote down carefully, and what informations the deserters brought out of the city, I was the only man that understood them. Afterward I got leisure at Rome, and when all my materials were prepared for that work, I made use of some persons to assist me in learning the Greek tongue, and by these means I composed the history of those transactions. And I was so well assured of the truth of what I related, that I first of all appealed to those that had the supreme command of the war, Vespasian and Titus, as witnesses for me, for to them I presented those books first of all, and after them to many of the Romans who had been in the war. I also sold them to many of our own men who understood the Greek philosophy, among whom were Julius Archelaus, Herod, king of Chalcis, a person of great gravity, and King Agrippa himself, a person that deserved the greatest admiration. Now all these men bore their testimony to me, that I had the strictest regard to truth. Who yet would not have dissembled the matter, nor been silent, if I, out of ignorance, or out of favour to any side, either had given false colours to actions, or omitted any of them. Section 10. There have indeed been some bad men, who have attempted to culminate my history, and took it to be a kind of scholastic performance for the exercise of young men. A strange sort of accusation and calumny this, since every one that undertakes to deliver the history of actions truly ought to know them accurately himself in the first place, as either having been concerned in them himself, or having been informed of them by such as knew them. Now both these methods of knowledge I may very properly pretend to in the composition of both my works, for, as I said, I have translated the Antiquities out of our sacred books, which I could easily do, since I was a priest by my birth, and have studied that philosophy which is contained in those writings. And for the history of the war, I wrote it as having been an actor myself in many of its transactions, an eye-witness in the greatest part of the rest, and was not unacquainted with anything whatsoever that was either said or done in it. How impudent then must those deserve to be esteemed that undertake to contradict me about the true state of those affairs, who, although they pretend to have made use of both the Emperor's own memoirs, yet could not they he acquainted with our affairs who fought against them. Section 11. This digression I have been obliged to make out of necessity, as being desirous to expose the vanity of those that profess to write histories, and I suppose I have sufficiently declared that this custom of transmitting down the histories of ancient times hath been better preserved by those nations which are called barbarians than by the Greeks themselves. I am now willing, in the next place, to say a few things to those that endeavour to prove that our constitution is but of late time, for this reason, as they pretend, that the Greek writers have said nothing about us, after which I shall produce testimonies for our antiquity out of the writings of foreigners. I shall also demonstrate that such as cast reproaches upon our nation do it very unjustly. Section 12. As for ourselves, therefore, we neither inhabit a maritime country, nor do we delight in merchandise, nor in such a mixture with other men as arises from it. But the cities we dwell in are remote from the sea, and having a fruitful country for our habitation, we take pains in cultivating that only. Our principal care of all is this, to educate our children well, and we think it to be the most necessary business of our whole life to observe the laws that have been given us, and to keep those rules of piety that have been delivered down to us. Since, therefore, besides what we have already taken notice of, we have a peculiar way of living of our own, there was no occasion offered us in ancient ages for intermixing among the Greeks, as they had for mixing among the Egyptians, by their intercourse of exporting and importing their several goods, as they also mixed with the Phoenicians, who lived by the seaside, by means of their love of lucre in trade and merchandise. Nor did our forefathers betake themselves, as did some others, to robbery, nor did they, in order to gain more wealth, fall into foreign wars, although our country contained many 10,000s of men of courage sufficient for that purpose. For this reason it was that the Phoenicians themselves came soon by trading and navigation to be known to the Grecians, and by their means the Egyptians became known to the Grecians also, as did all those people whence the Phoenicians in long voyages over the sea carried wares to the Grecians. The Medes also, and the Persians, when they were lords of Asia, became known to them, and this was especially true of the Persians, who led their armies as far as the other continent, Europe. The Thracians were also known to them by the nearness of their countries, and the Scythians by the means of those that sailed to Pontus. For it was so in general that all maritime nations, and those that inhabited near the eastern or western seas, became most known to those that were desirous to be writers. But such as had their habitations further from the sea were for the most part unknown to them, which things appear to have happened as to Europe also, where the city of Rome, that hath this long time been possessed of so much power, and hath performed such great actions in war, is yet never mentioned by Herodotus, nor by Thucydides, nor by any of their contemporaries. And it was very late, and with great difficulty, that the Romans became known to the Greeks. Nay, those that were reckoned the most exact historians, and Euphorus for one, were so very ignorant of the Gauls and the Spaniards, that he supposed the Spaniards, who inhabit so great a part of the western regions of the earth, to be no more than one city. Those histories also have ventured to describe such customs as were made use of by them, which they never had either done or said, and the reason why these writers did not know the truth of their affairs was this, that they had not any commerce together. But the reason why they wrote such falsities was this, that they had a mind to appear to know things which others had not known. How can it then be any wonder if our nation was no more known to many of the Greeks, nor had given them any occasion to mention them in their writings, while they were so remote from the sea, and had a conduct of life so peculiar to themselves? Section 13. Let us now put the case, therefore, that we made use of this argument concerning the Grecians, in order to prove that their nation was not ancient, because nothing is said of them in our records. Would not they laugh at us, and probably give the same reasons for our silence that I have now alleged, and would produce their neighbor nations as witnesses to their own antiquity? Now the very same thing will I endeavor to do, for I will bring the Egyptians and the Phoenicians as my principal witnesses, because nobody can complain of their testimony as false, on account that they are known to have borne the greatest ill will towards us. I mean this as to the Egyptians in general, all of them, while of the Phoenicians it is known the Tyrians have been most of all in the same ill disposition towards us. Yet do I confess that I cannot say the same of the Chaldeans, since our first leaders and ancestors were derived from them, and they do not make mention of us Jews in their records, on account of the kindred there is between us. Now when I shall have made my assertions good, so far as concerns the others, I will demonstrate that some of the Greek writers have made mention of us Jews also, that those who envy us may not have even this pretense for contradicting what I have said about our nation. Section 14. I shall begin with the writings of the Egyptians, not indeed of those who have written in the Egyptian language, which it is impossible for me to do. But Manetho was a man who was born an Egyptian, yet he made himself master of the Greek learning, as is very evident, for he wrote the history of his own country in the Greek tongue, by translating it, as he saith himself, out of their sacred records. He also finds great fault with Herodotus for his ignorance and false relations of Egyptian affairs. Now this Manetho, in the second book of his Egyptian history, writes concerning us in the following manner. I will set down his very words, as if I were to bring the man himself into a court for a witness. There was a king of ours whose name was Timaeus. Under him it came to pass, I know not how, that God was adverse to us, and there came, after a surprising manner, men of ignoble birth out of the eastern parts, and had boldness enough to make an expedition into our country, and with ease subdued it by force, yet without our hazarding a battle with them. So when they had gotten those that governed us under their power, they afterward burnt down our cities, demolished the temples of the gods, and used all the inhabitants after a most barbarous manner. Nay, some they slew, and led their children and wives into slavery. At length they made one of themselves king, whose name was Salatus. He also lived at Memphis, and made both the upper and lower regions pay tribute, and left garrisons in places that were the most proper for them. He chiefly aimed to secure the eastern parts, as foreseeing that the Assyrians, who had then the greatest power, would be desirous of that kingdom and invade them. And as he found in the Seta Nomus, Sethrorite, a city very proper for this purpose, and which lay upon the Bobastic channel, but with regard to a certain theological notion was called Avaris, this he rebuilt, and made very strong by the walls he built about it, and by a most numerous garrison of 240,000 armed men, whom he put into it to keep it. Thither Salatus came in summer time, partly to gather his corn and pay his soldiers their wages, and partly to exercise his armed men, and thereby to terrify foreigners. When this man had reigned 13 years, after him reigned another, whose name was Apion, for 44 years. After him reigned another called Apacnus, 36 years and 7 months. After him Apophis reigned 61 years, and then Janus 50 years and 1 month. After all these reigned Asus 49 years and 2 months. And these 6 were the first rulers among them, who were all along making war with the Egyptians, and were very desirous gradually to destroy them to the very roots. This whole nation was styled Hyksos, that is, shepherd kings, for the first syllable, Hyk, according to the sacred dialect, denotes a king, as is Sos, a shepherd. But this according to the ordinary dialect. And of these is compounded Hyksos. But some say that these people were Arabians. Now in another copy it is said that this word does not denote kings, but on the contrary denotes captive shepherds, and this on account of the participle Hyk. For that Hyk, with the aspiration in the Egyptian tongue, again denotes shepherds, and that expressly also. And this to me seems the more probable opinion, and more agreeable to ancient history. But Manetho goes on. These people, whom we have before named kings and called shepherds also, and all their descendants, as he says, kept possession of Egypt 511 years. After these, he says, that the kings of Tabisz and the other parts of Egypt made an insurrection against the shepherds, and that there a terrible and long war was made between them. He says further, that under a king, whose name was Alisfrogmuthosis, the shepherds were subdued by him, and were indeed driven out of other parts of Egypt, but were shut up in a place that contained 10,000 acres. This place was named Avaris. Manetho says that the shepherds built a wall round all this place, which was a large and a strong wall, and this in order to keep all their possessions and their prey within a place of strength. But that Thumosis, the son of Alisfrogmuthosis, made an attempt to take them by force and by siege, with 480,000 men to lie round them, but that, upon his despair of taking the place by that siege, they came to a composition with them, that they should leave Egypt and go, without any harm to be done to them, whithersoever they would, and that, after this composition was made, they went away with their whole families and effects, not fewer in number than 240,000, and took their journey from Egypt through the wilderness for Syria. But that as they were in fear of the Assyrians, who then had dominion over Asia, they built a city in that country which is now called Judea, and that large enough to contain this great number of men, and called it Jerusalem. Now Manetho, in another book of his, says that this nation, thus called shepherds, were also called captives in their sacred books, and this account of his is the truth, for feeding of sheep was the employment of our forefathers in the most ancient ages, and as they led such a wandering life in feeding sheep, they were called shepherds. Nor was it without reason that they were called captives by the Egyptians, since one of our ancestors, Joseph, told the king of Egypt that he was a captive, and afterward sent for his brethren into Egypt by the king's permission. But as for these matters, I shall make a more exact inquiry about them elsewhere. End of sections 9 to 14.
Book 1, sections 15 to 19 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Book 1, sections 15 to 19. But now I shall produce the Egyptians as witnesses to the antiquity of our nation. I shall therefore here bring in Manetho again, and what he writes as to the order of the times in this case. And thus he speaks. When this people or shepherds were gone out of Egypt to Jerusalem, Tethtusis is the king of Egypt, who drove them out, reigned afterward 25 years and 4 months, and then died. After him his son Chebron took the kingdom for 13 years, after whom came Amenophis, for 20 years and 7 months. Then came his sister Amesis, for 21 years and 9 months. After her came Mephrith, for 12 years and 9 months. After him was Mephamuthosis, for 25 years and 10 months. After him was Thmosis, for 9 years and 8 months. After him came Amenophis, for 30 years and 10 months. After him came Orus, for 36 years and 5 months. Then came his daughter Achencres, for 12 years and 1 month. Then was her brother Raphotis, for 9 years. Then was Achencres, for 12 years and 5 months. Then came another Achencres, for 12 years and 3 months. After him Armais, for 4 years and 1 month. After him was Rameses, for 1 year and 4 months. After him came Armeses Miamun, for 66 years and 2 months. After him Amenophis, for 19 years and 6 months. After him came Sethosis and Rameses, who had an army of horse, and a naval force. This king appointed his brother Armais to be his deputy over Egypt. In another copy it stood thus: After him came Sethosis and Rameses, 2 brethren, the former of whom had a naval force, and in a hostile manner destroyed those that met him upon the sea. But as he slew Rameses in no long time afterward, so he appointed another of his brethren to be his deputy over Egypt. He also gave him all the other authority of a king, but with these only injunctions: that he should not wear the diadem, nor be injurious to the queen, the mother of his children, and that he should not meddle with the other concubines of the king, while he made an expedition against Cyprus and Phoenicia, and besides against the Assyrians and the Medes. He then subdued them all, some by his arms, some without fighting, and some by the terror of his great army, and being puffed up by the great successes he had had, he went on still the more boldly, and overthrew the cities and countries that lay in the eastern parts. But after some considerable time, Armais, who was left in Egypt, did all those very things, by way of opposition, which his brother had forbid him to do, without fear, for he used violence to the queen, and continued to make use of the rest of the concubines, without sparing any of them. Nay, at the persuasion of his friends, he put on the diadem, and set up to oppose his brother. But then he who was set over the priests of Egypt wrote letters to Sethosis, and informed him of all that had happened, and how his brother had set up to oppose him. He therefore returned back to Pelusium immediately, and recovered his kingdom again. The country also was called from his name Egypt, for Manetho says that Sethosis was himself called Egyptus, as was his brother Armais called Danaus. This is Manetho's account, and evident it is from the number of years by him set down belonging to this interval, if they be summed up together, that these shepherds, as they are here called, who were no other than our forefathers, were delivered out of Egypt, and came thence, and inhabited this country, 393 years before Danaus came to Argos, although the Argives look upon him as their most ancient king Manetho. Therefore here's this testimony to 2 points, of the greatest consequence to our purpose, and those from the Egyptian records themselves. In the first place, that we came out of another country into Egypt, and that withal our deliverance out of it was so ancient in time as to have preceded the siege of Troy almost 1,000 years. But then, as to those things which Manetho adds, not from the Egyptian records, but, as he confesses himself, from some stories of an uncertain original, I will disprove them hereafter particularly, and shall demonstrate that they are no better than incredible fables. I will now, therefore, pass from these records, and come to those that belong to the Phoenicians, and concern our nation, and shall produce attestations to what I have said out of them. These are then records among the Tyrians that take in the history of many years, and these are public writings, and are kept with great exactness, and include accounts of the facts done among them, and such as concern their transactions with other nations also. those I mean which were worth remembering. Therein it was recorded that the temple was built by King Solomon at Jerusalem, 143 years and 8 months before the Tyrians built Carthage, and in their annals the building of our temple is related. For Hiram, the king of Tyre, was the friend of Solomon our king, and had such friendship transmitted down to him from his forefathers. He thereupon was ambitious to contribute to the splendour of this edifice of Solomon, and made him a present of 120 talents of gold. He also cut down the most excellent timber out of that mountain which is called Libanus, and sent it to him for adorning its roof. Solomon also not only made him many other presents by way of requital, but gave him a country in Galilee also, that was called Cabulon. But there was another passion, a philosophic inclination of theirs, which cemented the friendship that was betwixt them, for they sent mutual problems to one another, with a desire to have them unriddled by each other, wherein Solomon was superior to Hiram, as he was wiser than he in other respects, and many of the epistles that passed between them are still preserved among the Tyrians. Now, that this may not depend upon my bare word, I will produce for a witness Dius, one that is believed to have written the Phoenician history after an accurate manner. This Dius, therefore, writes thus in his histories of the Phoenicians: Upon the death of Abibalus, his son Hiram took the kingdom. This king raised banks at the eastern part of the city, and enlarged it. He also joined the temple of Jupiter Olympius, which stood before in an island by itself, to the city, by raising a causeway between them, and adorned that temple with donations of gold. He moreover went up to Libanus, and had timber cut down for the building of temples. They say further that Solomon, when he was king of Jerusalem, sent problems to Hiram to be solved, and desired he would send others back for him to solve, and that he who could not solve the problems proposed to him should pay money to him that solved them. And when Hiram had agreed to the proposals, but was not able to solve the problems, he was obliged to pay a great deal of money as a penalty for the same. As also they relate, that one Eabdemon, a man of Tyre, did solve the problems, and propose others which Solomon could not solve, upon which he was obliged to repay a great deal of money to Hiram. These things are attested to by Dius, and confirm what we have said upon the same subjects before. And now I shall add Menander the Ephesian, as an additional witness. This Menander wrote the acts that were done both by the Greeks and barbarians, under every one of the Tyrian kings, and had taken much pains to learn their history out of their own records. Now when he was writing about those kings that had reigned at Tyre, he came to Hiram, and says thus: Upon the death of Abibalus, his son Hiram took the kingdom. He lived 53 years, and reigned 34. He raised a bank on that called the Broad Place, and dedicated that golden pillar which is in Jupiter's temple. He also went and cut down timber from the mountain called Libanus, and got timber of cedar for the roofs of the temples. He also pulled down the old temples, and built new ones. Besides this, he consecrated the temples of Hercules and of Astarte. He first built Hercules' temple in the month Peritus, and that of Astarte when he made his expedition against the Titians, who would not pay him their tribute, and when he had subdued them to himself, he returned home. Under this king there was a younger son of Abdemon, who mastered the problems which Solomon king of Jerusalem had recommended to be solved. Now the time from this king to the building of Carthage is thus calculated. Upon the death of Hiram, Baliazarus his son took the kingdom. He lived 43 years, and reigned 7 years. After him succeeded his son Abdastatus. He lived 29 years, and reigned 9 years. Now 4 sons of his nurse plotted against him and slew him, the eldest of whom reigned 12 years. After them came Astatus the son of Deliastatus. He lived 54 years, and reigned 12 years. After him came his brother Assarimus. He lived 54 years, and reigned 9 years. He was slain by his brother Pheles, who took the kingdom and reigned but 8 months, though he lived 50 years. He was slain by Ithobalus, the priest of Astarte, who reigned 32 years and lived 68 years. He was succeeded by his son Badasaurus, who lived 45 years and reigned 6 years. He was succeeded by Macganus, his son. He lived 32 years and reigned 9 years. Pygmalion succeeded him. He lived 56 years and reigned 47 years. Now in the 7th year of his reign, his sister fled away from him and built the city Carthage in Libya. So the whole time from the reign of Hiram till the building of Carthage amounts to the sum of 155 years and 8 months. Since then the temple was built at Jerusalem in the 12th year of the reign of Hiram. There were from the building of the temple until the building of Carthage 143 years and 8 months. Wherefore, what occasion is there for alleging any more testimonies out of the Phoenician histories on the behalf of our nation, since what I have said is so thoroughly confirmed already? And to be sure, our ancestors came into this country long before the building of the temple. For it is not till we had gotten possession of the whole land by war that we built our temple. And this is the point that I have clearly proved out of our sacred writings in my Antiquities. I will now relate what hath been written concerning us in the Chaldean histories, which records have a great agreement with our books in other things also. Berosus shall be witness to what I say. He was by birth a Chaldean, well known by the learned, on account of his publication of the Chaldean books of astronomy and philosophy among the Greeks. This Berosus, therefore, following the most ancient records of that nation, gives us a history of the deluge of waters that then happened, and of the destruction of mankind thereby, and agrees with Moses' narration thereof. He also gives us an account of that ark wherein Noah, the origin of our race, was preserved, when it was brought to the highest part of the Armenian mountains. After which, he gives us a catalogue of the posterity of Noah, and adds the years of their chronology, and at length comes down to Nabolassar, who was king of Babylon, and of the Chaldeans. And when he was relating the acts of this king, he describes to us how he sent his son Nabuchodonosor against Egypt, and against our land with a great army, upon his being informed that they had revolted from him, and how by that means he subdued them all, and set our temple that was at Jerusalem on fire, nay, and removed our people entirely out of their own country, and transferred them to Babylon, when it so happened that our city was desolate during the interval of 70 years, until the days of Cyrus king of Persia. He then says, that this Babylonian king conquered Egypt, and Syria, and Phoenicia, and Arabia, and exceeded in his exploits all that had reigned before him in Babylon and Chaldea. A little after which Berosus subjoins what follows in his history of ancient times. I will set down Berosus' own accounts, which are these. When Nabolassar, father of Nabuchodonosor, heard that the governor whom he had set over Egypt and over parts of Celesyria and Phoenicia had revolted from him, he was not able to bear it any longer, but committing certain parts of his army to his son Nabuchodonosor, who was then but young, he sent him against the rebel. Nabuchodonosor joined battle with him, and conquered him, and reduced the country under his dominion again. Now it so fell out that his father Nabolassar fell into a distemper at this time, and died in the city of Babylon, after he had reigned 29 years. But as he understood in a little time that his father Nabolassar was dead, he set the affairs of Egypt and the other countries in order, and committed the captives he had taken from the Jews, and Phoenicians, and Syrians, and of the nations belonging to Egypt, to some of his friends, that they might conduct that part of the forces that had on heavy armour, with the rest of his baggage, to Babylonia, while he went in haste, having but a few with him, over the desert to Babylon, whither, when he was come, he found the public affairs had been managed by the Chaldeans, and that the principal person among them had preserved the kingdom for him. Accordingly, he now entirely obtained all his father's dominions. He then came, and ordered the captives to be placed as colonies in the most proper places of Babylonia. But for himself he adorned the temple of Belus, and the other temples, after an elegant manner, out of the spoils he had taken in this war. He also rebuilt the old city, and added another to it on the outside, and so far restored Babylon that none who should besiege it afterwards might have it in their power to divert the river, so as to facilitate an entrance into it. And this he did by building 3 walls about the inner city, and 3 about the outer. Some of these walls he built of burnt brick and bitumen, and some of brick only. So when he had thus fortified the city with walls, after an excellent manner, and had adorned the gates magnificently, he added a new palace to that which his father had dwelt in, and this close by it also, and that more eminent in its height, and in its great splendour. It would perhaps require too long a narration, if any one were to describe it. However, as prodigiously large and as magnificent as it was finished in 15 days. Now in this palace he erected very high walks, supported by stone pillars, and by planting what was called a pensile paradise, and replenishing it with all sorts of trees, he rendered the prospect an exact resemblance of a mountainous country. This he did to please his queen, because she had been brought up in Media, and was fond of a mountainous situation. End of sections 15 to 19. Book 1, sections 20 to 22 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Book 1, sections 20 to 22. 20. This is what Berosus relates concerning the forementioned king, as he relates many other things about him also in the 3rd book of his Chaldean history, wherein he complains of the Grecian writers for supposing, without any foundation, that Babylon was built by Semiramis, queen of Assyria, and for her false pretence to those wonderful edifices thereto buildings at Babylon, do no way contradict those ancient and relating, as if they were her own workmanship, as indeed in these affairs the Chaldean history cannot but be the most credible. Moreover, we meet with a confirmation of what Berosus says in the archives of the Phoenicians, concerning his king Nebuchadnezzar, that he conquered all Syria and Phoenicia, in which case Philostratus agrees with the others in that history which he composed, where he mentions the siege of Tyre, as does Megasthenes also, in the 4th book of his Indian history, wherein he pretends to prove that the forementioned king of the Babylonians was superior to Hercules in strength and the greatness of his exploits. For he says that he conquered a great part of Libya, and conquered Iberia also. Now as to what I have said before about the temple at Jerusalem, that it was fought against by the Babylonians, and burnt by them, but was opened again when Cyrus had taken the kingdom of Asia, shall now be demonstrated from what Berosus adds further upon that head, for thus he says in his 3rd book: Nebuchadnezzar, after he had begun to build the forementioned wall, fell sick, and departed this life, when he had reigned 43 years. Whereupon his son Evil-Merodach obtained the kingdom. He governed public affairs after an illegal and impure manner, and had a plot laid against him by Neriglissaor, his sister's husband, and was slain by him when he had reigned but 2 years. After he was slain, Neriglissaor, the person who plotted against him, succeeded him in the kingdom, and reigned 4 years. His son Labrosoracod obtained the kingdom, though he was but a child, and kept it 9 months. But by reason of the very ill temper and ill practices he exhibited to the world, a plot was laid against him also by his friends, and he was tormented to death. After his death the conspirators got together, and by common consent put the crown upon the head of Nabonidus, a man of Babylon, and one who belonged to that insurrection. In his reign it was that the walls of the city of Babylon were curiously built with burnt brick and bitumen. But when he was come to the 17th year of his reign, Cyrus came out of Persia with a great army, and having already conquered all the rest of Asia, he came hastily to Babylonia. When Nabonidus perceived he was coming to attack him, he met him with his forces, and joining battle with him was beaten, and fled away with a few of his troops with him, and was shut up within the city Borsippas. Hereupon Cyrus took Babylon, and gave order that the outer walls of the city should be demolished, because the city had proved very troublesome to him, and cost him a great deal of pains to take it. He then marched away to Borsippas, to besiege Nabonidus, but as Nabonidus did not sustain the siege, but delivered himself into his hands, he was at first kindly used by Cyrus, who gave him Carmania as a place for him to inhabit in, but sent him out of Babylonia. Accordingly Nabonidus spent the rest of his time in that country, and there died. 21. These accounts agree with the true histories in our books, for in them it is written that Nebuchadnezzar, in the 18th year of his reign, laid our temple desolate, and so it lay in that state of obscurity for 50 years, but that in the 2nd year of the reign of Cyrus its foundations were laid, and it was finished again in the 2nd year of Darius. I will now add the records of the Phoenicians, for it will not be superfluous to give the reader demonstrations more than enough on this occasion. In them we have this enumeration of the times of their several kings. Nabuchodonosor besieged Tyre for 13 years, in the days of Ithobal, their king. After him reigned Baal, 10 years. After him were judges appointed, who judged the people. Escribalus, the son of Baslacus, 2 months. Kelbes, the son of Abdeus, 10 months. Abba the high priest, 3 months. Mitgonus and Gerostratus, the sons of Abdiamus, were judges 6 years, after whom Balatorus reigned 1 year. After his death they sent and fetched Merbalus from Babylon, who reigned 4 years. After his death they sent for his brother Hiram, who reigned 20 years. Under his reign Cyrus became king of Persia, so that the whole interval is 54 years besides 3 months. For in the 7th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar he began to besiege Tyre, and Cyrus the Persian took the kingdom in the 14th year of Hiram, so that the records of the Chaldeans and Tyrians agree with our writings about this temple, and the testimonies here produced are an indisputable and undeniable attestation to the antiquity of our nation. And I suppose that what I have already said may be sufficient to such as are not very contentious. 22. But now it is proper to satisfy the inquiry of those that disbelieve the records of barbarians, and think none but Greeks to be worthy of credit, and to produce many of these very Greeks who were acquainted with our nation, and to set before them such as upon occasion have made mention of us in their own writings. Pythagoras, therefore, of Samos, lived in very ancient times, and was esteemed a person superior to all philosophers in wisdom and piety towards God. Now it is plain that he did not only know our doctrines, but was in very great measure a follower and admirer of them. There is not indeed extant any writing that is owned for his, but many there are who have written his history, of whom Hermippus is the most celebrated, who was a person very inquisitive into all sorts of history. Now this Hermippus, in his first book concerning Pythagoras, speaks thus: that Pythagoras, upon the death of one of his associates, whose name was Calophon, a Crotoniate by birth, affirmed that this man's soul conversed with him both night and day, and enjoined him not to pass over a place where an ass had fallen down, and also not to drink of such waters as caused thirst again, and to abstain from all sorts of reproaches. After which he adds thus: this he did and said in imitation of the doctrines of the Jews and Thracians, which he transferred into his own philosophy. For it is very truly affirmed of this Pythagoras, that he took a great many of the laws of the Jews into his own philosophy. Nor was our nation unknown of old to several of the Grecian cities, and indeed was thought worthy of imitation by some of them. This is declared by Theophrastus in his writings concerning laws. For he says that the laws of the Tyrians forbid men to swear foreign oaths, among which he enumerates some others, and particularly that called Corban, which oath can only be found among the Jews, and declares what a man may call a thing devoted to God. Nor indeed was Herodotus of Halicarnassus unacquainted with our nation, but mentions it after a way of his own, when he saith thus, in the 2nd book concerning the Colchians. His words are these: The only people who were circumcised in their privy members originally were the Colchians, the Egyptians, and the Ethiopians. But the Phoenicians and those Syrians that are in Palestine confess that they learned it from the Egyptians. And for those Syrians who live about the rivers Thermodon and Parthenius, and their neighbours the Macrones, they say they have lately learned it from the Colchians. For these are the only people that are circumcised among mankind, and appear to have done the very same thing with the Egyptians. But as for the Egyptians and Ethiopians themselves, I am not able to say which of them received it from the other. This therefore is what Herodotus says, that the Syrians that are in Palestine are circumcised. But there are no inhabitants of Palestine that are circumcised excepting the Jews, and therefore it must be his knowledge of them that enabled him to speak so much concerning them. Carolus also, a still ancienter writer, and a poet, makes mention of our nation, and informs us that it came to the assistance of King Xerxes in his expedition against Greece. For in his enumeration of all those nations, he last of all inserts ours among the rest, when he says, "At the last there passed over a people, wonderful to be beheld, for they spake the Phoenician tongue with their mouths. They dwelt in the Solimene mountains, near a broad lake. Their heads were sooty, they had round braziers on them. Their heads and faces were like nasty horse heads also, that had been hardened in the smoke." I think, therefore, that it is evident to everybody that Carolus means us, because the Solimene mountains are in our country wherein we inhabit, as is also the lake called Asphaltitis, for this is a broader and larger lake than any other that is in Syria, and thus does Carolus make mention of us. But now that not only the lowest sort of the Grecians, but those that are had in the greatest admiration for the philosophic improvements among them, did not only know the Jews, but when they lighted upon any of them, admired them also, it is easy for any one to know. For Clearchus, who was the scholar of Aristotle, and inferior to no one of the Peripatetics whomsoever, in his first book containing sleep, says that Aristotle his master related what follows of a Jew, and sets down Aristotle's own Discourse with him. The account is this, as written down by him. Now, for a great part of what this Jew said, it would be too long to recite it, but what includes in it both wonder and philosophy, it may not be amiss to discourse of. Now, that I may be plain with thee, Hyperochides, I shall herein seem to thee to relate wonders, and what will resemble dreams themselves. Hereupon Hyperochides answered modestly, and said, For that very reason it is that all of us are very desirous of hearing what thou art going to say. Then replied Aristotle, For this cause it will be the best way to imitate that rule of the rhetoricians, which requires us first to give an account of the man, and of what nation he was, that so we may not contradict our master's directions. Then said Hyperochides, Go on, if it so please thee. This man then, answered Aristotle, was by birth a Jew, and came from Celesyria. These Jews are derived from the Indian philosophers. They are named by the Indians Kalami, and by the Syrians Judei, and took their name from the country they inhabit, which is called Judea. But for the name of their city, it is a very awkward one, for they call it Jerusalem. Now this man, when he was hospitably treated by a great many, came down from the upper country to the places near the sea, and became a Grecian, not only in his language, but in his soul also, insomuch that when we ourselves happened to be in Asia about the same places whither he came, he conversed with us, and with other philosophical persons, and made a trial of our skill in philosophy. And as he had lived with many learned men, he communicated to us more information than he received from us. This is Aristotle's account of the matter, as given us by Clearchus, which Aristotle discoursed also particularly of the great and wonderful fortitude of this Jew in his diet, and continent way of living, as those that please may learn more about him from Clearchus's book itself, for I avoid setting down any more than is sufficient for my purpose. Now Clearchus said this by way of digression, for his main design was of another nature. But for Hecataeus of Abdera, who was both a philosopher, and one very useful, ill an active life. He was contemporary with King Alexander in his youth, and afterwards with Ptolemy, the son of Lagus. He did not write about the Jewish affairs, by the by, only, but composed an entire book concerning the Jews themselves, out of which book I am willing to run over a few things, of which I have been treating by way of epitome. And in the first place, I will demonstrate the time when this Hecataeus lived. For he mentions the fight that was between Ptolemy and Demetrius about Gaza, which was fought in the 11th year after the death of Alexander, and in the 117th Olympiad, as Castor says in his history. For when he had set down this Olympiad, he says further, that in this Olympiad Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, beat in battle Demetrius, the son of Antigonus, who was named Polocertes, at Gaza. Now it is agreed by all that Alexander died in the 114th Olympiad. It is therefore evident that our nation flourished in his time, and in the time of Alexander. Again, Hecataeus says to the same purpose as follows: Ptolemy got possession of the places in Syria after that battle at Gaza, and many, when they heard of Ptolemy's moderation and humanity, went along with him to Egypt, and were willing to assist him in his affairs, one of whom, Hecataeus says, was Hezekiah the high priest of the Jews, a man of about 66 years of age, and in great dignity among his own people. He was a very sensible man, and could speak very movingly, and was very skilful in the management of affairs, if any other man ever were so, although, as he says, all the priests of the Jews took tithes of the products of the earth, and managed public affairs, and were in number not above 1,500 at the most. Hecataeus mentions this Hezekiah a second time, and says that, as he was possessed of so great a dignity, and was become familiar with us, so did he take certain of those that were with him, and explain to them all the circumstances of their people, for he had all their habitations and polity down in writing. Moreover, Hecataeus declares again, what regard we have for our laws, and that we resolve to endure anything rather than transgress them, because we think it right for us to do so. Whereupon he adds, that although they are in a bad reputation among their neighbours, and among all those that come to them, and have been often treated injuriously by the kings and governors of Persia, yet can they not be dissuaded from acting what they think best, but that when they are stripped on this account, and have torments inflicted upon them, and they are brought to the most terrible kinds of death, they meet them after an extraordinary manner, beyond all other people, and will not renounce the religion of their forefathers. Hecataeus also produces demonstrations, not a few, of this their resolute tenaciousness of the laws, when he speaks thus: Alexander was once at Babylon, and had an intention to rebuild the temple of Belus that was fallen to decay, and in order thereto he commanded all his soldiers in general to bring earth thither. But the Jews, and they only, would not comply with that command. Nay, they underwent stripes and great losses of what they had on this account, till the king forgave them, and permitted them to live in quiet. He adds further, that when the Macedonians came to him into that country and demolished the old temples and the altars, they assisted them in demolishing them all, but, for not assisting them in rebuilding them, they either underwent losses or sometimes obtained forgiveness. He adds further that these men deserve to be admired on that account. He also speaks of the mighty populousness of our nation, and says that the Persians formerly carried away many 10,000s of our people to Babylon, as also that not a few 10,000s were removed after Alexander's death into Egypt and Phoenicia, by reason of the sedition that was arisen in Syria. The same person takes notice in his history how large the country is which we inhabit, as well as of its excellent character, and says that the land in which the Jews inhabit contains 3 millions of aruri, and is generally of the most excellent and most fruitful soil, nor is Judea of lesser dimensions. The same man describes our city Jerusalem also itself, as of a most excellent structure, and very large, and inhabited from the most ancient times. He also discourses of the multitude of men in it, and of the construction of our temple after the following manner. There are many strong places and villages, says he, in the country of Judea, but one strong city there is, about 50 furlongs in circumference, which is inhabited by 120,000 men, or thereabouts. They call it Jerusalem. There is about the middle of the city a wall of stone, whose length is 500 feet, and the breadth 100 cubits, with double cloisters, wherein there is a square altar, not made of hewn stone, but composed of white stones gathered together, having each side 20 cubits long, and its altitude 10 cubits. Hard by it is a large edifice, wherein there is an altar and a candlestick, both of gold, and in weight 2 talents. Upon these there is a light that is never extinguished, either by night or by day. There is no image, nor anything, nor any donations therein, nothing at all is there planted, neither grove, nor anything of that sort. The priests abide therein both nights and days, performing certain purifications, and drinking not the least drop of wine while they are in the temple. Moreover, he attests that we Jews went as auxiliaries along with King Alexander, and after him with his successors. I will add further what he says he learned when he was himself with the same army, concerning the actions of a man that was a Jew. His words are these: As I was myself going to the Red Sea, there followed us a man, whose name was Mosley. He was one of the Jewish horsemen who conducted us. He was a person of great courage, of a strong body, and by all allowed to be the most skilful archer that was either among the Greeks or barbarians. Now this man, as people were in great numbers passing along the road, and a certain augur was observing an augury by a bird, and requiring them all to stand still, inquired what they stayed for. Hereupon the augur showed him the bird from whence he took his augury, and told him that if the bird stayed where he was, they ought all to stand still, but if he got up and flew onward, they must go forward, but if he flew backward, they must retire again. Mosley made no reply, but drew his bow and shot at the bird and hit him and killed him. And as the augur and some others were very angry and wished imprecations upon him, he answered them thus: Why are you so mad as to take this most unhappy bird into your hands? For how can this bird give us any true information concerning our march, who could not foresee how to save himself? For had he been able to foreknow what was future, he would not have come to this place, but would have been afraid lest Mosley the Jew should shoot at him and kill him. But of Hecataeus' testimonies we have said enough, for as to such as desire to know more of them, they may easily obtain them from his book itself. However, I shall not think it too much for me to name Agatharchides as having made mention of us Jews, though in way of derision at our simplicity, as he supposes it to be. For when he was discoursing of the affairs of Stratonice, how she came out of Macedonia into Syria, and left her husband Demetrius, while yet Celereus would not marry her as she expected, but during the time of his raising an army at Babylon, stirred up a sedition about Antioch, and how, after that, the king came back, and upon his taking of Antioch, she fled to Seleucia, and had it in her power to sail away immediately, yet did she comply with a dream which forbade her to do so, and so was caught and put to death. When Agatharchides had premised the story, and had jested upon Stratonice for her superstition, he gives a like example of what was reported concerning us, and writes thus: There are a people called Jews, and dwell in a city of the strongest of all other cities, which the inhabitants call Jerusalem, and are accustomed to rest on every 7th day, on which times they make no use of their arms, nor meddle with husbandry, nor take care of any affairs of life, but spread out their hands in their holy places, and pray till the evening. Now it came to pass, that when Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, came into this city with his army, that these men, in observing the mad custom of theirs, instead of guarding the city, suffered their country to submit itself to a bitter lord, and their law was openly proved to have commanded a foolish practice. This accident taught all other men but the Jews to disregard such dreams as these were, and not to follow the like idle suggestions delivered as a law, when in such uncertainty of human reasonings they are at a loss what they should do. Now this our procedure seems a ridiculous thing to Agatharchides, but will appear to such as consider it without prejudice a great thing, and what deserved a great many encomiums. I mean when certain men constantly prefer the observation of their laws and their religion towards God before the preservation of themselves and their country. End of sections 20 to 22. Book 1, sections 23 to 28 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Book 1, sections 23 to 28. Now that some writers have omitted to mention our nation, not because they knew nothing of us, but because they envied us, or for some other unjustifiable reasons, I think I can demonstrate by particular instances. For Hieronymus, who wrote the history of Alexander's successors, lived at the same time with Hecataeus, and was a friend of King Antigonus, and president of Syria. Now it is plain that Hecataeus wrote an entire book concerning us, while Hieronymus never mentions us in his history, although he was bred up very near to the places where we live. Thus different from one another are the inclinations of men. While the one thought we deserved to be carefully remembered, as some ill-disposed passion blinded the other's mind so entirely that he could not discern the truth. And now certainly the foregoing records of the Egyptians and Chaldeans and Phoenicians, together with so many of the Greek writers, will be sufficient for the demonstration of our antiquity. Moreover, besides those forementioned, Theophilus and Theodotus, and Mnasius, and Aristophanes, and Hermogenes, Euhemerus also, and Conon, and Zopyrion, and perhaps many others, for I have not lighted upon all the Greek books, have made distinct mention of us. It is true, many of the men before mentioned have made great mistakes about the true accounts of our nation in the earliest times, because they had not perused our sacred books. Yet have they all of them afforded their testimony to our antiquity, concerning which I am now treating. However, Demetrius Phalereus and the elder Philo, with Eupolemus, have not greatly missed the truth about our affairs, whose lesser mistakes ought therefore to be forgiven them, for it was not in their power to understand our writings with the utmost accuracy. One particular there is still remaining behind of what I at first proposed to speak to, and that is, to demonstrate that those calumnies and reproaches which some have thrown upon our nation are lies, and to make use of those writers' own testimonies against themselves, and that in general this self-contradiction hath happened to many other authors by reason of their ill will to some people, I conclude, is not unknown to such as have read histories with sufficient care. For some of them have endeavoured to disgrace the nobility of certain nations, and of some of the most glorious cities, and have cast reproaches upon certain forms of government. Thus hath Theopompus abused the city of Athens, Polycrates that of Lacedaemon, as hath he that wrote the Tripoliticus, for he is not Theopompus, as is supposed by some, done by the city of Thebes. Timaeus also hath greatly abused the foregoing people, and others also, and this ill treatment they use chiefly when they have a contest with men of the greatest reputation, some out of envy and malice, and others as supposing that by this foolish talking of theirs they may be thought worthy of being remembered themselves. And indeed they do by no means fail of their hopes, with regard to the foolish part of mankind, but men of sober judgment still condemn them of great malignity. Now the Egyptians were the first that cast reproaches upon us, in order to please which nation, some others undertook to pervert the truth, while they that would neither own that our forefathers came into Egypt from another country, as the fact was, nor give a true account of our departure thence. And indeed the Egyptians took many occasions to hate us and envy us, in the first place, because our ancestors had had the dominion over their country, and when they were delivered from them, and gone to their own country again, they lived there in prosperity. In the next place, The difference of our religion from theirs hath occasioned great enmity between us, while our way of divine worship did as much exceed that which their laws appointed, as does the nature of God exceed that of brute beasts. For so far they all agree through the whole country, to esteem such animals as gods, although they differ one from another in the peculiar worship they severally pay to them. And certainly, men they are entirely of vain and foolish minds, who have thus accustomed themselves from the beginning to have such bad notions concerning their gods, and could not think of imitating that decent form of divine worship which we made use of, though, when they saw our institutions approved of by many others, they could not but envy us on that account. For some of them have proceeded to that degree of folly and meanness in their conduct, as not to scruple to contradict their own ancient records, nay, to contradict themselves also in their writings, and yet were so blinded by their passions as not to discern it. And now I will turn my discourse to one of their principal writers, whom I have a little before made use of as a witness to our antiquity. I mean Manetho. He promised to interpret the Egyptian history out of their sacred writings, and premised this, that our people had come into Egypt, many 10,000s in number, and subdued its inhabitants. And when he had further confessed that we went out of that country afterwards, and settled in that country which is now called Judea, and there built Jerusalem and its temple. Now thus far he followed his ancient records, but after this he permits himself, in order to appear to have written what rumours and reports passed abroad about the Jews, and introduces incredible narrations, as if he would have the Egyptian multitude, that had the leprosy and other distempers, to have been mixed with us, as he says they were, and that they were condemned to fly out of Egypt together. For he mentions Amenophis, a fictitious king's name, though on that account he durst not settle down the number of years of his reign, which yet he had accurately done as to the other kings he mentions. He then ascribes certain fabulous stories to this king, as having in a manner forgotten how he had already related that the departure of the shepherds for Jerusalem had been 518 years before, for Thesmosis was king when they went away. Now, from his days, the reigns of the intermediate kings, according to Manetho, amounted to 393 years, as he says himself, till the two brothers, Sethos and Hermaeus, the one of whom, Sethos, was called by that other name of Egyptus, and the other, Hermaeus, by that of Danaus. He also said that Sethos cast the other out of Egypt, and reigned 59 years, as did his eldest son Ramses reign after him 66 years. When Manetho therefore had acknowledged that our forefathers were gone out of Egypt so many years ago, he introduces his fictitious king Amenophis, and says thus: This king was desirous to become a spectator of the gods, as had Orus, one of his predecessors in that kingdom, desired the same before him. He also communicated that his desire to his namesake Amenophis, who was the son of Papis, and one that seemed to partake of a divine nature, both as to wisdom and the knowledge of futurities. Manetho adds, how this namesake of his told him that he might see the gods, if he would clear the whole country of the lepers, and of the other impure people. That the king was pleased with this injunction, and got together all that had any defect in their bodies out of Egypt, and that their number was 80,000, whom he sent to those quarries which are on the east side of the Nile, that they might work in them, and might be separated from the rest of the Egyptians. He says further that there were some of the learned priests that were polluted with the leprosy, but that still this Amenophis, the wise man and the prophet, was afraid that the gods would be angry at him and at the king, if there should appear to have been violence offered them, who also added this further, out of his sagacity about futurities, that certain people would come to the assistance of these polluted wretches, and would conquer Egypt, and keep it in their possession 13 years. That, however, he durst not tell the king of these things, but that he left a writing behind him about all those matters, and then slew himself, which made the king disconsolate. After which he writes thus verbatim: After those that were sent to work in the quarries had continued in that miserable state for a long while, the king was desired that he would set apart the city Avaris, which was then left desolate of the shepherds, for their habitation and protection, which desire he granted them. Now this city, according to the ancient theology, was Typho's city. But when these men were gotten into it, and found the place fit for a revolt, they appointed themselves a ruler out of the priests of Heliopolis, whose name was Osasiph, and they took their oaths that they would be obedient to him in all things. He then in the first place made this law for them, that they should neither worship the Egyptian gods, nor should abstain from any one of those sacred animals which they have in the highest esteem, but kill and destroy them all, that they should join themselves to nobody but to those that were of this confederacy. When he had made many such laws as these, and many more such as were mainly opposite to the customs of the Egyptians, he gave order that they should use the multitude of the hands they had in building walls about their city, and make themselves ready for a war with King Amenophis, while he did himself take into his friendship the other priests, and those that were polluted with them, and sent ambassadors to those shepherds who had been driven out of the land by Tephilmosis to the city called Jerusalem, whereby he informed them of his own affairs, and of the state of those others that had been treated after such an ignominious manner, and desired that they would come with one consent to his assistance in this war against Egypt. He also promised that he would, in the first place, bring them back to their ancient city and country Avaris, and provide a plentiful maintenance for their multitude, that he would protect them and fight for them as occasion should require, and would easily reduce the country under their dominion. These shepherds were all very glad of this message, and came away with alacrity all together, being in number 200,000 men, and in a little time they came to Avaris. And now Amenophis, the king of Egypt, upon his being informed of their invasion, was in great confusion, as calling to mind what Amenophis, the son of Papis, had foretold him. And in the first place, he assembled the multitude of the Egyptians, and took counsel with their leaders, and sent for their sacred animals to him, especially for those that were principally worshipped in their temples, and gave a particular charge to the priests distinctly, that they should hide the images of their gods with the utmost care. He also sent his son Sethos, who was also named Rameses, from his father Ramses, being but 5 years old, to a friend of his. He then passed on with the rest of the Egyptians, being 300,000 of the most warlike of them, against the enemy, who met them. Yet he did not join in battle with them, but thinking that would be to fight against the gods, he returned back and came to Memphis, where he took Apis and the other sacred animals which he had sent for to him, and presently marched into Ethiopia, together with his whole army and multitude of Egyptians. For the king of Ethiopia was under an obligation to him, on which account he received him, and took care of all the multitude that was with him, while the country supplied all that was necessary for the food of the men. He also allotted cities and villages for this exile, that was to be from its beginning during those fatally determined 13 years. Moreover, he pitched a camp for his Ethiopian army, as a guard to King Amenophis upon the borders of Egypt. And this was the state of things in Ethiopia. But for the people of Jerusalem, when they came down together with the polluted Egyptians, they treated the men in such a barbarous manner, that those who saw how they subdued the forementioned country, and the horrid wickedness they were guilty of, thought it a most dreadful thing. For they did not only set the cities and villages on fire, but were not satisfied till they had been guilty of sacrilege, and destroyed the images of the gods, and used them in roasting those sacred animals that used to be worshipped, and forced the priests and prophets to be the executioners and murderers of those animals, and then ejected them naked out of their country. It was also reported that the priest, who ordained their polity and their laws, was by birth of Heliopolis, and his name was Osasiph, from Osiris, who was the god of Heliopolis. But that, when he was gone over to these people, his name was changed, and he was called Moses. This is what the Egyptians relate about the Jews, with much more, which I omit for the sake of brevity. But still Manetho goes on, that, after this, Amenophis returned back from Ethiopia with a great army, as did his son Ahamsis with another army also, and that both of them joined battle with the shepherds and the polluted people, and beat them, and slew a great many of them, and pursued them to the bounds of Syria. These and the like accounts are written by Manetho, but I will demonstrate that he trifles and tells arrant lies, after I have made a distinction which will relate to what I am going to say about him. For this Manetho had granted and confessed that this nation was not originally Egyptian, but that they had come from another country, and subdued Egypt, and then went away again out of it; but that those Egyptians who were thus diseased in their bodies were not mingled with us afterward, and that Moses who brought the people out was not one of that company, but lived many generations earlier, I shall endeavour to demonstrate from Manetho's own accounts themselves. Now for the first occasion of this fiction, Manetho supposes what is no better than a ridiculous thing, for he says that King Amenophis desired to see the gods. What gods, I pray, did he desire to see? If he meant the gods whom their laws ordained to be worshipped, the ox, the goat, the crocodile, and the baboon, he saw them already. But for the heavenly gods, how could he see them? And what should occasion this his desire? To be sure, it was because another king before him had already seen them. He had then been informed what sort of gods they were, and after what manner they had been seen, insomuch that he did not stand in need of any new artifice for obtaining this sight. However, the prophet by whose means the king thought to compass his design was a wise man. If so, how came he not to know that such his desire was impossible to be accomplished, for the event did not succeed? And what pretence could there be to suppose that the gods would not be seen by reason of the people's maims in their bodies, or leprosy? For the gods are not angry at the imperfection of bodies, but at wicked practices. And as to 80,000 lepers, and those in an ill state also, how is it possible to have them gathered together in one day? Nay, how came the king not to comply with the prophet? For his injunction was, that those that were maimed should be expelled out of Egypt, while the king only sent them to work in the quarries, as if he were rather in want of labourers than intended to purge his country. He says further that this prophet slew himself, as foreseeing the anger of the gods, and those events which were to come upon Egypt afterward, and that he left this prediction for the king in writing. Besides, how came it to pass that this prophet did not foreknow his own death at the first? Nay, how came he not to contradict the king in his desire to see the gods immediately? How came that unreasonable dread upon him of judgments that were not to happen in his lifetime? Or what worse thing could he suffer, out of the fear of which he made haste to kill himself? But now let us see the silliest thing of all. The king, although he had been informed of these things, and terrified with the fear of what was to come, yet did not he even then eject these maimed people out of his country, when it had been foretold him that he was to clear Egypt of them? But as Manetho says, he then, upon their request, gave them that city to inhabit, which had formerly belonged to the shepherds, and was called Avaris, whither when they were gone in crowds. He says, they chose one that had formerly been priest of Heliopolis, and that this priest first ordained that they should neither worship the gods, nor abstain from those animals that were worshipped by the Egyptians, but should kill and eat them all, and should associate with nobody but those that had conspired with them, and that he bound the multitude by oaths to be sure to continue in those laws, and that when he had built a wall about Avaris, he made war against the king. Manetho adds also that this priest sent to Jerusalem to invite that people to come to his assistance, and promised to give them Avaris, for that it had belonged to the forefathers of those that were coming from Jerusalem, and that when they were come, they made a war immediately against the king and got possession of all Egypt. He says also that the Egyptians came with an army of 200,000 men, and that Amenophis, the king of Egypt, not thinking that he ought to fight against the gods, ran away presently into Ethiopia, and committed Apis and certain others of their sacred animals to the priests, and commanded them to take care of preserving them. He says further that the people of Jerusalem came accordingly upon the Egyptians, and overthrew their cities, and burnt their temples, and slew their horsemen, and in short abstained from no sort of wickedness nor barbarity. And for that priest who settled their polity and their laws, he says, he was by birth of Heliopolis, and his name was Osasiph, from Osiris the god of Heliopolis. but that he changed his name and called himself Moses. He then says that on the 13th year afterwards, Amenophis, according to the fatal time of the duration of his misfortunes, came upon them out of Ethiopia with a great army, and joining battle with the shepherds and with the polluted people, overcame them in battle, and slew a great many of them, and pursued them as far as the bounds of Syria. End of sections 23 to 28. Book 1, sections 29 to 35 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Book 1, sections 29 to 35. Now Manetho does not reflect upon the improbability of his lie. For the leprous people, and the multitude that was with them, although they might formerly have been angry at the king, and at those that had treated them so coarsely, and this according to the prediction of the prophet, yet certainly, when they were come out of the mines, and had received of the king a city and a country, they would have grown milder towards him. However, had they ever so much hated him in particular, they might have laid a private plot against himself, but would hardly have made war against all the Egyptians. I mean this on the account of the great kindred they who were so numerous must have had among them. Nay, still, if they had resolved to fight with the men, they would not have had impudence enough to fight with their gods. Nor would they have ordained laws quite contrary to those of their own country, and to those in which they had been bred up themselves. Yet are we beholden to Manetho, that he does not lay the principal charge of this horrid transgression upon those that came from Jerusalem, but says that the Egyptians themselves were the most guilty, and that they were their priests that contrived these things, and made the multitude take their oaths for doing so. But still how absurd it is to suppose that none of these people's own relations or friends should be prevailed with to revolt, nor to undergo the hazards of war with them, while these polluted people were forced to send to Jerusalem, and bring their auxiliaries from thence. What friendship, I pray, or what relation was there formerly between them that required this assistance? On the contrary, these people were enemies, and greatly differed from them in their customs. He says indeed that they complied immediately, upon their praising them that they should conquer Egypt, as if they did not themselves very well know that country out of which they had been driven by force. Now had these men been in want, or lived miserably, perhaps they might have undertaken so hazardous an enterprise. But as they dwelt in a happy city, and had a large country, and one better than Egypt itself, how came it about that, for the sake of those that had of old been their enemies, of those that were maimed in their bodies, and of those whom none of their own relations would endure, they should run such hazards in assisting them? For they could not foresee that the king would run away from them. On the contrary, he saith himself that Amenophis' son had 300,000 men with him, and met them at Pelusium. Now to be sure, those that came could not be ignorant of this. But for the king's repentance and flight, how could they possibly guess at it? He then says, that those who came from Jerusalem, and made this invasion, got the granaries of Egypt into their possession, and perpetrated many of the most horrid actions there. And thence he reproaches them, as though he had not himself introduced them as enemies, or as though he might accuse such as were invited from another place for so doing, when the natural Egyptians themselves had done the same things before their coming, and had taken oaths so to do. However, Amenophis some time afterward came upon them and conquered them in battle, and slew his enemies, and drove them before him as far as Syria. As if Egypt were so easily taken by people that came from any place whatsoever, and as if those that had conquered it by war, when they were informed that Amenophis was alive, did neither fortify the avenues out of Ethiopia into it, although they had great advantages for doing it, nor did get their other forces ready for their defence, but that he followed them over the sandy desert, and slew them as far as Syria, while yet it is not an easy thing for an army to pass over that country, even without fighting. Our nation, therefore, according to Manetho, was not derived from Egypt, nor were any of the Egyptians mingled with us. For it is supposed that many of the leprous and distempered people were dead in the mines, since they had been there a long time, and in so ill a condition. Many others must be dead in the battles that happened afterward, and more still in the last battle and flight after it. It now remains that I debate with Manetho about Moses. Now the Egyptians acknowledge him to have been a wonderful and a divine person. Nay, they would willingly lay claim to him themselves, though after a most abusive and incredible manner, and pretend that he was of Heliopolis, and one of the priests of that place, and was ejected out of it among the rest on account of his leprosy, although it had been demonstrated out of their records that he lived 518 years earlier, and then brought our forefathers out of Egypt into the country that is now inhabited by us. But how that he was not subject in his body to any such calamity is evident from what he himself tells us, for he forbade those that had the leprosy either to continue in a city, or to inhabit in a village, but commanded that they should go about by themselves with their clothes rent, and declares that such as either touch them, or live under the same roof with them, should be esteemed unclean. Nay more, if any one of their disease be healed, and he recover his natural constitution again, he appointed them certain purifications, and washings with spring water, and the shaving off all their hair, and enjoins that they shall offer many sacrifices, and those of several kinds, and then at length to be admitted into the holy city, although it were to be expected that, on the contrary, if he had been under the same calamity, he should have taken care of such persons beforehand, and have had them treated after a kinder manner, as affected with a concern for those that were to be under the like misfortunes with himself. Nor was it only for those leprous people for whose sake he made these laws, but also for such as should be maimed in the smallest part of their body, who yet are not permitted by him to officiate as priests. Nay, although any priest already initiated should have such a calamity fall upon him afterwards, he ordered him to be deprived of his honour of officiating. How can it then be supposed that Moses should ordain such laws against himself, to his own reproach and damage, who so ordained them? Nor indeed is that other notion of Manetho at all probable, wherein he relates the change of his name, and says that he was formerly called Osasiph, and this a name no way agreeable to the other, while his true name was Moses, and signifies a person who is preserved out of the water, for the Egyptians call water moil. I think, therefore, I have made it sufficiently evident that Manetho, while he followed his ancient records, did not much mistake the truth of the history, but that when he had recourse to fabulous stories without any certain author, he either forged them himself, without any probability, or else gave credit to some men who spake so, out of their ill will to us. And now I have done with Manetho, I will inquire into what Cheremon says. For he also, when he pretended to write the Egyptian history, sets down the same name for this king that Manetho did, Amenophis, as also of his son Rameses, and then goes on thus. The goddess Isis appeared to Amenophis in his sleep, and blamed him that her temple had been demolished in the war. But that Pritiphantes, the sacred scribe, said to him, that in case he would purge Egypt of the men that had pollutions upon them, he should be no longer troubled with such frightful apparitions. That Amenophis accordingly chose out 250,000 of those that were thus diseased, and cast them out of the country. That Moses and Joseph were scribes, and Joseph was a sacred scribe. That their names were Egyptian originally. That of Moses had been Tisithen, and that of Joseph Peteseth. That these two came to Pelusium, and lighted upon 380,000 that had been left there by Amenophis, he not being willing to carry them into Egypt. That these scribes made a league of friendship with them, and made with them an expedition against Egypt, that Amenophis could not sustain their attacks, but fled into Ethiopia, and left his wife with child behind him, who lay concealed in certain caverns, and there brought forth a son, whose name was Mycenae, and who, when he was grown up to man's estate, pursued the Jews into Syria, being about 200,000, and then received his father Amenophis out of Ethiopia. This is the account Cheremon gives us. Now I take it for granted that what I have said already hath plainly proved the falsity of both these narrations, for had there been any real truth at the bottom, it was impossible they should so greatly disagree about the particulars. But for those that invent lies, what they write will easily give us very different accounts, while they forge what they please out of their own heads. Now Manetho says that the king's desire of seeing the gods was the origin of the ejection of the polluted people, but Cheremon feigns that it was a dream of his own sent upon him by Isis that was the occasion of it. Manetho says that the person who foreshadowed this purgation of Egypt to the king was Amenophis, but this man says it was Fritiphantes. As to the numbers of the multitude that were expelled, they agreed exceedingly well, the former reckoning them 80,000, and the latter about 250,000. Now for Manetho, he describes those polluted persons as sent first to work in the quarries, and says that the city Avaris was given them for their habitation. As also he relates that it was not till after they had made war with the rest of the Egyptians that they invited the people of Jerusalem to come to their assistance, while Cheremon says only that they were gone out of Egypt, and lighted upon 380,000 men about Pelusium, who had been left there by Amenophis, and so they invaded Egypt with them again, that thereupon Amenophis fled into Ethiopia. But then this Cheremon commits a most ridiculous blunder in not informing us who this army of so many 10,000s were, or whence they came, whether they were native Egyptians, or whether they came from a foreign country. Nor indeed has this man, who forged a dream from Isis about the leprous people, assigned the reason why the king would not bring them into Egypt. Moreover, Cheremon sets down Joseph as driven away at the same time with Moses, who yet died 4 generations before Moses, which 4 generations make almost 170 years. Besides all this, Rameses, the son of Amenophis, by Manetho's account was a young man, and assisted his father in the war, and left the country at the same time with him, and fled into Ethiopia. But Cheremon makes him to have been born in a certain cave, after his father was dead, and that he then overcame the Jews in battle, and drove them into Syria, being in number about 200,000. O the levity of the man! For he had neither told us who these 380,000 were, nor how the 430,000 perished, whether they fell in war, or went over to Rameses. And what is the strangest of all, it is not possible to learn out of him who they were whom he calls Jews, or to which of these two parties he applies that denomination, whether to the 250,000 leprous people, or the 380,000 that were about Pelusium. But perhaps it will be looked upon as a silly thing in me to make any larger confutation of such writers as sufficiently confute themselves. For had they been only confuted by other men, it had been more tolerable. I shall now add to these accounts about Manetho and Cheremon somewhat about Lysimachus, who hath taken the same topic of falsehood with those forementioned, but hath gone far beyond them in the incredible nature of his forgeries, which plainly demonstrates that he contrived them out of his virulent hatred of our nation. His words are these: the people of the Jews, being leprous and scabby, and subject to certain other kinds of distempers, in the days of Bocchoris, king of Egypt, they fled to the temples, and got their food there by begging. And as the numbers were very great that were fallen under these diseases, there arose a scarcity in Egypt. Hereupon Bocchoris, the king of Egypt, sent some to consult the oracle of Jupiter Hammon about his scarcity. The god's answer was this, that he must purge his temples of impure and impious men, by expelling them out of those temples into desert places. But as to the scabby and leprous people, he must drown them and purge his temples, the sun having an indignation at these men being suffered to live, and by this means the land will bring forth its fruits. Upon Bocchoris's having received these oracles, he called for their priests, and the attendants upon their altars, and ordered them to make a collection of the impure people, and to deliver them to the soldiers to carry them away into the desert, but to take the leprous people, and wrap them in sheets of lead, and let them down into the sea. Hereupon the scabby and leprous people were drowned, and the rest were gotten together, and sent into desert places, in order to be exposed to destruction. In this case they assembled themselves together, and took counsel what they should do, and determined that, as the night was coming on, they should kindle fires and lamps, and keep watch; that they also should fast the next night, and propitiate the gods, in order to obtain deliverance from them. That on the next day there was one, Moses, who advised them that they should venture upon a journey, and go along one road till they should come to places fit for habitation; that he charged them to have no kind regards for any man, nor give good counsel to any, but always to advise them for the worst, and to overturn all those temples and altars of the gods they should meet with; that the rest commended what he had said with one consent, and did what they had resolved on, and so travelled over the desert. But that the difficulties of the journey being over, they came to a country inhabited, and that there they abused the men, and plundered and burnt their temples, and then came into the land which is called Judea, and there they built a city, and dwelt therein, and that their city was named Hierosyla, from this their robbing of the temples; but that still, upon the success they had afterwards, they in time changed its denomination, that it might not be a reproach to them, and called the city Hierosolima, and themselves Hierosolimites. Now this man did not discover and mention the same king with the others, but feigned a newer name, and passing by the dream and the Egyptian prophet, he brings him to Jupiter Hammon, in order to gain oracles about the scabby and leprous people, for he says that the multitude of Jews were gathered together at the temples. Now it is uncertain whether he ascribes this name to these lepers, or to those that were subject to such diseases among the Jews only, for he describes them as a people of the Jews. What people does he mean? Foreigners, or those of that country? Why then dost thou call them Jews, if they were Egyptians? But if they were foreigners, why dost thou not tell us whence they came? And how could it be that, after the king had drowned many of them in the sea, and ejected the rest into desert places, there should be still so great a multitude remaining? Or after what manner did they pass over the desert, and get the land which we now dwell in, and build our city, and that temple which hath been so famous among all mankind? And besides, he ought to have spoken more about our legislator than by giving us his bare name, and to have informed us of what nation he was, and what parents he was derived from, and to have assigned the reasons why he undertook to make such laws concerning the gods, and concerning matters of injustice with regard to men during that journey. For in that case the people were by birth Egyptians, they would not on the sudden have so easily changed the customs of their country, and in case they had been foreigners, they had for certain some laws or other which had been kept by them from long custom. It is true, that with regard to those who had ejected them, they might have sworn never to bear good will to them, and might have had a plausible reason for so doing. But if these men resolved to wage an implacable war against all men, in case they had acted as wickedly as he relates of them, and this while they wanted the assistance of all men, this demonstrates a kind of mad conduct indeed, but not of the men themselves, but very greatly so of him that tells such lies about them. He hath also impudence enough to say that a name, implying robbers of the temples, was given to their city, and that this name was afterward changed. The reason of which is plain, that the former name brought reproach and hatred upon them in the times of their posterity, while it seems those that built the city thought they did honour to the city by giving it such a name. So we see that this fine fellow had such an unbounded inclination to reproach us, that he did not understand that robbery of temples is not expressed by the same word and name among the Jews as it is among the Greeks. But why should a man say any more to a person who tells such impudent lies? However, since this book is arisen to a competent length, I will make another beginning, and endeavour to add what still remains to perfect my design in the following book. End of sections 29 to 35. End of book 1.
Book 2, Sections 1 through 4 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Tabisz. Against Apion by Flavius JOSEPHUS, translated by William WHISTON. Book 2, Sections 1 through 4. In the former book, Most Honored Epaphroditus, I have demonstrated our antiquity, and confirmed the truth of what I have said from the writings of the Phoenicians and the Chaldeans and the Egyptians. I have, moreover, produced many of the Grecian writings as witnesses thereto. I have also made a refutation of Manetho and Chiramon, and of certain others of our enemies. I shall now, 1. Therefore begin a confutation of the remaining authors who have written anything against us, although I confess I have had a doubt upon me about Apion the grammarian, whether I ought to take the trouble of confuting him or not, for some of his writings contain much the same accusations which the others have laid against us. Some things that he has added are very frigid and contemptible, and for the greatest part of what he says it is very scurrilous, and, to speak no more than the plain truth, it shows him to be a very unlearned person, and what he lays together looks like the work of a man of very bad morals, and of one who no better in his whole life than a mountebank. Yet because there are a great many men so very foolish that they are rather caught by such orations than by what is written with care, and take pleasure in reproaching other men, and cannot abide to hear them commended, I thought it to be necessary not to let this man go off without examination, who had written such an accusation against us as if he would bring us to make an answer in open court. For I have also observed that many men are very much delighted when they see a man who first began to reproach another to be himself exposed to the contempt on account of the vices that he himself has been guilty of. However, it is not a very easy thing to go over this man's discourse, nor to know plainly what he means, yet he does seem, amidst a great confusion and disorder in his falsehoods, to produce, in the first place, such things as resemble what we have examined already, and relate to the departure of our forefathers out of Egypt, and, in the second place, he accuses those Jews that are inhabitants of Alexandria, as, in the third place, he mixes with those such things accusations as concern the sacred purifications with the other legal rites used in the temples. Now, although I cannot but think that I have already demonstrated, and that abundantly more than was necessary, that our fathers were not originally Egyptians, nor were thence expelled either on account of bodily diseases or any other calamities of that sort, yet I will briefly take notice of what Apion adds upon the subject. For in his third book, which relates to the affairs of Egypt, he speaks thus: I have heard of the ancient men of Egypt that Moses was of Heliopolis, and that he thought himself obliged to follow the customs of his forefathers, and offered his prayers in the open air toward the city walls, but that he reduced them all to be directed toward sun rising, which was agreeable to the situation of Heliopolis. That he also set up pillars instead of gnomons, under which was represented a cavity like that of a boat, and the shadow that fell from their tops fell down from the cavity, that it might go round about the like course as the sun itself goes round in the other. This is that wonderful relation which we have given us by this grammarian. But that it is a false one is so plain that it stands in need of few words to prove it. But it is manifest from the works of Moses. For when he erected the first tabernacle to God, he did himself neither give order for any such kind of representation to be made at it, nor ordain that those who came after him should make such a one. Moreover, when in a future age Solomon built his temple in Jerusalem, he avoided all such needless decorations as Apion hath here devised. He says further, how he had heard of the ancient men that Moses was of Heliopolis. To be sure, That was because, being a younger man himself, he believed those that by their elder age were acquainted and conversed with him. Now, this grammarian as he was, could certainly not tell us which was the poet Homer's country, no more than he could tell us the country of Pythagoras, who lived comparatively but a little while ago. Yet does he thus easily determine the age of Moses, who preceded them by such a vast number of years, depending on his ancient man's relation, which shows how notorious a liar he was. But then, as to his chronological determination of the time when he says he brought the leprous people, the blind and the lame out of Egypt, see how well this most accurate grammarian of ours agrees with those who have written before him. Manetho says that the Jews departed out of Egypt in the reign of Thutmose, 393 years before Danis fled to Argos. Lysimaeus says it was under King Baccharis, that is, 1,700 years ago. Molo and some others determined it as every one pleased. But this Apion of ours, as deserving to be believed before them, hath determined it exactly to be in the 7th Olympiad, and the first year of that Olympiad, in the very same year in which he says that Carthage was built by the Phoenicians. The reason why he added this building of Carthage was, to be sure, in order, as he thought, to strengthen his assertion by so evident a character of chronology. But he was not aware that this character confutes his assertion. For if we may give credit to the Phoenician records as to the time of the first coming of their colony to Carthage, they relate that Hiram, their king, was above 150 years earlier than the building of Carthage, concerning whom I have formerly produced testimonials out of those Phoenician records, as also that this Hiram was a friend of Solomon when he was building the temple of Jerusalem, and gave him great assistance in his building that temple, while still Solomon himself built that temple 612 years after the Jews came out of Egypt. As for the number of those that were expelled out of Egypt, he hath contrived this to have the same number with Lysimaeus, and says that they were 110,000. He then assigns a certain wonderful and plausible occasion for the name of Sabbath, for he says, when the Jews had traveled a 6 days' journey, they had boo-boos on their groins, that on this account it was that they rested on the 7th day, having got safely to that country which is now called Judea, and that they preserved the language of the Egyptians, and they called that day the Sabbath, for that malady of boo-boos on their groin was named Sabbatosis by the Egyptians. And would not a man now laugh at this fellow's trifling, or rather hate his impudence in writing thus? We must, it seems, take it for granted that all these 110,000 men must have had these boo-boos. But for certain, if those men had been blind and lame, and had all sorts of distempers upon them, as Apion says they did, they could not have gone but a single day's journey. But if they had all been able to travel over a large desert, and besides that to fight and conquer those that opposed them, they had not all of them boo-boos on their groins after the 6th day was over, for no such distemper comes naturally and of necessity upon those who travel. But still, when there are many 10,000s in a camp together, they constantly march in a settled space in a day. Nor is it at all probable that such a thing would happen by chance. This would be prodigiously absurd to be supposed. However, our admirable author Apion hath before told us that they came to Judea in 6 days' time, and again, that Moses went up to a mountain that lay between Egypt and Arabia, which was called Sinai, and that was concealed there 40 days, and that when he came down from thence he gave laws to the Jews. But then, how was it possible for them to tarry 40 days in a desert place where there was no water, and at the same time to pass all over the country between that and Judea in 6 days? As for this grammatical translation of the word Sabbath, it either contains an instance of great impudence or gross ignorance, for the words Sabo and Sabbath are widely different from one another. For the word Sabbath in the Jewish language denotes rest from all sorts of work, but the word Sabo, as he affirms, denotes among the Egyptians the malady of a boo-boo on the groin. This is that novel account which the Egyptian Apion gives us concerning the Jews' departure out of Egypt, and it is no better than a contrivance of his own. But why should we wonder at the lies he tells about our forefathers when he affirms them to be of Egyptian original, when he lies also about himself? For although he was born at Oasis in Egypt, he pretends to be, as a man may say, the top man of all the Egyptians. Yet does he forswear his real country and progenitors, and by falsely pretending to be born at Alexandria, cannot deny the pravity of his family? For you see how justly he calls those Egyptians whom he hates, and endeavors to reproach. For had he not deemed Egyptians to be a name of great reproach, he would not have avoided the name of an Egyptian himself. As we know that those who brag on their own countries value themselves upon the denomination they acquire thereby, and reprove such as unjustly lay claim thereto. As for the Egyptians' claim to be our kindred, they do it on one of the following accounts. I mean, either as they value themselves upon it, and pretend to bear their relation to us, or else they would draw us in to be partakers of their own infamy. But this fine fellow Apion seems to broach this reproachful appellation against us, that we were originally Egyptians, in order to bestow it on the Alexandrians as a reward for the privilege they had given him of being a fellow citizen with them. He is also apprised of the ill will of the Alexandrians, bear witness to those Jews who are their fellow citizens, and so proposes to himself to reproach them, although he must thereby include all the other Egyptians also, while in both cases he is no better than an impudent liar. 4. But let us now see what those heavy and wicked crimes are which Apion charges upon the Alexandrian Jews. They came, says he, out of Syria, and inhabited near the tempestuous sea, and were in the neighborhood of the dashing of the waves. Now, if the place of habitation includes anything that is reproached, this man reproaches not his own real country, Egypt, but what he pretends to be his own country, Alexandria. For all are agreed in this, that the part of that city which is near the sea is the best part for all habitation. Now, if the Jews gained that part of the city by force, and have kept it thereto without impeachment, this is a mark of their valor. But in reality it was Alexander himself that gave them that place for their habitation, when they obtained equal privileges there with the Macedonians. Nor call I devise what Apion would have said, had their habitation been at Necropolis, and not been fixed hard by the royal palace, as it is, nor had their notion had been the denomination of the Macedonians given them to this very day, as they have. Had this man now read the epistles of King Alexander, or of those of Ptolemy the son of Lagus, or met with the writings of the succeeding kings, or that pillar which is still standing in Alexandria, and contains the privileges which the great Julius Caesar bestowed upon the Jews? Had this man, I say, known these records, and yet hath the impudence to write in contradiction to them? He hath shown himself to be a wicked man. But if he knew nothing of these records, he hath shown himself to be a man very ignorant, Nay, when lie appears to wonder how Jews could be called Alexandrians, this is another like instance of his ignorance. For all such as are called out to be colonies, although they be ever so far remote from one another in their original, receive their names from those that bring them to their new habitations. And what occasion is there to speak of others, when those of us Jews that dwell in Antioch are named Antiochans? Because Seleucus, the founder of that city, gave them the privileges of belonging thereto? After the like manner do those Jews that inhabit Ephesus and the other cities of Ionia enjoy the same name with those that originally were born there, and by the grant of the succeeding princes? Nay, the kindness and humanity of the Romans has been so great that it has granted leave to almost all others to take the same name of Romans upon them. I mean, not particular men only, but entire and large nations themselves. For those anciently named Iberii, or Tyrrheni, and Sabini are now called Romani. And if Apion reject this way of obtaining the privilege of a citizen of Alexandria, let him abstain from calling himself an Alexandrian hereafter. For otherwise, how can he who was born in the very heart of Egypt be an Alexandrian, if this way of accepting such a privilege, of which he would have us deprived, be once abrogated? Although indeed these Romans, who are now the lords of the habitable earth, have forbidden the Egyptians to have the privileges of any city whatsoever, while this fine fellow, who is willing to partake of such a privilege himself, as he is forbidden to make use of, endeavors by calumnies to deprive those that of it have justly received it. For Alexander did not, therefore, get some of our nation to Alexandria, because he wanted inhabitants for his city, on whose building he had bestowed so much pains. But this was given to our people as a reward, because he had, on careful trial, found them all to be men of virtue and fidelity to him. For as Hecatus says concerning us, Alexander honored our nation to such a degree that for the equity and the fidelity of the Jews exhibited to him, he permitted them to hold the country of Samaria free from tribute. Of the same mind was also Ptolemy, the son of Lagus, as those Jews who dwelt at Alexandria. For he entrusted the fortress of Egypt into their hands, and believing they would keep them faithfully and valiantly for him, when he was desirous to secure the government of Cyrene and the other cities of Libya to himself, he sent a party of Jews to inhabit them. And for his successor Ptolemy, who was called Philadelphus, he did not only set all those of our nation free who were captives under him, but did frequently give money for their ransom, and was his greatest work of all. He had a great desire of knowing our laws and obtaining the books of our sacred scriptures. Accordingly, he desired that such men might be sent him as might interpret our law to him. In order to have them well complied, he committed that care to no ordinary persons, but named Demetrius, Phalaris, and Andreas, and Artasus the first, Demetrius, the most learned person of his age, and the others, as were entrusted with guard of his body, should take care with this matter. Nor would he certainly have been so desirous of learning our law and the philosophy of our nation, had he despised the men that made use of it, or had he not indeed had them in great admiration. End of sections 1 through 4. Book 2, sections 5 through 7 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Tabisz. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus. translated by William Whiston. Book 2, sections 5 through 7. Now this Apion was unacquainted with almost all the kings of those Macedonians whom he pretends to have been his progenitors, who are yet very well affected toward us. For a third of those Ptolemies, who was called Euergetes, when he had gotten possession of all Syria by force, did not offer his thank offerings to the Egyptian gods for his victory, but came to Jerusalem, and according to our own laws offered many sacrifices to God, and dedicated to him such gifts as were suitable to such a victory. And as for Ptolemy Philometor and his wife Cleopatra, they committed their whole kingdom to the Jews, when Onias and Dositheus, both Jews whose names are laughed at by Apion, were generals of their whole army. But certainly, instead of reproaching them, he ought to admire their actions and return them thanks for saving Alexandria, whose citizen he pretends to be. For when these Alexandrians were making war with Cleopatra the queen, they were in danger of being utterly ruined. These Jews brought them to terms of agreement, and freed them from the miseries of a civil war. But then, says Apion, Onias brought a small army afterward upon the city at the time when Thorens, the Roman ambassador, was there present. Yes, I do venture to say that he did rightly and very justly in so doing, for that Ptolemy, who was called Physco, upon the death of his brother Philometor, came from Cyrene, and would have ejected Cleopatra as well as her sons out of their kingdom, that he might obtain it for himself unjustly. For this cause, then, it was that Onias undertook a war against him on Cleopatra's account, nor would he desert that trust the royal family had reposed in him in their distress. Accordingly, God gave a remarkable attestation to his righteous procedure, for when Ptolemy Physco had the presumption to fight against Onias's army, and had caught all the Jews that were in the city, Alexandria, with their children and wives, and exposed them naked and in bonds to his elephants, that might be trodden upon and destroyed, that when he had made those elephants drunk for that purpose, the event proved contrary to his preparations. For these elephants left the Jews who were exposed to them, and fell violently upon Physco's friends, and slew a great number of them. Nay, after this, Ptolemy saw a terrible ghost, which prohibited his hurting these men. His very concubine, whom he loved so well, some call her Ithaca, others Irene, making supplication to him that he would not perpetuate so great a wickedness. So he complied with her request, and repented of what he earlier had already done, or was about to do. Whence it is well known that the Alexandrian Jews do with good reason celebrate this day, on the account that they had thereon been vouchsafed such an evident deliverance from God. However, Apion, the most common calumniator of men, hath the presumption to accuse the Jews for making this war against Physco, when he ought to have commended them for the same. This man also makes mention of Cleopatra, the last queen of Alexandria, and abuses us because she was ungrateful to us, whereas he ought to have reproved her, who indulged herself in all kinds of injustice and wicked practices, both with regard to her nearest relations and husbands who had loved her, and indeed in general, and with regard to all Romans, as those emperors that were her benefactors, who also had her sister Arsinoe slain in a temple, when she had done her no harm. Moreover, she had her brothers slain by private treachery, and she destroyed the gods of her country and the sepulchres of her progenitors. And while she had received her kingdom from the first Caesar, she had the impudence to rebel against his son and successor. Nay, she corrupted Antony with her love tricks, and rendered him an enemy to his country, and made him treacherous to his friends, and by his means despoiled some of their royal authority, and forced others of her madness to act wickedly. But what need I enlarge upon this head any further? When she left Antony in his fight at the sea, though he were her husband and the father of their common children, and compelled him to resign up his government with the army, and follow her into Egypt? Nay, when the last of all Caesar had taken Alexandria, she came to that pitch of cruelty that she declared she had some hope of persevering her affairs still, in case she could kill the Jews, though it were with her own hand. To such a degree of barbarity and perfidiousness had she arrived. And doth any one think that we cannot boast ourselves of anything, as if Apion says this queen did not at a time of famine distribute wheat among us? However, she at length met with the punishment she deserved. As for us Jews, we appealed to the great Caesar, what assistance we brought him, and what fidelity we showed to him against the Egyptians, as also to the Senate and its decrees, and the epistles of Augustus Caesar, whereby our merits to the Romans are justified. Apion ought to have looked upon these epistles, and in particular to have examined the testimonies given on our behalf under Alexander and all the Ptolemies, and the decrees of the Senate and the greatest Roman emperors. And if Germanicus was not able to make a distribution of corn to all the inhabitants of Alexandria, that only shows what a barren time it was, and how great a want there was then of corn, but tends nothing to the accusation of the Jews. For what all the emperors have thought of the Alexandrian Jews is well known. For this distribution of wheat was no otherwise omitted with regard to the Jews than it was with regard to other inhabitants of Alexandria. But they were still desirous to preserve what the kings had formerly entrusted to their care, the custody of the river. Nor did those kings think them unworthy of having the entire custody thereof upon all occasions. But besides this, Apion objects to us thus: If the Jews, says he, be citizens of Alexandria, why do they not worship the same gods with the Alexandrians? To which I give this answer: Since you are yourselves Egyptians, why do you fight it out one against another, and have implacable wars about your religion? At this rate, we must not call you all Egyptians, nor indeed in general men, because you breed up with one great care of beasts of a nature quite contrary to that of men, although the nature of all men seems to be one and the same. Now, if there be such differences in opinion among you Egyptians, why are you surprised that those who came to Alexandria from another country, and had their original laws of their own before, should persevere in the observance of those laws? But still he charges us with being the authors of sedition, which accusation, if it be a just one, why is it not laid against us all, since we are all known to be of one mind? Moreover, those that search into such matters will soon discover that the authors of sedition have been such citizens of Alexandria as Apion is. For while they were the Grecians and the Macedonians who were ill possession of this city, there was no sedition raised against us, and we were permitted to observe our ancient solemnities. But when the number of Egyptians therein came to be considerable, the times grew confused, and then these seditions break out still more and more, while our people continued uncorrupted. These Egyptians, therefore, were the authors of these troubles, who, having not the constancy of Macedonians, nor the prudence of Grecians, indulged all of them the evil manners of the Egyptians, and continued their ancient hatred against us. For what is here so presumptuously charged against us is owing to the differences that are amongst themselves, while many of them have not obtained the privileges of citizens in proper times, but style those who are well known to have had those privileges extended to them all no other than foreigners. For it does not appear that any of the kings have formerly bestowed those privileges of citizens upon Egyptians, no more than have the emperors have done it more lately. While it was Alexander who introduced us into this city first, the kings augmented our privileges therein, and the Romans have been pleased to preserve them always inviolable. Moreover, Apion would lay a blot upon us, because we do not erect images for our emperors, as if those emperors did not know this before, or stood in need of Apion as their defender, whereas he ought rather to have admired the magnanimity and modesty of the Romans, whereby they do not compel those that are subject to them to transgress the laws of their countries, but are willing to receive the honors due them after such a manner as those who are to pay them esteem consistent with piety and with their own laws. For they do not thank people for conferring honors upon them, when they are compelled by violence to do so. Accordingly, since the Grecians and some other nations think it a right thing to make images, nay, when they have painted the pictures of their parents and wives and children, they exult for joy. And are there some there who would take pictures of themselves of such persons as they were no way related to them? Nay, some take the pictures of such servants as they were fond of. What wonder is it, then, if such of these appear willing to pay the same respect to their princes and lords? But then our legislator hath forbidden us to make such images, not by way of denunciation beforehand, that the Roman authority was not to be honored, but as despising a thing that was neither necessary nor useful for either God or man. And he forbade them, as we shall prove hereafter, to make these images for any part of the animal creation, and much less for God himself, who is no part of such animal creation. Yet hath our legislator nowhere forbidden us to pay honors to worthy men, provided they be of another kind and inferior to those we pay to God, with which honors we willingly testify our respect to our emperors and to the people of Rome. We also offer perpetual sacrifices for them, nor do we only offer them every day at the common expenses of all the Jews, but although we offer no other such sacrifices out of our common expenses, no, not for our own children, yet do we this as a peculiar honor to the emperors, and to them alone, while we do the same to no other person whomsoever. Let this suffice for an answer in general to Apion, as to what he says with relation to the Alexandrian Jews. However, I cannot but admire those other authors who furnish this man with such his materials. I mean Posidonius and Apollonius, the son of Molo, who, while they accuse us for not worshiping the same gods whom others worship, they think themselves not guilty of impiety when they tell lies of us and frame absurd and reproachful stories about our temple, whereas it is a most shameful thing for freemen to forge lies on any occasion, and much more so to forge them about our temple, which was so famous all over the world, and was preserved so sacred by us. For Apion hath the impudence to pretend that the Jews placed an ass's head in their holy place, and he affirms that this was discovered when Antiochus Epiphanes spoiled our temple, and found that ass's head there made of gold, and worth a great deal of money. To this my first answer shall be this, that had there been any such thing among us, an Egyptian ought to by no means have thrown it in our teeth, since an ass is not a more contemptible animal than goats and other such creatures, which among them are gods. But besides this answer, I say further, how comes it about that Apion does not understand this to be no other than a palpable lie, and to be confuted by the thing itself as utterly incredible? For we Jews are always governed by the same laws in which we constantly persevere, and although many misfortunes have befallen our city, and the like have befallen others, and although Theus, Epiphanes, and Pompey the Great, and Licinius Crassus, the last of all Titus Caesar, have conquered us in war, and gotten possession of our temple, yet have they none of them found any such thing there, nor indeed anything that was but agreeable to the strictest piety, although what they found we are not at liberty to reveal to other nations. But for Antiochus Epiphanes, he had no just cause for that ravage in our temple that he made, He only came to it when he wanted money, without declaring himself our enemy, and attacked us while we were his associates and his friends, nor did he find anything there that was ridiculous. This is attested by many worthy writers: Polybius of Megalopolis, Strabo of Cappadocia, Nicholas of Damascus, Timagenes, Castor the Carnotographer, and Apollodorus, who all say that it was out of Antiochus's want of money that he broke his league with the Jews, and despoiled their temple when it was full of gold and silver. Apion ought to have had a regard to these facts, unless he had himself either an ass's heart or a dog's impudence. Of such a dog I mean as that they worship, for he had no other external reason for the lies he tells us. As for us Jews, we ascribe no honor or power to asses, as do the Egyptians to crocodiles and asps, when they esteemed that such are as seized upon by the former or bitten by the latter to be happy persons, and persons worthy of God. Asses are the same with us, whether they be with other wise men, viz., creatures that bear the burdens that we lay upon them. But if they come to our thrashing floors and eat our corn, or do not perform what we impose upon them, we beat them with a great many stripes, because it is their business to minister to us in our husbandry affairs. But this Apion of ours was either perfectly unskillful in the composition of such fallacious discourses, or, however, when he began somewhat better, he was not able to persevere in what he had undertaken, since he hath no manner of success in those reproaches he casts upon us. End of sections 5 through 7. Recording by Rick Tabisz. Book 2, sections 8 through 13 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Tabisz. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Book 2, sections 8 through 13. He adds another Grecian fable in order to reproach us, in reply to which it would be enough to say that they who presume to speak about divine worship ought not to be ignorant of this plain truth, that it is a degree of less impurity to pass through temples than to forge wicked calumnies of its priests. Now such men as he are more zealous to justify a sacrilegious king than to write what is just and what is true about us and about our temple. For when they are desirous of gratifying Antiochus, and of concealing that perfidiousness and sacrilege which he was guilty of, with regard to our nation, when he wanted money, they endeavor to disgrace us, and tell lies even relating to futurities. Apion becomes other men's prophet upon this occasion, and says that Antiochus found in our temple a bed, and a man lying upon it, with a small table before him, full of dainties from the fishes of the sea, and the fowls of the dry land, that this man was amazed at these dainties thus set before him, that he immediately adored the king upon his coming in, as hoping he would afford him all possible assistance, that he fell down upon his knees and stretched out to him his right hand, and begged to be released. And that when the king bid him sit down, to tell him who he was, and why he dwelt there, and what was the meaning of those various sorts of food that were set before him, the man made a lamentable complaint, and with sighs and tears in his eyes gave him this account of the distress he was in, and said that he was a Greek, and that he went over this province in order to get his living, and that he was seized upon by foreigners on a sudden, and brought to this temple, and shut up therein, and was seen by nobody, but was fattened by these curious provisions thus set before him, and that truly at the first such unexpected advantages seemed to him a matter of great joy, that after a while they brought a suspicion him, and at length astonishment what their meaning should be. And at last he inquired of the servants that came to him, and was by them informed that it was in order to be the fulfilling of a law of the Jews, which they must not tell him, that he was thus fed, and they did the same at a set time every year. That they used to catch a Greek foreigner, and fat him thus up every year, and then lead him to a certain wood, and kill him, and sacrifice with their accustomed solemnities, and taste of his entrails, and take an oath upon this sacrificing a Greek, that they would ever be at enmity with the Greeks, and that then they threw the remaining parts of the miserable wretch into a certain pit. Apion adds further that the man said there were but a few days come ere he was to be slain, and implored of Antiochus that, out of the reverence he bore to the Grecian gods, he would disappoint the snares of the Jews laid for his blood, and would deliver him from the miseries with which he was encompassed. Now this is such a most tragical fable, as is full of nothing but cruelty and impudence. Yet it does not excuse Antiochus of his sacrilegious attempt, as those who write it in his vindication are willing to suppose. For he could not presume beforehand that he should meet with any such thing coming into the temple, but must have found it unexpectedly. He was therefore still an impious person, and was given to unlawful pleasures, and had no regard to God in his actions. But as for Apion, he hath done whatever his extravagant love of lying hath dictated to him, as it is most easy to discover by a consideration of his writings, for the difference of our laws is known not to regard the Grecians only, but they are principally opposite to the Egyptians, and to some other nations also, for while it so falls out that men of all countries come sometimes and sojourn among us, how comes it about that we take an oath, and conspire only against the Grecians, that by the effusion of their blood also? Or how is it possible that all the Jews should get together to these sacrifices, and the entrails of one man should be sufficient for so many thousands to taste of them, as Apion pretends? Or why did not the king carry this man, whoever he was, and whatever was his name, which is not set down in Apion's book, with great pomp back to his own country, when he might thereby been esteemed as a religious person himself, and a mighty lover of the Greeks, and might therefore have procured himself a great assistance from all men against that hatred the Jews bore to him? But I leave this matter, for the proper way of confuting fools is not to use bare words, but to appeal to the things themselves that make against them. Now then, all such as ever saw the construction of our temple, of which nature it was, know well enough how the purity of it was never to be profaned. For it had several courts encompassed with cloisters round about, and every one of which had by our law a peculiar degree of separation from the rest. Into the first court every body was allowed to go, even foreigners, and none but women, during their courses, were prohibited to pass through it. All the Jews went into the second court, as well as their wives, when they were free from all uncleanness. Into the third court went the Jewish men, when they were clean and purified. Into the fourth went the priests, having their sacerdotal garments. But for the most sacred place none went but the high priests, clothed in their peculiar garments. Now there is such a great caution used about these offices of religion, that the priests are appointed to go into the temple but at certain hours. For in the morning, at the opening of the inner temple, those who are to officiate receive the sacrifices, as they do again at noon, till the doors are shut. Lastly, it is not so much as lawful to carry any vessel into the holy house, nor is there anything therein but the altar of incense, the table of shewbread, the censer, and the candlestick, which are all written in the law. For there is nothing further here, nor are there any mysteries performed that may not be spoken of, nor is there any feasting within this place. For what I have now said is publicly known, and supported by the testimony of the whole people, and their operations are very manifest. For although there be 4 courses of the priests, and every one of them have about 5,000 men in them, Yet do they officiate on certain days only, and when those days are over, other priests succeed in the performance of their sacrifices, and assemble together at midday, and receive the keys of the temple and the vessels by tale, without any things relating to food or drink being carried into the temple. Nay, we are not allowed to offer such things at the altar, excepting what is prepared for the sacrifices. What then can we say of Apion, but that he examined nothing that concerned these things, while still he uttered incredible words about them? But it is a great shame for a grammarian not to be able to write true history. Now, if he knew the purity of our temple, he hath entirely omitted to take notice of it. But he forges a story about the seizing of a Grecian, about ineffable food, about the most delicious preparation of dainties, and pretends that strangers could go into a place whereinto the noblest men among the Jews are not allowed to enter, unless they be priests. This, therefore, is the utmost degree of impiety, and a voluntary lie, in order to the delusion of those who will not examine into the truth of those matters, whereas such unspeakable mischiefs as are above related have been occasioned by such calumnies that are raised upon us. Nay, this miracle or piety derides us further, and adds the following pretended facts to his former fable. For he says that this man related how, while the Jews were once in a long war with the Idumeans, there came a man out of one of the cities of the Idumeans, who there had worshipped Apollo. This man, whose name is said to have been Zabidas, came to the Jews and promised that he would deliver Apollo, the god of Dora, into their hands, and that he would come to our temple, if they would all come up with him, and bring the whole multitude of the Jews with them. That Zabidas made him a certain wooden instrument, put it around about him, and set 3 rows of lamps therein, and walked after such a manner that he appeared to those that stood a great way off to be a kind of star, walking upon the earth, that the Jews were terribly affrighted at so surprising an appearance, and stood at quite a distance, and that Zabidas, while they continued so very quiet, went into the holy house, and carried off that golden head of an ass, for so facetiously does he write, and then went his way back again to Dora in great haste. And say to you so, sir, as I may reply, then does Apion load the ass, that is himself, and lays on him a burden of fooleries and lies. For he writes of places that have no being, and not knowing the cities he speaks of, he changes their situation, for Idumea borders upon our country, and it is near Gaza, in which there is no such city as Dora, although there it be, if it were true, a city named Dora in Phoenicia, near Mount Carmel, but is a 4 days' journey from Idumea. Now then, why does this man accuse us? Because we have not gods in common with other nations. If our fathers were so easily prevailed upon to have Apollo come to them, and thought they saw him walking upon the earth and the stars with him, for certainly those who have so many festivals wherein they light lamps must yet at this rate have never seen a candlestick. But it still seems that while Zabidas took his journey over the country, where were so many 10,000s of people, nobody met him. He also, it seems, even in a time of war, found the walls of Jerusalem destitute of guards. I omit the rest. Now the doors of the holy house were 70 cubits high and 20 cubits broad. They were all plated over with gold, and almost of solid gold itself, and there were no fewer than 20 men required to shut them every day, nor was it lawful ever to leave them open, though it seems that this lamp-bearer of ours opened them easily, or thought he opened them, as he thought he had the ass's head in his hand. Whether therefore he returned to us again, or whether Apion took it, and brought it into the temple again, that Antiochus might find it, and afford a handle for a second fable of Apion's, is uncertain. Apion also tells a false story when he mentions an oath of ours, as if we, quote, swore by God, the maker of heaven and earth and sea, to bear no good will to any foreigner, and particularly to none of the Greeks, unquote. Now this liar ought to have said directly that we would bear no goodwill to any foreigner, and particularly to none of the Egyptians. For then his story about the oath would have squared with the rest of his original forgeries, in case our forefathers had been driven away by their kinsmen, the Egyptians, not on account of any wickedness they had been guilty of, but on account of the calamities they were under. For as to the Grecians, we were rather remote from them in place, than different from them in our institutions, insomuch that we have no enmity with them, nor any jealousy of them. On the contrary, it hath so happened that many of them have come over to our laws, and some of them have continued in their observation, although others of them had not the courage enough to persevere, and so departed from them again. Nor did anybody ever hear this oath swore by us. Apion, it seems, was the only person that heard it, for he indeed was the first composer of it. However, Apion deserves to be admired for his great prudence. As to what I'm going to say, which is this, that there is a plain mark among us that we neither have just laws nor to worship God as we ought to, because we are not governors, but rather in subjection to Gentiles, sometimes to one nation, sometimes to another, and that our city hath been liable to several calamities, while their city Alexandria has been of old time an imperial city, and not used to be in subjection to the Romans. But now this man had better leave off this bragging, for everybody but himself would think Apion said what he hath said against himself. For there are very few nations that have had the good fortune to continue many generations in this principality. But still the mutations in human affairs have put them into subjection under others. And most nations have been often subdued and brought into subjection by others. Now for the Egyptians, perhaps they are the only nation that have had this extraordinary privilege to have never served any of those monarchs who subdued Asia and Europe, and this on account, as they pretend, that the gods fled into their country and saved themselves by being changed into the shape of wild beasts. Whereas these Egyptians are the very people that appear to have never, in all the past ages, had one day of freedom, no, not so much as from their own lords. For I will not reproach them with relating the matter about how the Persians used them, and this not once only, but many times, when they laid their cities waste, demolished their temples, and cut the throats of those animals whom they esteemed to be gods. For it is not reasonable to imitate the clownish ignorance of Apion, who hath no regard for the misfortunes of the Athenians or of the Lacedaemonians, the latter of whom were styled by all men the most courageous, and the former the most religious of the Grecians. I say nothing of such kings as have been famous for piety, particularly one of them whose name was Croesus, nor for the calamities he met with in his life. I say nothing of the citadel of Athens, of the temple of Ephesus, or that of Delphi, nor of the 10,000 others that have been burned down, while nobody cast reproaches on those that were sufferers, but on those that were the actors therein. But now we have met with Apion, an accuser of our nation, though one who still forgets the miseries of his own people, the Egyptians. But it is that Sesostris, who was once celebrated as king of Egypt, that hath blinded him. Now, we will not brag of our kings, David and Solomon, though they conquered many nations. Accordingly, we will let them alone. However, Apion is ignorant of what everybody knows, that the Egyptians were servants to the Persians, and afterwards to the Macedonians, when they were lords of Asia. And they were no better than slaves, while we have enjoyed liberty formerly. Nay, more than that, we have had the dominion of cities that lie around us, and this is nearly for 120 years longer, until the Pompeius Magnus. And when all the kings everywhere were conquered by the Romans, our ancestors were the only people who continued to be esteemed in their confederates and friends on account of their fidelity to them. But, says Apion, we Jews have not had any wonderful men amongst us, not any inventors of arts, nor any eminent for wisdom. He then enumerates Socrates and Zeno, Cleanthes, and some others of this sort, and after all he adds himself to them, which is the most wonderful thing of all, that he says and pronounces Alexandria to be happy, because it hath such a citizen as he in it. For he was the fittest man to be a witness to his own deserts, although he appeared to all others no better than a wicked mountebank of a corrupted life and ill discourses, on which account one may justly pity Alexandria, if it should value itself upon such a citizen as he is. But as to our own men, we have had those who have been deserving of commendation as any other whosoever, and such have perused our antiquities cannot be ignorant of them. End of sections 8 through 13.
Book 2, Sections 14 to 21 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Book 2, Sections 14 to 21. As to the other things which he sets down as blameworthy, it may perhaps be the best way to let them pass without apology, that he may be allowed to be his own accuser, and the accuser of the rest of the Egyptians. However, he accuses us for sacrificing animals, and for abstaining from swine's flesh, and laughs at us for the circumcision of our privy members. Now as for our slaughter of tame animals for sacrifices, it is common to us and to all other men. But this Apion, by making it a crime to sacrifice them, demonstrates himself to be an Egyptian. For had he been either a Grecian or a Macedonian, as he pretends to be, he had not shown any uneasiness at it. For those people glory in sacrificing whole hexatombs to the gods, and make use of those sacrifices for feasting. And yet is not the world thereby rendered destitute of cattle, as Apion was afraid would come to pass. Yet if all men had followed the manners of the Egyptians, the world had certainly been made desolate as to mankind, but had been filled full of the wildest sort of brute beasts, which, because they suppose them to be gods, they carefully nourish. However, if any one should ask Apion which of the Egyptians he thinks to be the most wise and most pious of them all, he would certainly acknowledge the priests to be so, for the histories say that two things were originally committed to their care by their king's injunctions, the worship of the gods, and the support of wisdom and philosophy. Accordingly, these priests are all circumcised, and abstain from swine's flesh. Nor does any one of the other Egyptians assist them in slaying those sacrifices they offer to the gods. Apion was therefore quite blinded in his mind, when, for the sake of the Egyptians, he contrived to reproach us, and to accuse such others as not only make use of that conduct of life which he so much abuses, but have also taught other men to be circumcised, as says Herodotus. Which makes me think that Apion is hereby justly punished for his casting such reproaches on the laws of his own country. For he was circumcised himself of necessity on account of an ulcer in his privy member, and when he received no benefit by such circumcision, but his member became putrid, he died in great torment. Now men of good tempers ought to observe their own laws concerning religion accurately, and to persevere therein, but not presently to abuse the laws of other nations, while this Apion deserted his own laws, and told lies about ours. And this was the end of Apion's life, and this shall be the conclusion of our discourse about him. 15. But now, since Apollonius Molo and Lysimachus and some others write treatises about our lawgiver Moses, and about our laws, which are neither just nor true, and this partly out of ignorance, but chiefly out of ill will to us, while they calumniate Moses as an impostor and deceiver, and pretend that our laws teach us wickedness, but nothing that is virtuous, I have a mind to discourse briefly, according to my ability, about our whole constitution of government, and about the particular branches of it. For I suppose it will thence become evident that the laws we have given us are disposed after the best manner for the advancement of piety, for mutual communion with one another, for a general love of mankind, as also for justice, and for sustaining labours with fortitude, and for a contempt of death. And I beg of those that shall peruse this writing of mine, to read it without partiality. For it is not my purpose to write an encomium upon ourselves, but I shall esteem this as a most just apology for us, and taken from those our laws, according to which we lead our lives, against the many and the lying objections that have been made against us. Moreover, since this Apollonius does not do like Apion, and lay a continued accusation against us, but does it only by starts, and up and down his discourse, while he sometimes reproaches us as atheists and man-haters, and sometimes hits us in the teeth with our want of courage, and yet sometimes, on the contrary, accuses us of too great boldness and madness in our conduct, nay, he says we are the weakest of all the barbarians, and that this is the reason why we are the only people who have made no improvements in human life. Now I think I shall have then sufficiently proved all these his allegations, when it shall appear that our laws enjoin the very reverse of what he says, and that we very carefully observe those laws ourselves. And if I be compelled to make mention of the laws of other nations that are contrary to ours, those ought deservedly to thank themselves for it, who have pretended to depreciate our laws in comparison of their own. Nor will there, I think, be any room after that for them to pretend either that we have no such laws ourselves, an epitome of which I will present to the reader, or that we do not, above all men, continue in the observation of them. 16. To begin then a good way backward, I would advance this, in the first place, that those who have been admirers of good order, and of living under common laws, and who begin to introduce them, may well have this testimony that they are better than other men, both for moderation and such virtue as is agreeable to nature. Indeed, their endeavour was to have everything they ordained believed to be very ancient, that they might not be thought to imitate others, but might appear to have delivered a regular way of living to others after them. Since then this is the case, the excellency of a legislator is seen in providing for the people's living after the best manner, and in prevailing with those that are to use the laws he ordains for them, to have a good opinion of them, and in obliging the multitude to persevere in them, and to make no changes in them, neither in prosperity nor adversity. Now I venture to say that our legislator is the most ancient of all the legislators whom we have anywhere heard of. For as for the Lycurguses, and Solones, and Zaleucus Locrensis, and all those legislators who are so admired by the Greeks, they seem to be of yesterday, if compared with our legislator, insomuch as the very name of a law was not so much as known in old times among the Grecians. Homer is a witness to the truth of this observation, who never uses that term in all his poems. For indeed there was then no such thing among them, but the multitude was governed by wise maxims, and by the injunctions of their king. It was also a long time that they continued in the use of these unwritten customs, although they were always changing them upon several occasions. But our legislator, who was of so much greater antiquity than the rest, as even those that speak against us upon all occasions do always confess, he exhibited himself to the people as their best governor and counsellor, and included in his legislation the entire conduct of their lives, and prevailed with them to receive it, and brought it so to pass that those that were made acquainted with his laws did most carefully observe them. But let us consider his first and greatest work, for when it was resolved on by our forefathers to leave Egypt, and return to their own country, This Moses took the many 10,000s that were of the people, and saved them out of many desperate distresses, and brought them home in safety. And certainly it was here necessary to travel over a country without water, and full of sand, to overcome their enemies, and, during these battles, to preserve their children and their wives and their prey. On all which occasions he became an excellent general of an army, and a most prudent counsellor, and one that took the truest care of them all. He also so brought it about that the whole multitude depended upon him. And while he had them always obedient to what he enjoined, he made no manner of use of his authority for his own private advantage, which is the usual time when governors gain great powers to themselves, and pave the way for tyranny, and accustom the multitude to live very dissolutely; whereas, when our legislator was in so great authority, he, on the contrary, thought he ought to have regard to piety, and to show his great good will to the people. And by this means he thought he might show the great degree of virtue that was in him, and might procure the most lasting security to those who had made him their governor. When he had therefore come to such a good resolution, and had performed such wonderful exploits, we had just reason to look upon ourselves as having him for a divine governor and counsellor. And when he had first persuaded himself that his actions and designs were agreeable to God's will, he thought it was his duty to impress, above all things, that notion upon the multitude; for those who have once believed that God is the inspector of our lives will not permit themselves in any sin. And this is the character of our legislator. He was no impostor, no deceiver, as his revilers say, though unjustly, but such a one as they brag Minos to have been among the Greeks, and other legislators after him. For some of them supposed that they had their laws from Jupiter, while Minos said that the revelation of his laws was to be referred to Apollo, and his oracle at Delphi, whether they really thought they were so derived, or supposed, however, that they could persuade the people easily that so it was. But which of these it was who made the best laws, and which had the greatest reason to believe that God was their author, it will be easy, upon comparing those laws themselves together, to determine. For it is time that we come to that point. Now there are innumerable differences in the particular customs and laws that are among all mankind, which a man may briefly reduce under the following heads. Some legislators have permitted their governments to be under monarchies, others put them under oligarchies, and others under a republican form. But our legislator had no regard to any of these forms, but he ordained our government to be what, by a strained expression, may be termed a theocracy, by ascribing the authority and the power to God, and by persuading all the people to have a regard to him as the author of all the good things that were enjoyed either in common by all mankind, or by each one in particular, and of all that they themselves obtained by praying to him in their greatest difficulties. He informed them that it was impossible to escape God's observation, even in any of our outward actions, or in any of our inward thoughts. Moreover, he represented God as unbegotten and immutable, through all eternity superior to all mortal conceptions in pulchritude; and, though known to us by his power, yet unknown to us as to his essence. I do not now explain how these notions of God are the sentiments of the wisest among the Grecians, and how they are taught them upon the principles that he afforded them. However, they testify with great assurance that these notions are just and agreeable to the nature of God and to his majesty. For Pythagoras and Anaxagoras and Plato and the Stoic philosophers that succeeded them, and almost all the rest, are of the same sentiments, and had the same notions of the nature of God. Yet durst not these men disclose those true notions to more than a few, because the body of the people were prejudiced with other opinions beforehand. But our legislator, who made his actions agree to his laws, did not only prevail with those that were his contemporaries to agree with these his notions, but so firmly imprinted this faith in God upon all their posterity, that it never could be removed. The reason why the constitution of this legislation was ever better directed to the utility of all than other legislations were, is this, that Moses did not make religion a part of virtue, but he saw and he ordained other virtues to be parts of religion. I mean justice and fortitude and temperance and a universal agreement of the members of the community with one another. For all our actions and studies, and all our words, in Moses' settlement, have a reference to piety towards God, for he hath left none of these in suspense or undetermined. For there are two ways of coming at any sort of learning and a moral conduct of life. The one is by instruction in words, the other by practical exercises. Now other lawgivers have separated these two ways in their opinions, and choosing one of those ways of instruction, or that which best pleased every one of them, neglected the other. Thus did the Lacedaemonians and the Cretians teach by practical exercises, but not by words; while the Athenians, and almost all the other Grecians, made laws about what was to be done, or left undone, but had no regard to the exercising them thereto in practice. But for our legislator, he very carefully joined these two methods of instruction together. For he neither left these practical exercises to go on without verbal instruction, nor did he permit the hearing of the law to proceed without the exercises for practice; but beginning immediately from the earliest infancy, and the appointment of every one's diet, he left nothing of very smallest consequence to be done at the pleasure and disposal of the person himself. Accordingly, he made a fixed rule of law what sorts of food they should abstain from, and what sorts they should make use of; as also what communion they should have with others, what great diligence they should use in their occupations, at what times of rest should be interposed, that, by living under that law as under a father and a master, we might be guilty of no sin, neither voluntary nor out of ignorance; for he did not suffer the guilt of ignorance to go on without punishment, but demonstrated the law to be the best and the most necessary instruction of all others, permitting the people to leave off their other employments, and to assemble together for the hearing of the law, and learning it exactly, and this not once or twice or oftener, but every week; which thing all the other legislators seem to have neglected. And indeed, the greatest part of mankind are so far from living according to their own laws, that they hardly know them; but when they have sinned, they learn from others that they have transgressed the law. Those also who are in the highest and principal posts of the government confess they are not acquainted with those laws, and are obligated to take such persons for their assessors in public administrations as profess to have skill in those laws. But for our people, if anybody do but ask any one of them about our laws, he will more readily tell them all than he will tell his own name, and this in consequence of our having learned them immediately as soon as ever we became sensible of anything, and of our having them as it were engraven on our souls. Our transgressors of them are but few, and it is impossible, when they do offend, to escape punishment. And this very thing it is that principally creates such a wonderful agreement of minds amongst us all, for this entire agreement of ours in all our notions concerning God, and our having no difference in our course of life and manners, procures among us the most excellent concord of these our manners that is anywhere among mankind. For no other people but the Jews have avoided all discourses about God that any way contradict one another, which yet are frequent among other nations. And this is true not only among ordinary persons, according as every one is affected, but some of the philosophers have been insolent enough to indulge such contradictions, while some of them have undertaken to use such words as entirely take away the nature of God, as others of them have taken away his providence over mankind. Nor can any one perceive amongst us any difference in the conduct of our lives, but all our works are common to us all. We have one sort of discourse concerning God, which is conformable to our law, and affirms that he sees all things. As also we have but one way of speaking concerning the conduct of our lives, that all other things ought to have piety for their end. And this anybody may hear from our women and servants themselves. And indeed, hence hath arisen that accusation which some make against us, that we have not produced men that have been the inventors of new operations, or of new ways of speaking. For others think it a fine thing to persevere in nothing that has been delivered down from their forefathers, and these testify it to be an instance of the sharpest wisdom when these men venture to transgress those traditions. Whereas we, on the contrary, suppose it to be our only wisdom and virtue to admit no actions nor supposals that are contrary to our original laws. Which procedure of ours is a just and sure sign that our law is admirably constituted. For such laws as are not thus well made are convicted upon trial to want amendment. End of sections 14 to 21. Book 2, sections 22 to 32 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Book 2, sections 22 to 32. But while we are ourselves persuaded that our law was made agreeably to the will of God, would it be impious for us not to observe the same? For what is there in it that anybody would change? And what can be invented that is better? Or what can we take out of other people's laws that will exceed it? Perhaps some would have the entire settlement of our government altered. And where shall we find a better or more righteous constitution than ours, while this makes us esteem God to be the governor of the universe, and permits the priests in general to be the administrators of the principal affairs, and withal entrusts the government over the other priests to the chief high priest himself? Which priests our legislator, at their first appointment, did not advance to that dignity for their riches, or any abundance of other possessions, or any plenty they had as the gifts of fortune; but he entrusted the principal management of divine worship to those that exceeded others in an ability to persuade men and in prudence of conduct. These men had the main care of the law and of the other parts of the people's conduct committed to them. For they were the priests who were ordained to be the inspectors of all, and the judges in doubtful cases, and the punishers of those that were condemned to suffer punishment. What form of government, then, can be more holy than this? What more worthy kind of worship can be paid to God than we pay, where the entire body of the people are prepared for religion, where an extraordinary degree of care is required in the priests, and where the whole polity is so ordered as if it were a certain religious solemnity? For what things foreigners, when they solemnize such festivals, are not able to observe for a few days' time, and call them mysteries and sacred ceremonies, we observe with great pleasure and an unshaken resolution during our whole lives. What are the things, then, that we are commanded or forbidden? They are simple and easily known. The first command is concerning God, and affirms that God contains all things, and is a being every way perfect and happy, self-sufficient, and supplying all other beings, the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things. He is manifest in his works and benefits, and more conspicuous than any other being whatsoever. But as to his form and magnitude, he is most obscure. All materials, let them be ever so costly, are unworthy to compose an image for him, and all arts are unartful to express the notion we ought to have of him. We can neither see nor think of anything like him, nor is it agreeable to piety to form a resemblance of him. We see his works, the light, the heaven, the earth, the sun and the moon, the waters, the generations of animals, the productions of fruits. These things hath God made, not with hands, nor with labor, nor is wanting the assistance of any to cooperate with him. But as his will resolved they should be made and be good also, they were made and became good immediately. All men ought to follow this being, and to worship him in the exercise of virtue, for this way of worship of God is the most holy of all others. There ought also to be but one temple for one God, for likeness is the constant foundation of agreement. This temple ought to be common to all men, because he is the common God of all men. High priests are to be continually about his worship, over whom he that is the first by his birth is to be their ruler perpetually. His business must be to offer sacrifices to God, together with those priests that are joined with him, to see that the laws be observed, to determine controversies, and to punish those that are convicted of injustice, while he that does not submit to him shall be subject to the same punishment, as if he had been guilty of impiety towards God himself. When we offer sacrifices to him, we do it not in order to surfeit ourselves, or to be drunken, for such excesses are against the will of God, and would be an occasion of injuries and of luxury, but by keeping ourselves sober, orderly, and ready for our other occupations, and being more temperate than others. For our duty at the sacrifices themselves, we ought, in the first place, to pray for the common welfare of all, and after that for our own. For we are made for fellowship one with another, and he who prefers the common good before what is peculiar to himself is above all acceptable to God. And let our prayers and supplications be made humbly to God, not so much that he would give us what is good, for he hath already given that of his own accord, and hath proposed the same publicly to all, as that we may duly receive it, and when we have received it, may preserve it. Now the law has appointed several purifications at our sacrifices, whereby we are cleansed after a funeral, after what sometimes happens to us in bed, and after accompanying with our wives, and upon many other occasions, which it would be too long now to set down. This is our doctrine concerning God and his worship, and it is the same that the law appoints for our practice. But then, what are our laws about marriage? That law owns no other mixture of sexes but that which nature hath appointed, of a man with his wife, and that this be used only for the procreation of children. But it abhors the mixture of a male with a male, and if any one do that, death is its punishment. It commands us also, when we marry, not to have regard to portion, nor to take a woman by violence, nor to persuade her deceitfully and knavishly, but to demand her in marriage of him who hath power to dispose of her, and is fit to give her away by the nearness of his kindred. For, says the Scripture, a woman is inferior to her husband in all things. Let her therefore be obedient to him, not so that he should abuse her, but that she may acknowledge her duty to her husband, for God hath given the authority to the husband. A husband, therefore, is to lie only with his wife whom he hath married. But to have to do with another man's wife is a wicked thing, which, if any one ventures upon, death is inevitably his punishment, no more can he avoid the same who forces a virgin betrothed to another man, or entices another man's wife. The law, moreover, enjoins us to bring up all our offspring, and forbids women to cause abortion of what is begotten, or to destroy it afterward. And if any woman appears to have so done, she will be a murderer of her child, by destroying a living creature, and diminishing humankind. If any one, therefore, proceeds to such fornication or murder, he cannot be clean. Moreover, the law enjoins that after the man and wife have lain together in a regular way, they shall bathe themselves, for there is a defilement contracted thereby, both in soul and body, as if they had gone into another country. For indeed the soul, by being united to the body, is subject to miseries, and is not freed therefrom again but by death; on which account the law requires this purification to be entirely performed. Nay, indeed, the law does not permit us to make festivals at the births of our children, and thereby afford occasion of drinking to excess, but it ordains that the very beginning of our education should be immediately directed to sobriety. It also commands us to bring those children up in learning, and to exercise them in the laws, and make them acquainted with the acts of their predecessors, in order to their imitation of them, and that they might be nourished up in the laws from their infancy, and might neither transgress them, nor have any pretense for their ignorance of them. Our law hath also taken care of the decent burial of the dead, but without any extravagant expenses for our funerals, and without the erection of any illustrious monuments for them, but hath ordered that their nearest relations should perform their obsequies. And hath showed it to be regular, that all who pass by when any one is buried should accompany the funeral, and join in the lamentation. It also ordains that the house and its inhabitants should be purified after the funeral is over, that every one may thence learn to keep at a great distance from the thoughts of being pure, if he hath been once guilty of murder. The law ordains also that parents should be honored immediately after God himself, and delivers that son who does not requite them for the benefits he hath received from them, but is deficient on any such occasion, to be stoned. It also says that the young men should pay due respect to every elder, since God is the eldest of all beings. It does not give leave to conceal anything from our friends, because that is not true friendship which will not commit all things to their fidelity. It also forbids the revelation of secrets, even though an enmity arise between them. If any judge takes bribes, his punishment is death. He that overlooks one that offers him a petition, and this when he is able to relieve him, he is a guilty person. What is not by any one entrusted to another ought not to be required back again. No one is to touch another's goods. He that lends money must not demand usury for its loan. These, and many more of the like sort, are the rules that unite us in the bands of society, one with another. It will be also worth our while to see what equity our legislator would have us exercise in our intercourse with strangers; for it will thence appear that he made the best provision he possibly could, both that we should not dissolve our own constitution, nor show any envious mind towards those who would cultivate a friendship with us. Accordingly, our legislator admits all those that have a mind to observe our laws so to do, and this after a friendly manner, as esteeming that a true union which not only extends to our own stock, but to those that would live after the same manner with us. Yet does he not allow those that come to us by accident only to be admitted into communion with us. However, there are other things which our legislator ordained for us beforehand, which of necessity we ought to do in common to all men, as to afford fire, and water, and food to such as want it, to show them the roads, not to let any one lie unburied. He also would have us treat those that are esteemed our enemies with moderation, for he doth not allow us to set their country on fire, nor permit us to cut down those trees that bear fruit; nay, further, he forbids us to spoil those that have been slain in war. He hath also provided for such as are taken captive, that they may not be injured, and especially that the women may not be abused. Indeed, he hath taught us gentleness and humanity so effectually, that he hath not despised the care of brute beasts, by permitting no other than a regular use of them, and forbidding any other. And if any of them come to our houses, like supplicants, we are forbidden to slay them; nor may we kill the dams, together with their young ones. But we are obliged, even in an enemy's country, to spare and not kill those creatures that labour for mankind. Thus hath our lawgiver contrived to teach us an equitable conduct every way, by using us to such laws as instruct us therein; while at the same time he hath ordained that such as break these laws should be punished, without the allowance of any excuse whatsoever. Now the greatest part of offences with us are capital; as if any one be guilty of adultery, if any one force a virgin, if any one be so impudent as to attempt sodomy with a male, or if, upon another's making an attempt upon him, he submits to be so used. There is also a law for slaves of the like nature, that can never be avoided. Moreover, if any one cheats another in measures or weights, or makes a knavish bargain and sale, in order to cheat another, if any one steals what belongs to another, and takes what he never deposited, all these have punishments allotted them; not such as are met with among other nations, but more severe ones. And as for attempts of unjust behavior towards parents, or for impiety against God, though they be not actually accomplished, the offenders are destroyed immediately. However, the reward for such as live exactly according to the laws is not silver or gold, it is not a garland of olive branches, or of small age, nor any such public sign of commendation; but every good man hath his own conscience bearing witness to himself, and by virtue of our legislators' prophetic spirit, and of the firm security God himself affords such a one, he believes that God hath made this grant to those that observe these laws, even though they be obliged readily to die for them, that they shall come into being again, and at a certain revolution of things shall receive a better life than they had enjoyed before. Nor would I venture to write thus at this time, were it not well known to all by our actions, that many of our people have many a time bravely resolved to endure any sufferings, rather than speak one word against our law. Nay, indeed, in case it had so fallen out that our nation had not been so thoroughly known among all men as they are, and our voluntary submission to our laws had not been so open and manifest as it is, but that somebody had pretended to have written these laws himself, and had read them to the Greeks, or had pretended that he had met with men out of the limits of the known world, that had such reverent notions of God, and had continued a long time in the firm observance of such laws as ours, I cannot but suppose that all men would admire them on a reflection upon the frequent changes they had therein been themselves subject to; and this while those that have attempted to write somewhat of the same kind for politic government, and for laws, are accused as composing monstrous things, and are said to have undertaken an impossible task upon them. And here I will say nothing of those other philosophers who have undertaken anything of this nature in their writings; but even Plato himself, who is so admired by the Greeks on account of that gravity in his manners, and force in his words, and that ability he had to persuade men beyond all other philosophers, is little better than laughed at and exposed to ridicule on that account, by those that pretend to sagacity in political affairs; although he that shall diligently peruse his writings will find his precepts to be somewhat gentle, and pretty near to the customs of the generality of mankind. Nay, Plato himself confesseth that it is not safe to publish the true notion concerning God among the ignorant multitude. Yet do some men look upon Plato's discourses as no better than certain idle words set off with great artifice. However, they admire Lycurgus as the principal lawgiver, and all men celebrate Sparta for having continued in the firm observance of his laws for a very long time. So far then we have gained, that it is to be confessed a mark of virtue to submit to laws. But then let such as admire this in the Lacedaemonians compare that duration of theirs with more than 2000 years which our political government hath continued; and let them further consider, that though the Lacedaemonians did seem to observe their laws exactly while they enjoyed their liberty, yet that when they underwent a change of their fortune, they forgot almost all those laws; while we, having been under 10,000 changes in our fortune by the changes that happened among the kings of Asia, have never betrayed our laws under the most pressing distresses we have been in; nor have we neglected them either out of sloth or for a livelihood. If any one will consider it, the difficulties and labors laid upon us have been greater than what appears to have been borne by the Lacedaemonian fortitude, while they neither plowed their land, nor exercised any trades, but lived in their own city, free from all such painstaking, in the enjoyment of plenty, and using such exercises as might improve their bodies, while they made use of other men as their servants for all the necessaries of life, and had their food prepared for them by the others. And these good and humane actions they do for no other purpose than this, that by their actions and their sufferings they may be able to conquer all those against whom they make war. I need not add this, that they have not been fully able to observe their laws, for not only a few single persons, but multitudes of them have in heaps neglected those laws, and have delivered themselves, together with their arms, into the hands of their enemies. End of sections 22 to 32. Book 2, sections 33 to 42 of Against Apion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Against Apion by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Book 2, sections 33 to 42. Now as for ourselves, I venture to say that no one can tell of so many, nay, not of more than one or two, that have betrayed our laws, no, not out of fear of death itself. I do not mean such an easy death as happens in battles, but that which comes with bodily torments, and seems to be the severest kind of death of all others. Now I think those that have conquered us to have put us to such deaths, not out of their hatred to us when they had subdued us, but rather out of their desire of seeing a surprising sight, which is this, whether there be such men in the world who believe that no evil is to them so great as to be compelled to do or to speak anything contrary to their own laws. Nor ought men to wonder at us, if we are more courageous in dying for our laws than all other men are, for other men do not easily submit to the easier things in which we are instituted. I mean working with our hands, and eating but little, and being contented to eat and drink, not at random, or at every one's pleasure, or being under inviolable rules in lying with our wives, in magnificent furniture, and again in the observation of our times of rest; while those that can use their swords in war, and can put their enemies to flight when they attack them, cannot bear to submit to such laws about their way of living. Whereas our being accustomed willingly to submit to laws in these instances renders us fit to show our fortitude upon other occasions also. Yet do the Lysimachai and the Molines, and some other writers, unskilful sophists as they are, and the deceivers of young men, reproach us as the vilest of all mankind. Now I have no mind to make an inquiry into the laws of other nations, for the custom of our country is to keep our own laws, but not to bring accusations against the laws of others. And indeed our legislator hath expressly forbidden us to laugh at and revile those that are esteemed gods by other people, on account of the very name of God ascribed to them. But since our antagonists think to run us down upon the comparison of their religion and ours, it is not possible to keep silence here, especially while what I shall say to confute these men will not be now first said, but hath been already said by many, and these of the highest reputation also. For who is there among those that have been admired among the Greeks for wisdom, who hath not greatly blamed both the most famous poets and most celebrated legislators, for spreading such notions originally among the body of the people concerning the gods? Such as these, that they may be allowed to be as numerous as they have a mind to have them, that they are begotten one by another, and that after all kinds of generation you can imagine. They also distinguish them in their places and ways of living, as they would distinguish several sorts of animals, as some to be under the earth, as some to be in the sea, and the ancientest of them to be bound in hell. And for those to whom they have allotted heaven, they have set over them one, who in title is their father, but in his actions a tyrant and a lord, whence it came to pass that his wife and brother and daughter, which daughter he brought forth from his own head, made a conspiracy against him to seize upon him and confine him, as he had himself seized upon and confined his own father before. And justly have the wisest men thought these notions deserved severe rebukes. They also laugh at them for determining that we ought to believe some of the gods to be beardless and young, and others of them to be old, and to have beards accordingly; that some are set to trades, that one god is a smith, and another goddess is a weaver, that one god is a warrior and fights with men, that some of them are harpers, or delight in archery, and besides, that mutual seditions arise among them, and that they quarrel about men, and this so far that they not only lay hands upon one another, but they are wounded by men, and lament, and take on for such their afflictions. But what is the grossest of all in point of lasciviousness are those unbounded lusts ascribed to almost all of them, and their amours; which how can it be other than a most absurd supposal, especially when it reaches to the male gods and to the female goddesses also? Moreover, the chief of all their gods, and their first father himself, overlooks those goddesses whom he hath deluded and begotten with child, and suffers them to be kept in prison, or drowned in the sea. He is also so bound up by fate that he cannot save his own offspring, nor can he bear their deaths without shedding of tears. These are fine things indeed, as are the rest that follow. Adulteries truly are so impudently looked on in heaven by the gods, that some of them have confessed they envied those that were found in the very act. And why should they not do so, when the eldest of them, who is their king also, hath not been able to restrain himself in the violence of his lust, from lying with his wife, so long as they might get into their bedchamber? Now some of the gods are servants to men, and will sometimes be builders for a reward, and sometimes will be shepherds, while others of them, like malefactors, are bound in a prison of brass. And what sober person is there who would not be provoked at such stories, and rebuke those that forged them, and condemn the greatest silliness of those that admit them for true? Nay, others there are, that have advanced a certain timorousness and fear, as also madness and fraud, and any other of the vilest passions, into the nature and form of gods, and have persuaded whole cities to offer sacrifices to the better sort of them, on which account they have been absolutely forced to esteem some gods as the givers of good things, and to call others of them averters of evil. They also endeavor to move them, as they would the vilest of men, by gifts and presents, as looking for nothing else than to receive some great mischief from them unless they pay them such wages. Wherefore it deserves our inquiry what should be the occasion of this unjust management, and of these scandals about the Deity. And truly I suppose it to be derived from the imperfect knowledge the heathen legislators had at first of the true nature of God, nor did they explain to the people even so far as they did comprehend of it. Nor did they compose the other parts of their political settlements according to it, but omitted it as a thing of very little consequence, and gave leave both to the poets to introduce what gods they pleased, and those subject to all sorts of passions, and to the orators to procure political decrees from the people for the admission of such foreign gods as they thought proper. The painters also and statuaries of Greece had herein great power, as each of them could contrive a shape proper for a god, the one to be formed out of clay, and the other by making a bare picture of such a one. But those workmen that were principally admired had the use of ivory and of gold as the constant materials for their new statues, whereby it comes to pass that some temples are quite deserted, while others are in great esteem, and adorned with all the rites of all kinds of purification. Besides this, the first gods, who have long flourished in the honours done them, are now grown old, while those that flourished after them are come in their room as a second rank, that I may speak the most honourably of them I can. Nay, certain other gods there are who are newly introduced and newly worshipped, as we, by way of digression, have said already, and yet have left their places of worship desolate. And for their temples, some of them are already left desolate, and others are built anew, according to the pleasure of men, whereas they ought to have their opinion about God, and that worship which is due to him, always and immutably the same. But now, this Apollonius Molo was one of those foolish and proud men. However, nothing that I have said was unknown to those that were real philosophers among the Greeks, nor were they unacquainted with those rigid pretensions of allegories which had been alleged for such things, on which account they justly despised them, but have still agreed with us as to the true and becoming notions of God. Whence it was that Plato would not have political settlements admit to of any one of the other poets, and dismisses even Homer himself with a garland on his head, and with ointment poured upon him, and this because he should not destroy the right notions of God with his fables. Nay, Plato principally imitated our legislator in this point, that he enjoined his citizens to have the main regard to this precept, that every one of them should learn their laws accurately. He also ordained that they should not admit of foreigners intermixing with their own people at random, and provided that the commonwealth should keep itself pure, and consist of such only as persevered in their own laws. Apollonius Molo did no way consider this, when he made it one branch of his accusation against us, that we do not admit of such as have different notions about God, nor will we have fellowship with those that choose to observe a way of living different from ourselves. Yet is not this method peculiar to us, but common to all other men, not among the ordinary Grecians only, but among such of those Grecians as are of the greatest reputation among them. Moreover, the Lacedaemonians continued in their way of expelling strangers, and would not indeed give leave to their own people to travel abroad, as suspecting that those two things would introduce a dissolution of their own laws. And perhaps there may be some reason to blame the rigid severity of the Lacedaemonians, for they bestowed the privilege of their city on no foreigners, nor indeed would give leave to them to stay among them. Whereas we, though we do not think fit to imitate other institutions, yet do we willingly admit of those that desire to partake of ours, which, I think, I may reckon to be a plain indication of our humanity, and at the same time of our magnanimity also. But I shall say no more of the Lacedaemonians. As for the Athenians, who glory in having made their city to be common to all men, what their behavior was, Apollonius did not know, while they punished those that did not but speak one word contrary to the laws about the gods, without any mercy. For on what other account was it that Socrates was put to death by them? For certainly he neither betrayed their city to its enemies, nor was he guilty of any sacrilege with regard to any of their temples. But it was on this account that he swore certain new oaths, and that he affirmed either in earnest, or as some say only in jest, that a certain demon used to make signs to him, which he should not do. For these reasons he was condemned to drink poison and kill himself. His accuser also complained that he corrupted the young men by inducing them to despise the political settlement and laws of their city. And thus was Socrates, the citizen of Athens, punished. There was also Anaxagoras, who, although he was of Clazomente, was within a few suffrages of being condemned to die, because he said the sun, which the Athenians thought to be a god, was a ball of fire. They also made this public proclamation, that they would give a talent to any one who would kill Diagoras of Melos, because it was reported of him that he laughed at their mysteries. Protagoras also, who was thought to have written somewhat that was not owned for truth by the Athenians about the gods, had been seized upon and put to death, if he had not fled away immediately. Nor need we at all wonder that they thus treated such considerable men, when they did not spare even women also, for they very lately slew a certain priestess, because she was accused by somebody that she initiated people into the worship of strange gods, it having been forbidden to do so by one of their laws. And a capital punishment had been decreed to such as introduced a strange god, it being manifest that they who make use of such a law do not believe those of other nations to be really gods, otherwise they had not envied themselves the advantage of more gods than they already had. And this was the happy administration of the affairs of the Athenians. Now as to the Scythians, they take a pleasure in killing men, and differ but little from brute beasts. Yet do they think it reasonable to have their institutions observed. They also slew Anacharsis, a person greatly admired for his wisdom among the Greeks, when he returned to them, because he appeared to come fraught with Grecian customs. One may also find many to have been punished among the Persians, on the very same account. And to be sure, Apollonius was greatly pleased with the laws of the Persians, and was an admirer of them, because the Greeks enjoyed the advantage of their courage, and had the very same opinion about the gods which they had. This last was exemplified in the temples which they burnt, and their courage in coming, and almost entirely enslaving the Grecians. However, Apollonius has imitated all the Persian institutions, and that by his offering violence to other men's wives, and gelding his own sons. Now with us it is a capital crime, if any one does thus abuse even a brute beast. And as for us, neither hath the fear of our governors, nor a desire of following what other nations have in so great esteem, been able to withdraw us from our own laws, nor have we exerted our courage in raising up wars to increase our wealth, but only for the observation of our laws. And when we with patience bear other losses, yet when any persons would compel us to break our laws, then it is that we choose to go to war, though it be beyond our ability to pursue it, and bear the greatest calamities to the last with much fortitude. And indeed, what reason can there be why we should desire to imitate the laws of other nations, while we see that they are not observed by their own legislators? And why do not the Lacedaemonians think of abolishing that form of their government which suffers them not to associate with any others, as well as their contempt of matrimony? And why do not the Eleans and Thebans abolish that unnatural and impudent lust which makes them lie with males? For they will not show a sufficient sign of their repentance of what they of old thought to be very excellent, and very advantageous in their practices, unless they entirely avoid all such actions for the time to come. Nay, such things are inserted into the body of their laws, and had once such a power among the Greeks, that they ascribed these sodomitical practices to the gods themselves, as a part of their good character. And indeed it was according to the same manner that the gods married their own sisters. This the Greeks contrived as an apology for their own absurd and unnatural pleasures. I omit to speak concerning punishments, and how many ways of escaping them the greatest part of the legislators have afforded malefactors, by ordaining that, for adulteries, fines and money should be allowed, and for corrupting virgins they need only marry them, as also what excuses they may have in denying the facts, if any one attempts to inquire into them. For amongst most other nations it is a studied art how men may transgress their laws, but no such thing is permitted amongst us. For though we be deprived of our wealth, of our cities, or of the other advantages we have, our law continues immortal. Nor can any Jew go so far from his own country, nor be so affrighted at the severest lord, as not to be more affrighted at the law than at him. If, therefore, this be the disposition we are under, with regard to the excellency of our laws, let our enemies make us this concession, that our laws are most excellent. And if they still imagine, that though we so firmly adhere to them, yet are they bad laws notwithstanding, what penalties then do they deserve to undergo who do not observe their own laws, which they esteem so far superior to them? Whereas, therefore, length of time is esteemed to be the truest touchstone in all cases, I would make that a testimonial of the excellency of our laws, and of that belief thereby delivered to us concerning God. For as there hath been a very long time for this comparison, if any one will but compare its duration with the duration of the laws made by other legislators, he will find our legislator to have been the ancientest of them all. We have already demonstrated that our laws have been such as have always inspired admiration and imitation into all other men. Nay, the earliest Grecian philosophers, though in appearance they observed the laws of their own countries, yet did they in their actions and their philosophic doctrines follow our legislator, and instructed men to live sparingly, and to have friendly communication one with another. Nay, further, the multitude of mankind itself have had a great inclination of a long time to follow our religious observances. For there is not any city of the Grecians, nor any of the barbarians, nor any nation whatsoever, whither our custom of resting on the seventh day hath not come, and by which our fasts and lighting up lamps, and many of our prohibitions as to our food, are not observed. They also endeavor to imitate our mutual concord with one another, and the charitable distribution of our goods, and our diligence in our trades, and our fortitude in undergoing the distresses we are in, on account of our laws. And, what is here matter of the greatest admiration, our law hath no bait of pleasure to allure men to it, but it prevails by its own force. And as God himself pervades all the world, so hath our law passed through all the world also. So that if any one will but reflect on his own country, and his own family, he will have reason to give credit to what I say. It is therefore but just, either to condemn all mankind of indulging a wicked disposition, when they have been so desirous of imitating laws that are to them foreign and evil in themselves, rather than following laws of their own that are of a better character, or else our accusers must leave off their spite against us. Nor are we guilty of any envious behavior towards them, when we honor our own legislator, and believe what he, by his prophetic authority, hath taught us concerning God. For though we should not be able ourselves to understand the excellency of our own laws, yet would the great multitude of those that desire to imitate them justify us in greatly valuing ourselves upon them. But as for the distinct political laws by which we are governed, I have delivered them accurately in my books of Antiquities, and have only mentioned them now, so far as was necessary to my present purpose, without proposing to myself either to blame the laws of other nations, or to make an encomium upon our own, but in order to convict those that have written about us unjustly, and in an impudent affectation of disguising the truth. And now I think I have sufficiently completed what I proposed in writing these books. For whereas our accusers have pretended that our nation are a people of very late original, I have demonstrated that they are exceeding ancient, for I have produced as witnesses thereto many ancient writers who have made mention of us in their books, while they had said that no such writer had so done. Moreover, they had said that we were sprung from the Egyptians, while I have proved that we came from another country into Egypt. While they have told lies of us, as if we were expelled thence on account of diseases on our bodies, it has appeared, on the contrary, that we returned to our own country by our own choice, and with sound and strong bodies. Those accusers reproached our legislator as a vile fellow, whereas God in old time bare witness to his virtuous conduct. And since that testimony of God, time itself hath been discovered to have borne witness to the same thing. As to the laws themselves, more words are unnecessary, for they are visible in their own nature, and appear to teach not impiety, but the truest piety in the world. They do not make men hate one another, but encourage people to communicate what they have to one another freely. They are enemies to injustice, they take care of righteousness, they banish idleness and expensive living, and instruct men to be content with what they have, and to be laborious in their calling. They forbid men to make war from a desire of getting more, but make men courageous in defending the laws. They are inexorable in punishing malefactors. They admit no sophistry of words, but are always established by actions themselves, which actions we ever propose as surer demonstrations than what is contained in writing only. On which account I am so bold as to say that we have become the teachers of other men, in the greatest number of things, and those of the most excellent nature only. For what is more excellent than inviolable piety? What is more just than submission to laws? And what is more advantageous than mutual love and concord? And this so far that we are to be neither divided by calamities, nor to become injurious and seditious in prosperity, but to contemn death when we are in war, and in peace to apply ourselves to our mechanical occupations, or to our tillage of the ground, while we in all things and in all ways are satisfied that God is the inspector and governor of our actions. If these precepts had either been written at first, or more exactly kept by any others before us, We should have owed them thanks as disciples owe to their masters. But if it be visible that we have made use of them more than any other men, and if we have demonstrated that the original invention of them is our own, let the Apions and the Molons, with all the rest of those that delight in lies and reproaches, stand confuted. But let this and the foregoing book be dedicated to thee, Epaphroditus, who art so great a lover of truth, and by thy means to those that have been in like manner desirous to be acquainted with the affairs of our nation. End of sections 33 to 42. End of Against Apion.
An extract out of Josephus's Discourse to the Greeks concerning Hades. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An extract out of Josephus's Discourse to the Greeks concerning Hades by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Now, as to Hades, wherein the souls of the righteous and unrighteous are detained, it is necessary to speak of. Hades is a place in the world not regularly finished, a subterraneous region wherein the light of this world does not shine, from which circumstance, that in this region the light does not shine, it cannot be but there must be in it perpetual darkness. This region is allotted as a place of custody for souls, in which angels are appointed as guardians to them, who distribute to them temporary punishments agreeable to everyone's behavior and manners. In this region there is a certain place set apart as a lake of unquenchable fire, whereinto we suppose no one hath hitherto been cast, but it is prepared for a day aforedetermined by God, in which one righteous sentence shall deservedly be passed upon all men, when the unjust and those that have been disobedient to God, and have given honor to such idols as have been the vain operations of the hands of men, as to God himself, shall be adjudged to this everlasting punishment, as having been the causes of defilement, while the just shall obtain an incorruptible and never-failing kingdom. These are now indeed confined in Hades, but not in the same place wherein the unjust are confined. For there is one descent in this region, at whose gate we believe there stands an archangel with a host, which gate, when those pass through that are conducted down by the angels appointed over souls, they do not go the same way, but the just are guided to the right hand, and are led with hymns, sung by the angels appointed over that place, unto a region of light, in which the just have dwelt from the beginning of the world, not constrained by necessity, but ever enjoying the prospect of the good things they see, and rejoicing in the expectation of those new enjoyments which will be peculiar to every one of them, and esteeming those things beyond what we have here, with whom there is no place of toil, no burning heat, no piercing cold, nor are any briars there, but the countenance of the fathers and of the just, which they see always, smiles upon them, while they wait for the rest and eternal new life in heaven, which is to succeed this region. This place we call the bosom of Abraham. But as to the unjust, they are dragged by force to the left hand by the angels allotted for punishment, no longer going with a good will, but as prisoners driven by violence, to whom are sent the angels appointed over them to reproach them, and threaten them with their terrible looks, and to thrust them still downwards. Now these angels that are set over these souls drag them into the neighborhood of hell itself, who, when they are hard by it, continually hear the noise of it, and do not stand clear of the hot vapor itself, but when they have a near view of this spectacle, as of a terrible and exceeding great prospect of fire, they are struck with a fearful expectation of a future judgment, and in effect punished thereby. Not only so, but where they see the place or choir of the fathers and of the just, even hereby are they punished, for a chaos deep and large is fixed between them, insomuch that a just man that hath compassion upon them cannot be admitted, nor can one that is unjust, if he were bold enough to attempt it, pass over it. This is the discourse concerning Hades, wherein the souls of all men are confined until a proper season, which God hath determined, when he will make a resurrection of all men from the dead, not procuring a transmigration of souls from one body to another, but raising again those very bodies, which you Greeks, seeing to be dissolved, do not believe the resurrection. But learn not to disbelieve. For while you believe that the soul is created, and yet is made immortal by God, according to the doctrine of Plato, and this in time, be not incredulous, but believe that God is able, when he hath raised to life that body which was made as a compound of the same elements, to make it immortal. For it must never be said of God that he is able to do some things and unable to do others. We have therefore believed that the body will be raised again, for although it be dissolved, it is not perished, for the earth receives its remains, and preserves them, and while they are like seed, and are mixed among the more fruitful soil, they flourish, and what is sown has indeed sown bare grain, but at the mighty sound of God the Creator, it will sprout up, and be raised in a clothed and glorious condition, though not before it has been dissolved and mixed with the earth. So that we have not rashly believed the resurrection of the body, for although it be dissolved for a time on account of the original transgression, it exists still, and is cast into the earth, as into a potter's furnace, in order to be formed again, not in order to rise again such as it was before, but in a state of purity, and so as never to be destroyed any more. And to every body shall its own soul be restored. And when it hath clothed itself with that body, it will not be subject to misery, but being itself pure, it will continue with its pure body, and rejoice with it, with which it having walked righteously now in this world, and never having it as a snare, it will receive it again with great gladness. But as for the unjust, they will receive their bodies not changed, not freed from diseases or distempers, nor made glorious, but with the same diseases wherein they died, and such as they were in unbelief, the same shall they be when they shall be faithfully judged. For all men, the just as well as the unjust, shall be brought before God the Word, for to him hath the Father committed all judgment, and he, in order to fulfill the will of his Father, shall come as judge, whom we call Christ. For Minos and Rhadamanthus are not the judges, as you Greeks do suppose, but he whom God and the Father hath glorified, concerning whom we have elsewhere given a more particular account for the sake of those who seek after truth. This person, exercising the righteous judgment of the Father towards all men, hath prepared a just sentence for every one according to his works, at whose judgment seat, when all men and angels and demons shall stand, they will send forth one voice and say, Just is thy judgment, the rejoinder to which will bring a just sentence upon both parties, by giving justly to those who have done well, and everlasting fruition, but allotting to the lovers of wicked work eternal punishment. To these belong the unquenchable fire, and that without end, and a certain fiery worm never dying, and not destroying the body, but continuing its eruption out of the body with never ceasing grief. Neither will sleep give ease to these men, nor will the night afford them comfort. Death will not free them from their punishment, nor will the interceding prayers of their kindred profit them. For the just are no longer seen by them, nor are they thought worthy of remembrance. But the just shall remember only their righteous actions, whereby they have attained the heavenly kingdom, in which there is no sleep, no sorrow, no corruption, no care, no night, no day measured by time, no sun driven in his course along the circle of heaven by necessity, and measuring out the bounds and conversions of the seasons, for the better illumination of the life of men. No moon, decreasing and increasing, or introducing a variety of seasons, nor will she then moisten the earth, no burning sun, no bear turning round the pole, no orient to rise, no wandering of innumerable stars. The earth will not then be difficult to be passed over, nor will it be hard to find out the court of paradise, nor will there be any fearful roaring of the sea, forbidding the passengers to walk on it. Even that will be made easily passable to the just, though it will not be void of moisture. Heaven will not then be uninhabitable by men, and it will not be impossible to discover the way of ascending thither. The earth will not then be uncultivated, nor require too much labor of men, but will bring forth its fruits of its own accord, and will be well adorned with them. There will be no more generations of wild beasts, nor will the substance of the rest of the animals shoot out any more, for it will not produce men, but the number of the righteous will continue, and never fail, together with righteous angels and spirits of God, and with his word, as a choir of righteous men and women that never grow old, and continue in an incorruptible state, singing hymns to God, who hath advanced them to that happiness by the means of a regular institution of life, with whom the whole creation also will lift up a perpetual hymn from corruption to incorruption, as glorified by a splendid and pure spirit. It will not then be restrained by a bond of necessity, but with a lively freedom shall offer up a voluntary hymn, and shall praise him that made them, together with the angels and spirits and men, now freed from all bondage. And now, if you Gentiles will be persuaded by these motives, and leave your vain imaginations about your pedigrees, and gaining of riches, and philosophy, and will not spend your time about subtleties of words, and thereby lead your minds into error, and if you will apply your ears to the hearing of the inspired prophets, the interpreters both of God and of his word, and will believe in God, you shall both be partakers of these things, and obtain the good things that are to come. You shall see the ascent into the immense heaven plainly, and that kingdom which is there. For what God hath now concealed in silence will be then made manifest. What neither eye hath seen, nor ear hath heard, nor hath it entered into the heart of men, the things that God hath prepared for them that love him. In whatsoever ways I shall find you, in them shall I judge you entirely. So cries the end of all things. And he who hath at first lived a virtuous life, but towards the latter end falls into vice, these labours by him before endured shall be altogether vain and unprofitable, even as in a plague brought to an ill catastrophe. Whosoever shall have lived wickedly and luxuriously may repent. However, there will be need of much time to conquer an evil habit, and after repentance his whole life must be guarded with great care and diligence, after the manner of a body, which, after it had been a long time afflicted with a distemper, requires a stricter diet and method of living. For though it may be possible, perhaps, to break off the chain of our irregular affections at once, yet our amendment cannot be secured without the grace of God, the prayers of good men, the help of the brethren, and our own sincere repentance and constant care. It is a good thing not to sin at all. It is also good, having sinned, to repent, as it is best to have health always, but it is a good thing to recover from a distemper. To God be glory and dominion for ever and ever. Amen. End of an extract out of Josephus's Discourse to the Greeks concerning Hades.
Part 1 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Part 1. The family from which I am derived is not an ignoble one, but hath descended all along from the priests, and as nobility among several people is of a different origin, so with us to be of the sacerdotal dignity is an indication of the splendour of a family. Now, I am not only sprung from a sacerdotal family in general, but from the first of the 24 courses, and as among us there is not only a considerable difference between one family of each course and another, I am of the chief family of that first course also. Nay, further, by my mother I am of the royal blood, for the children of Asamoneus, from whom that family was derived, had both the office of the high priesthood and the dignity of a king, for a long time together. I will accordingly set down my progenitors in order. My grandfather's father was named Simon, with the addition of Psellus. He lived at the same time with that son of Simon the high priest, who first of all the high priests was named Hyrcanus. This Simon Psellus had 9 sons, one of whom was Matthias, called Ephlias. He married the daughter of Jonathan the high priest, which Jonathan was the first of the sons of Asamoneus, who was high priest, and was the brother of Simon the high priest also. This Matthias had a son called Matthias Curtus, and that in the first year of the government of Hyrcanus. His son's name was Joseph, born in the 9th year of the reign of Alexandra. His son Matthias was born in the 10th year of the reign of Archelaus, as I was born to Matthias in the 1st year of the reign of Caius Caesar. I have 3 sons. Hyrcanus, the eldest, was born in the 4th year of the reign of Vespasian, as was Justus born in the 7th, and Agrippa in the 9th. Thus have I set down the genealogy of my family as I have found it described in the public records, and so bid adieu to those who calumniate me as of a lower original. Now my father Matthias was not only eminent on account of his nobility, but had a higher commendation on account of his righteousness, and was in great reputation in Jerusalem, the greatest city we have. I was myself brought up with my brother, whose name was Matthias, for he was my own brother by both father and mother, and I made mighty proficiency in the improvements of my learning, and appeared to have both a great memory and understanding. Moreover, when I was a child and about 14 years of age, I was commended by all for the love I had to learning, on which account the high priests and principal men of the city came then frequently to me together, in order to know my opinion about the accurate understanding of points of the law. And when I was about 16 years old, I had a mind to make trim of the several sects that were among us. These sects are 3. The first is that of the Pharisees, the second that Sadducees, and the third that of the Essenes, as we have frequently told you. For I thought that by this means I might choose the best, if I were once acquainted with them all. So I contented myself with hard fare, and underwent great difficulties, and went through them all. Nor did I content myself with these trials only, but when I was informed that one, whose name was Bannus, lived in the desert and used no other clothing than grew upon trees, and had no other food than what grew of its own accord, and bathed himself in cold water frequently, both by night and by day, in order to preserve his chastity, I imitated him in those things, and continued with him 3 years. So when I had accomplished my desires, I returned back to the city, being now 19 years old, and began to conduct myself according to the rules of the sect of the Pharisees, which is of kin to the sect of the Stoics, as the Greeks call them. But when I was in the 26th year of my age, it happened that I took a voyage to Rome, and this on the occasion which I shall now describe. At the time when Felix was procurator of Judea, there were certain priests of my acquaintance, and very excellent persons they were, whom on a small and trifling occasion he had put into bonds, and sent to Rome to plead their cause before Caesar. These I was desirous to procure deliverance for, and that especially because I was informed that they were not unmindful of piety towards God, even under their affliction, but supported themselves with figs and nuts. Accordingly I came to Rome, though it were through a great number of hazards by sea, for as our ship was drowned in the Adriatic Sea, we that were in it, being about 600 in number, swam for our lives all the night, when upon the first appearance of the day, and upon our sight of a ship of Cyrene, I and some others, 80 in all, by God's providence, prevented the rest, and were taken up into the other ship. And when I had thus escaped, and was come to Diakia, which the Italians call Puteoli, I became acquainted with Aliturius, an actor of plays, and much beloved by Nero, but a Jew by birth, and through his interest became known to Poppaea, Caesar's wife, and took care, as soon as possible, to entreat her to procure that the priests might be set at liberty. And when, besides this favour, I had obtained many presents from Poppaea, I returned home again. And now I perceived innovations were already begun, and that there were a great many very much elevated in hopes of a revolt from the Romans, I therefore endeavoured to put a stop to these tumultuous persons, and persuaded them to change their minds, and laid before their eyes against whom it was that they were going to fight, and told them that they were inferior to the Romans, not only in martial skill, but also in good fortune, and desired them not rashly, and after the most foolish manner, to bring on the dangers of the most terrible mischiefs upon their country, upon their families, and upon themselves. And this I said with vehement exhortation, because I foresaw that the end of such a war would be most unfortunate to us. But I could not persuade them, for the madness of desperate men was quite too hard for me. I was then afraid, lest by inculcating these things so often, I should incur their hatred and their suspicions, as if I were of our enemy's party, and should run into the danger of being seized by them and slain, since they were already possessed of Antonia, which was the citadel. So I retired into the inner court of the temple. Yet did I go out of the temple again, after Manahem and the principal of the band of robbers were put to death, when I abode among the high priests and the chief of the Pharisees. But no small fear seized upon us when we saw the people in arms, while we ourselves knew not what we should do, and were not able to restrain the seditious. However, as the danger was directly upon us, we pretended that we were of the same opinion with them, but only advised them to be quiet for the present, and to let the enemy go away, still hoping that Gessius, Florus, would not be long ere he came, and that with great forces, and so put an end to these seditious proceedings. But upon his coming and fighting, he was beaten, and a great many of those that were with him fell. And this disgrace which Gessius with Cassius received became the calamity of our whole nation, for those that were fond of the war were so far elevated with this success, that they had hopes of finally conquering the Romans. Of which war another occasion was ministered, which was this: those that dwelt in the neighbouring cities of Syria seized upon such Jews as dwelt among them, with their wives and children, and slew them, when they had not the least occasion of complaint against them, for they did neither attempt any innovation or revolt from the Romans, nor had they given any marks of hatred or treacherous designs towards the Syrians. But what was done by the inhabitants of Scythopolis was the most impious and most highly criminal of all. For when the Jews their enemies came upon them from without, they forced the Jews that were among them to bear arms against their own countrymen, which it is unlawful for us to do, and when by their assistance they had joined battle with those who attacked them, and had beaten them, after that victory they forgot the assurances they had given these their fellow citizens and confederates, and slew them all, being in number many 10,000s. 13,000. The like miseries were undergone by those Jews that were the inhabitants of Damascus. But we have given a more accurate account of these things in the books of the Jewish war. I only mention them now, because I would demonstrate to my readers that the Jews' war with the Romans was not voluntary, but that, for the main, they were forced by necessity to enter into it. So when Gessius had been beaten, as we have said already, the principal men of Jerusalem, seeing that the robbers and innovators had arms in great plenty, and fearing lest they, while they were unprovided of arms, should be in subjection to their enemies, which also came to be the case afterward, and being informed that all Galilee had not yet revolted from the Romans, but that some part of it was still quiet, they sent me and 2 others of the priests, who were men of excellent characters, Joazar and Judas, in order to persuade the ill men there to lay down their arms and teach them this lesson, that it were better to have those arms reserved for the most courageous men that the nation had, than to be kept there, for that it had been resolved, that those our best men should always have their arms ready against futurity, but still so, that they should wait to see what the Romans would do. When I had therefore received these instructions, I came into Galilee and found the people of Sepphoris in no small agony about their country, by reason that the Galileans had resolved to plunder it, on account of the friendship they had with the Romans, and because they had given their right hand, and made a league with Cestius Gallus, the president of Syria. But I delivered them all out of the fear they were in, and persuaded the multitude to deal kindly with them, and permitted them to send to those that were their own hostages with Gessus to Dora, which is a city of Phoenicia, as often as they pleased, though I still found the inhabitants of Tiberias ready to take arms, and that on the occasion following. There were 3 factions in this city. The first was composed of men of worth and gravity. Of these Julius Capellus was the head. Now he, as well as all his companions, Herod the son of Miarus, and Herod the son of Gammalus, and Compsus the son of Compsus. For as to Compsus's brother Crispus, who had once been governor of the city under the great king Agrippa, he was beyond Jordan in his own possessions. All these persons before named gave their advice, that the city should then continue in their allegiance to the Romans and to the king. But Pistus, who was guided by his son Justus, did not acquiesce in that resolution, otherwise he was himself naturally of a good and virtuous character. But the second faction was composed of the most ignoble persons, and was determined for war. But as for Justus, the son of Pistus, who was the head of the third faction, although he pretended to be doubtful about going to war, yet was he really desirous of innovation, as supposing that he should gain power to himself by the change of affairs. He therefore came into the midst of them, and endeavoured to inform the multitude that the city Tiberias had ever been a city of Galilee, and that in the days of Herod the Tetrarch, who had built it, it had obtained the principal place, and that he had ordered that the city Sepphoris should be subordinate to the city Tiberias, that they had not lost this preeminence even under Agrippa the father, but had retained it until Felix was procurator of Judea. But he told them, that now they had been so unfortunate as to be made a present by Nero to Agrippa junior, and that, upon Sepphoris's submission of itself to the Romans, that was become the capital city of Galilee, and that the royal library and the archives were now removed from them. When he had spoken these things, and a great many more against King Agrippa, in order to provoke the people to a revolt, he added that this was the time for them to take arms, and join with the Galileans as their confederates, whom they might command, and who would now willingly assist them, out of the hatred they bear to the people of Sepphoris, because they preserved their fidelity to the Romans, and to gather a great number of forces in order to punish them. And as he said this, he exhorted the multitude to go to war, for his abilities lay in making harangues to the people, and in being too hard in his speeches for such as opposed him, though they advised what was more to their advantage, and this by his craftiness and fallacies, for he was not unskilful in the learning of the Greeks, and in dependence on that skill it was that he undertook to write a history of these affairs, as aiming, by this way of haranguing, to disguise the truth. But as to this man, and how ill were his character and conduct of life, and how he and his brother were in great measure the authors of our destruction, I shall give the reader an account in the progress of my narration. So when Justus had by his persuasion prevailed with the citizens of Tiberias to take arms, nay, and had forced a great many so to do against their wills, he went out, and set the villages that belonged to Gadara and Hippos on fire, which villages were situated on the border of Tiberias, and of the region of Scythopolis. And this was the state Tiberias was now in. But as for Giscala, its affairs were thus. When John, the son of Levi, saw some of the citizens much elevated upon their revolt from the Romans, he laboured to restrain them, and entreated them that would keep their allegiance to them. But he could not gain his purpose, although he did his endeavours to the utmost, for the neighbouring people of Gadara, Gabara, and Sogana, with the Tyrians, got together a great army and fell upon Giscala, and took Giscala by force, and set it on fire, and when they had entirely demolished it, they returned home. Upon which John was so enraged that he armed all his men, and joined battle with the people forementioned, and rebuilt Giscala after a manner better than before, and fortified it with his walls for its future security. End of Part 1.
Part 2 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by MaryAnn. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Part 2. 11. But Gamala persevered in his allegiance to the Romans, for the reason following. Philip, the son of Jacomus, who was their governor under King Agrippa, had been unexpectedly preserved when the royal palace at Jerusalem had been besieged, but, as he fled away, had fallen into another danger, and that was, of being killed by Menahem and the robbers that were with him. But certain Babylonians, who were of his kindred, and were then in Jerusalem, hindered the robbers from executing their design. So Philip stayed there 4 days, and fled away on the 5th, having disguised himself with fictitious hair, that he might not be discovered. And when he was come to one of the villages to him belonging, but one that was situated at the borders of the citadel of Gamala, he sent to some of those that were under him, and commanded them to come to him. But God himself hindered that his intention, and this for his own advantage also, for had it not happened so, he had certainly perished. For a fever having seized upon him immediately, he wrote to Agrippa and Bernice, and gave them to one of his freedmen to carry them to Varus, who, at this time, was procurator of the kingdom, which the king and his sister had entrusted him withal, while they were gone to Berytus with an intention of meeting Gessius. When Varus had received these letters of Philip, and had learned that he was preserved, he was very uneasy at it, as supposing that he should appear useless to the king and his sister, now Philip was come. He therefore produced the carrier of the letters before the multitude, and accused him of forging the same, and said that he spake falsely when he related that Philip was at Jerusalem, fighting among the Jews against the Romans. So he slew him. And when this freedman of Philip did not return again, Philip was doubtful what should be the occasion of his stay, and sent a second messenger with letters, that he might, upon his return, inform him what had befallen the other that had been sent before, and why he tarried so long. Varus accused this messenger also, when he came, of telling a falsehood, and slew him. For he was puffed up by the Syrians that were at Caesarea, and had great expectations. For they said that Agrippa would be slain by the Romans for the crimes which the Jews had committed, and that he should himself take the government, as derived from their kings. For Varus was, by confession of all, of the royal family, as being a descendant of Sohamus, who had enjoyed a tetrarchy about Libanus, for which reason it was that he was puffed up, and kept the letters to himself. He contrived, also, that the king should not meet with those writings, by guarding all the passes, lest any one should escape, and inform the king what had been done. He moreover slew many of the Jews, in order to gratify the Syrians of Caesarea. He had a mind also to join with the Trachonites in Batanea, and to take up arms and make an assault upon the Babylonian Jews that were at Ecbatana, for that was the name they went by. He therefore called to him 12 of the Jews of Caesarea, of the best character, and ordered them to go to Ecbatana, and inform their countrymen who dwelt there, that Varus hath heard that you intend to march against the king, but, not believing that report, he had sent us to persuade you to lay down your arms, and that this compliance will be a sign that he did well not to give credit to those that raised the reports concerning you. He also enjoined them to send 70 of their principal men to make a defense for them as to the accusation laid against them. So when the 12 messengers came to their countrymen at Ecbatana, and found that they had no designs of innovation at all, they persuaded them to send the 70 men also, who, not at all suspecting what would come, sent them accordingly. So these 70 men went down to Caesarea, together with the 12 ambassadors, where Varus met them with the king's forces, and slew them all, together with the 12 ambassadors, and made an expedition against the Jews of Ecbatana. But one there was of the 70 who escaped, and made haste to inform the Jews of their coming, upon which they took their arms, with their wives and children, and retired to the citadel at Gamala, leaving their own villages full of all sorts of good things, and having many 10,000s of cattle therein. When Philip was informed of these things, he also came to the citadel of Gamala. And when he was come, the multitude cried aloud, and desired him to resume the government, and to make an expedition against Varus, and the Syrians of Caesarea, for it was reported that they had slain the king. But Philip restrained their zeal, and put them in mind of the benefits the king had bestowed upon them, and told them how powerful the Romans were, and said it was not for their advantage to make war with them, and at length he prevailed with them. But now, when the king was acquainted with Varus's design, which was to cut off the Jews of Caesarea, being many 10,000s, with their wives and children, and all in one day, he called to him Equiculus Modius, and sent him to be Varus's successor, as we have elsewhere related. But still Philip kept possession of the citadel of Gamala, and of the country adjoining to it, which thereby continued in their allegiance to the Romans. 12. Now, as soon as I was come into Galilee, and had learned this state of things by the information of such as told me of them, I wrote to the Sanhedrim at Jerusalem about them, and required their direction what I should do. Their direction was, that I should continue there, and that, if my fellow legatees were willing, I should join with them in the care of Galilee. But those of my fellow legatees, having gotten great riches from those tithes, which as priests were their dues, and were given to them, determined to return to their own country. Yet when I desired them to stay so long that we might first settle the public affairs, they complied with me. So I removed, together with them, from the city of Sepphoris, and came to a certain Tiberias, and desired that the principal men of the city would come to me. And when they were come, Justus himself being also with them, I told them that I was sent to them by the people of Jerusalem as a legatee, together with these other priests, in order to persuade them to demolish that house which Herod the Tetrarch had built there, and which had the figures of living creatures in it, although our laws have forbidden us to make any such figures. And I desired that they would give us leave to do so immediately. But for a good while Capellus and the principal men belonging to the city would not give us leave, but were at length entirely overcome by us, and were induced to be of our opinion. So Jesus, the son of Saphias, one of those whom we have already mentioned as the leader of the seditious tumult of mariners and poor people, prevented us, and took with him certain Galileans, and set the entire palace on fire, and thought he should get a great deal of money thereby, because he saw some of the roofs gilt with gold. They also plundered a great deal of the furniture, which was done without our approbation. For after we had discoursed with Capellus and the principal men of the city, we departed from Bethmaas, and went to the upper Galilee. But Jesus and his party slew all the Greeks that were inhabitants of Tiberias, and as many others as were their enemies before the war began. 13. When I understood this state of things, I was greatly provoked, and went down to Tiberias, and took all the care I could of the royal furniture, to recover all that could be recovered from such as had plundered it. They consisted of candlesticks made of Corinthian brass, and of royal tables, and of a great quantity of uncoined silver. And I resolved to preserve whatsoever came to my hand for the king. So I sent for 10 of the principal men of the senate, and for Capellus, the son of Antyllus, and committed the furniture to them with this charge, that they should part with it to nobody else but to myself. From thence I and my fellow legatees went to Gilchala, to John, as desirous to know his intentions, and soon saw that he was for innovations, and had a mind to the principality. For he desired me to give him authority to carry off that corn which belonged to Caesar, and lay in the villages of Upper Galilee. And he pretended that he would expend what it came to in building the walls of his own city. But when I perceived what he endeavoured at, and what he had in his mind, I said I would not permit him to do so, for that I thought either to keep it for the Romans or for myself, now I was entrusted with the public affairs there by the people of Jerusalem. But when he was not able to prevail with me, he betook himself to my fellow legatees, for they had no sagacity in providing for futurity, and were very ready to take bribes. So he corrupted them with money to decree that all that corn which was within his province should be delivered to him, while I, who was but one, was outvoted by two, and held my tongue. Then did John introduce another cunning contrivance of his. For he said that those Jews who inhabited Caesarea Philippi, and were shut up by the order of the king's deputy there, had sent to him to desire him that, since they had no oil that was pure for their use, he would provide a sufficient quantity of such oil for them, lest they should be forced to make use of oil that came from the Greeks, and thereby transgress their own laws. Now this was said by John, not out of his regard to religion, but out of his most flagrant desire of gain, for he knew that 2 sextaries were sold with them of Caesarea for 1 drachma, but that at Gischala 80 sextaxes were sold for 4 sextaries. So he gave order that all the oil which was there should be carried away, as having my permission for so doing, which yet I did not grant him voluntarily, but only out of fear of the multitude, since, if I had forbidden him, I should have been stoned by them. When I had therefore permitted this to be done by John, he gained vast sums of money by this his knavery. 14. But when I had dismissed my fellow legatees and sent them back to Jerusalem, I took care to have arms provided, and the cities fortified. And when I had sent for the most hardy among the robbers, I saw that it was not in my power to take their arms from them, but I persuaded the multitude to allow them money as pay, and told them it was better for them to give them a little willingly, rather than to be forced to overlook them when they plundered their goods from them. And when I had obliged them to take an oath not to come into that country unless they were invited to come, or else when they had not had their pay given them, I dismissed them, and charged them neither to make an expedition against the Romans, nor against those their neighbours that lay round about them, for my first care was to keep Galilee in peace. So I was willing to have the principal of the Galileans, in all 70, as hostages for their fidelity, but still under the notion of friendship. Accordingly, I made them my friends and companions as I journeyed, and set them to judge causes, and with their approbation it was that I gave my sentences, while I endeavoured not to mistake what justice required, and to keep my hands clear of all bribery in those determinations. 15. I was now about the 30th year of my age, in which time of life it is a hard thing for any one to escape the calumnies of the envious, although he restrain himself from fulfilling all unlawful desires, especially where a person is in great authority. Yet did I preserve every woman free from injuries, and as to what presents were offered me, I despised them, as not standing in need of them. Nor indeed would I take those tithes, which were due to me as a priest, from those that brought them. Yet do I confess that I took part of the spoils of those Syrians who inhabited the cities that adjoined to us, when I had conquered them, and that I sent them to my kindred at Jerusalem, although, when twice I took Sepphoris by force, and Tiberias 4 times, and Gadara once, and when I had subdued and taken John, who often laid treacherous snares for me, I did not punish with death either him or any of the people forenamed, as the progress of this discourse will show. And on this account, I suppose, it was that God, who is never unacquainted with those who do as they ought to do, delivered me still out of the hands of these my enemies, and afterwards preserved me when I fell into those many dangers which I shall relate hereafter. 16. Now the multitude of the Galileans had that great kindness for me, and fidelity to me, that when their cities were taken by force, and their wives and children carried into slavery, they did not so deeply lament for their own calamities, as they were solicitous for my preservation. But when John saw this, he envied me, and wrote to me, desiring that I would give him leave to come down and make use of the hot baths of Tiberias for the recovery of the health of his body. Accordingly, I did not hinder him, as having no suspicion of any wicked designs of his. And I wrote to those to whom I had committed the administration of the affairs of Tiberias by name, that they should provide a lodging for John, and for such as should come with him, and should procure him what necessaries soever he should stand in need of. Now at this time my abode was in a village of Galilee, which is named Cans. 17. But when John was come to the city of Tiberias, he persuaded the men to revolt from their fidelity to me, and to adhere to him. And many of them gladly received that invitation of his, as ever fond of innovations, and by nature disposed to changes, and delighting in seditions. But they were chiefly Justus and his father Pistus, that were earnest for their revolt from me, and their adherence to John. But I came upon them, and prevented them. For a messenger had come to me from Silas, whom I had made governor of Tiberias, as I have said already, and had told me of the inclinations of the people of Tiberias, and advised me to make haste thither, for that, if I made any delay, the city would come under another's jurisdiction. Upon the receipt of this letter of Silas, I took 200 men along with me, and travelled all night, having sent before a messenger to let the people of Tiberias know that I was coming to them. When I came near the city, which was early in the morning, the multitude came out to meet me, and John came with them, and saluted me, but in a most disturbing manner, as being afraid that my coming was to call him to an account for what I was now sensible he was doing. So he, in great haste, went to his lodging. But when I was in the open place of the city, having dismissed the guards I had about me, excepting one, and 10 armed men that were with him, I attempted to make a speech to the multitude of the people of Tiberias. And, standing on a certain elevated place, I entreated them not to be so hasty in their revolt, for that such a change in their behaviour would be to their reproach, and that they would then justify to be suspected by those that should be their governors hereafter, as if they were not likely to be faithful to them neither. 18. But before I had spoken all I designed, I heard one of my own domestics bidding me come down, for that it was not a proper time to take care of retaining the good will of the people of Tiberias, but to provide for my own safety, and escape my enemies there. For John had chosen the most trusty of those armed men that were about him out of those 1,000 that he had with him, and had given them orders when he sent them to kill me, having learned that I was alone, excepting some of my domestics. So those that were sent came as they were ordered, and they had executed what they came about, had I not leaped down from the elevation I stood on, and with one of my guards, whose name was James, been carried out of the crowd upon the back of one Herod of Tiberias, and guided by him down to the lake, where I seized a ship and got into it, and escaped my enemies unexpectedly, and came to TriciaG. End of Part 2.
Part 3 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Part 3. Now, as soon as the inhabitants of that city understood the perfidiousness of the people of Tiberias, they were greatly provoked at them. So they snatched up their arms and desired me to be their leader against them. For they said they would avenge their commander's cause upon them, They also carried the report of what had been done to me to all the Galileans, and eagerly endeavored to irritate them against the people of Tiberias, and desired that vast numbers of them would get together and come to them, that they might act in concert with their commander what should be determined as fit to be done. Accordingly, the Galileans came to me in great numbers from all parts with their weapons, and besought me to assault Tiberias, to take it by force, and to demolish it, till it lay even with the ground, and then to make slaves of its inhabitants, with their wives and children. Those that were Josephus's friends also, and had escaped out of Tiberias, gave him the same advice. But I did not comply with them, thinking it a terrible thing to begin a civil war among them. For I thought that this contention ought not to proceed further than words. Nay, I told them that it was not for their own advantage to do what they would have me to do, while the Romans expected no other than that we should destroy one another by our own mutual seditions. And by saying this, I put a stop to the anger of the Galileans. But now John was afraid for himself, since his treachery had proved unsuccessful. So he took the armed men that were about him and removed from Tiberias to Gischala, and wrote to me to apologize for himself concerning what had been done, as if it had been done without his approbation, and desired me to have no suspicion of him to his disadvantage. He also added oaths and certain horrible curses upon himself, and supposed he should be thereby believed in the points he wrote about to me. But now another great number of the Galileans came together again with their weapons, as knowing the man, how wicked and how sadly perjured he was, and desired me to lead them against him, and promised me that they would utterly both him and Gischala. Hereupon I professed that I was obliged to them for their readiness to serve me, and that I would more than requite their goodwill to me. However, I entreated them to restrain themselves, and begged of them to give me leave to do what I intended, which was to put an end to these troubles without bloodshed. And when I had prevailed with the multitude of the Galileans to let me do so, I came to Sepphoris. But the inhabitants of this city, having determined to continue in their allegiance to the Romans, were afraid of my coming to them, and tried, by putting me upon another action, to divert me, that they might be freed from the terror they were in. Accordingly, they sent to Jesus, the captain of those robbers who were in the confines of Ptolemais, and promised to give him a great deal of money if he would come with those forces he had with him, which were in number 800, and fight with us. Accordingly he complied with what they desired upon the promises they had made him, and was desirous to fall upon us when we were unprepared for him, and knew nothing of his coming beforehand. So he sent to me, and desired that I would give him leave to come and salute me. When I had given him that leave, which I did without the least knowledge of his treacherous intentions beforehand, he took his band of robbers and made haste to come to me. Yet Did not this his knavery succeed well at last? For as he was already nearly approaching, one of those with him deserted him and came to me and told me what he had undertaken to do. When I was informed of this, I went to the marketplace and pretended to know nothing of his treacherous purpose. I took with me many Galileans that were armed, as also some of those of Tiberias. And when I had given orders that all the roads should be carefully guarded, I charged the keepers of the gates to give admittance to none but Jesus when he came, with the principal of his men, and to exclude the rest, and in case they aimed to force themselves in, to use stripes in order to repel them. Accordingly, those that had received such a charge did as they were bidden. And Jesus came in with a few others. And when I had ordered him to throw down his arms immediately, and told him that if he refused so to do, he was a dead man, he, seeing armed men standing all around about him, was terrified and complied. And as for those of his followers that were excluded, when they were informed that he was seized, they ran away. I then called Jesus to me by himself, and told him that I was not a stranger to that treacherous design he had against me, nor was I ignorant by whom he was sent for, that, however, I would forgive him what he had done already if he would repent of it, and be faithful to me hereafter. And thus, upon his promise to do all that I desired, I let him go, and gave him leave to get those whom he had formerly had with him together again. But I threatened the inhabitants of Sepphoris, that if they would not leave off their ungrateful treatment of me, I would punish them sufficiently. At this time it was that two great men, who were under the jurisdiction of the king Agrippa, came to me out of the region of Trachonius, bringing their horses and their arms, and carrying with them their money also. And when the Jews would force them to be circumcised if they would stay among them, I would not permit them to have any force put upon them, but said to them, every one ought to worship God according to his own inclinations, and not to be constrained by force, and that these men who had fled to us for protection ought not to be so treated as to repent of their coming hither. And when I had pacified the multitude, I provided for the men that were come to us whatsoever it was they wanted, according to their usual way of living, and that in great plenty also. Now King Agrippa sent an army to make themselves masters of the citadel of Gamala, and over it Aquilius Modius. But the forces that were sent were not allowed to encompass the citadel quite round, but lay before it in the open places, and besieged it. But when Ebutius, the decurion, who was entrusted with the government of the great plain, heard that I was at Simonias, a village situated in the confines of Galilee, and was distant from him 60 furlongs, he took 100 horsemen that were with him by night, and a certain number of footmen, about 200, and brought the inhabitants of the city Gibeah along with him as auxiliaries, and marched in the night, and came to the village where I abode. Upon this I pitched my camp over against him, which had a great number of forces in it. But Ebutius tried to draw us down into the plain, as greatly depending upon his horsemen, but we would not come down, For when I was satisfied of the advantage that his horse would have if we came down into the plain, while we were all footmen, I resolved to join battle with the enemy where I was. Now Ebutius and his party made a courageous opposition for some time, but when he saw that his horse were useless to him in that place, he retired back to the city Gibeah, having lost 3 of his men in the fight. So I followed him directly with 2,000 armed men, and when I was at the city Besara, that lay in the confines of Ptolemais, but 20 furlongs from Gibeah, where Ebutius abode, I placed my armed men on the outside of the village, and gave orders that they should guard the passes with great care, that the enemy might not disturb us until we should have carried off the corn, a great quantity of which lay there. It belonged to Bernice the queen, and had gone gathered together out of the neighboring villages into Besara. So I loaded my camels and asses, a great number of which I had brought along with me, and sent the corn into Galilee. When I had done this, I offered Ebutius battle. But when he would not accept of the offer, for he was terrified at our readiness and courage, I altered my route and marched towards Neapolitanus, because I had heard that the country about Tiberias was laid waste by him. This Neapolitanus was captain of a troop of horse, and had the custody of Scythopolis entrusted to his care by the enemy. And when I had hindered him from doing any further mischief to Tiberias, I set myself to make provision for the affairs of Galilee. But when John, the son of Levi, who, as we before told you, abode at Gischala, was informed how all things had succeeded to my mind, and that I was much in favor with those that were under me, as also that the enemy were greatly afraid of me, he was not pleased with it, as thinking my prosperity tended to his ruin. So he took up a bitter envy and enmity against me, and hoping that if he could inflame those that were under me to hate me, he should put an end to the prosperity I was in, he tried to persuade the inhabitants of Tiberias and Sephora, and for those of Gabara he supposed they would be also of the same mind with the others, which were the greatest cities of Galilee, to revolt from their subjection to me, and to be of his party, and told them that he would command them better than I. As for the people of Sepphoris, who belonged to neither of us, because they had chosen to be in subjection to the Romans, they did not comply with his proposal. And for those of Tiberias, they did not intend so far comply as to make a revolt from under me, but they agreed to be his friends, while the inhabitants of Gabara did go over to John. And it was Simon that persuaded them so to do, one who was both the principal man in the city and a particular friend and companion of John. It is true, these did not openly own the making a revolt, because they were in great fear of the Galileans, and had frequent experience of the goodwill they bore to me. Yet did they privately watch for a proper opportunity to lay snares for me. And indeed I thereby came into the greatest danger on the occasion following. There were some bold young men of the village of Debarita, who observed that the wife of Ptolemy the Jew as we before told you, abode at Gischala, was informed how all things had succeeded to my mind, and that I was much in favor with those that were under me, as also that the enemy were greatly afraid of me, he was not pleased with it, as thinking my prosperity tended to his ruin. So he took up a bitter envy and enmity against me, and hoping that if he could inflame those that were under me to hate me, he should put an end to the prosperity I was in. He tried to persuade the inhabitants of Tiberias and Sephora, and for those of Gabara, he supposed they would be also of the same mind with the others, which were the greatest cities of Galilee, to revolt from their subjection to me, and to be of his party, and told them that he would command them better than I. As for the people of Sepphoris, who belonged to neither of us, because they had chosen to be in subjection to the Romans, they did not comply with his proposal. And for those of Tiberias, they did not intend so far comply as to make a revolt from under me, but they agreed to be his friends, while the inhabitants of Gabara did go over to John. And it was Simon that persuaded them so to do, one who was both the principal man in the city and a particular friend and companion of John. It is true, these did not openly own the making a revolt, because they were in great fear of the Galileans, and had frequent experience of the goodwill they bore to me. Yet did they privately watch for a proper opportunity to lay snares for me. And indeed I thereby came into the greatest danger on the occasion following. There were some bold young men of the village of Debarita, who observed that the wife of Ptolemy, the king's procurator, was to make a progress over the great plain with a mighty attendance, and with some horsemen that followed as a guard to them, and this out of a country that was subject to the king and queen, into the jurisdiction of the Romans, and fell upon them on a sudden, and obliged the wife of Ptolemy to fly away, and plundered all the carriages. They also came to me to Taricheses with 4 mules loaded of garments and other furniture, and the weight of the silver they brought was not small, and there were 500 pieces of gold also. Now I had a mind to preserve these spoils for Ptolemy, who was my countryman, and it is prohibited by our laws even to spoil our enemies. So I said to those that brought these spoils that they ought to be kept in order to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem with them when they came to be sold. But the young men took it very ill that they did not receive a part of those spoils for themselves, as they expected to have done. So they went among the villages in the neighborhood of Tiberias, and told the people that I was going to betray their country to the Romans, and that I used deceitful language to them when I said that what had been thus gotten by rapine should be kept for the rebuilding of the walls of the city of Jerusalem, although I had resolved to restore these spoils again to their former owner. And indeed they were herein not mistaken as to my intentions. For when I had gotten clear of them, I sent for 2 of the principal men, Dacian and Janeas, the son of Levi, persons that were among the chief friends of the king, and commanded them to take the furniture that had been plundered, and to send it to him. And I threatened that I would order them to be put to death by way of punishment if they discovered this my command to any other person. Now, when all Galilee was filled with this rumor that their country was about to be betrayed by me to the Romans, and when all men were exasperated against me and ready to bring me to punishment, the inhabitants of TriciaG did also themselves suppose that what the young men said was true, and persuaded my guards and armed men to leave me when I was asleep, and to come presently to the hippodrome in order there to take counsel against me, their commander. And when they had prevailed with them, and they were gotten together, they found there a great company assembled already, who all joined in one clamor to bring the man who was so wicked to them as to betray them to his due punishment. And it was Jesus, the son of Cephaeus, who principally set them on. He was ruler in Tiberias, a wicked man, and naturally disposed to make disturbances in matters of consequence. A seditious person he was indeed, and an innovator beyond everybody else. He then took the laws of Moses into his hands and came into the midst of the people and said, "O my fellow citizens, if you are not disposed to hate Josephus on your own account, have regard, however, to these laws of your country, which your commander-in-chief is going to betray. Hate him, therefore, on both these accounts, and bring the man who hath acted thus insolently to his deserved punishment." When he had said this, the multitude had openly applauded him for what he had said, and took some of the armed men, and made haste away to the house in which I lodged, as if he would kill me immediately, while I was wholly insensible of all till this disturbance happened, and by reason of the pains I had been taking was fallen fast asleep. But Simon, who was entrusted with the care of my body, and was the only person that stayed with me, and saw the violent incursion the citizens made upon me, awaked me, and told me of the danger I was in, and desired me to let him kill me, that I might die bravely and like a general before my enemies came in, and forced me to kill myself, or killed me themselves. Thus did he discourse to me, but I committed the care of my life to God, and made haste to go out to the multitude. Accordingly I put on a black garment, and hung my sword at my neck, and went by such a different way to the hippodrome, wherein I thought none of my adversaries would meet me. So I appeared among them on the sudden, and fell down flat on the earth, and bedewed the ground with my tears. Then I seemed to them all an object of compassion. And when I perceived the change that was made in the multitude, I tried to divide their opinions before the armed men should return from my house. So I granted them that I had been as wicked as they supposed me to be, but still I entreated them to let me first inform them for what use I had kept that money which arose from the plunder, and that they might then kill me if they pleased. And upon the multitude's ordering me to speak, the armed men came upon me, and when they saw me, they ran to kill me. But when the multitude bade them hold their hands, they complied, and expected that as soon as I should own to them that I kept the money for the king, it would be looked on as a confession of my treason, and they should then be allowed to kill me. End of part 3. Part 4 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Part 4. When therefore silence was made by the whole multitude, I spoke thus to them: O my countrymen, I refuse not to die, if justice so require. However, I am desirous to tell you the truth of this matter before I die. For as I know that this city of yours, TriciaG, was a city of great hospitality, and filled with abundance of such men as have left their own countries, and are come hither to be partakers of your fortune, whatever it be, I had a mind to build walls about it out of this money, for which you are so angry with me, while yet it was to be expended in building your own walls. Upon my saying this, the people of TriciaG and the strangers cried out that they gave me thanks, and desired me to be of good courage, although the Galileans and the people of Tiberias continued their wrath against me, insomuch that there arose a tumult among them, while some threatened to kill me, and some bade me not to regard them. But when I promised them that I would build them walls at Tiberias and at other cities that wanted them, they gave credit to what I promised, and returned every one to his own home. So I escaped the forementioned danger beyond all my hopes, and returned to my own house, accompanied with my friends and 20 armed men also. However, these robbers and other authors of this tumult, who were afraid on their own account lest I should punish them for what they had done, took 600 armed men and came to the house where I abode, in order to set it on fire. When this their insult was told me, I thought it indecent for me to run away, and I resolved to expose myself to danger, and to act with some boldness. So I gave order to shut the doors, and went up into an upper room, and desired that they would send in some of their men to receive the money from the spoils. For I told them they would then have no occasion to be angry with me. And when they had sent in one of the boldest of them all, I had him whipped severely, and I commanded that one of his hands should be cut off and hung about his neck. And in this case was he put out to those that sent him. At which procedure of mine they were greatly affrighted, and in no small consternation, and were afraid that they should themselves be served in like manner, if they stayed there. For they supposed that I had in the house more armed men than they had themselves. So they ran away immediately, while I, by the use of this stratagem, escaped this their second treacherous design against me. But there were still some that irritated the multitude against me, and said that those great men that belonged to the king ought not to be suffered to live, if they would not change their religion to the religion of those to whom they fled for safety. They spake reproachfully of them also, and said that they were wizards, and such as called in the Romans upon them. So the multitude was soon deluded by such plausible pretenses as were agreeable to their own inclinations, and were prevailed on by them. But when I was informed of this, I instructed the multitude again, that those who fled to them for refuge ought not to be persecuted. I also laughed at the allegation about witchcraft, and told them that the Romans would not maintain so many 10,000 soldiers if they could overcome their enemies by wizards. Upon my saying this, the people assented for a while, but they returned again afterwards, as irritated by some ill people against the great men. Nay, they once made an assault upon the house in which they dwelt at Tabisz, in order to kill them, which, when I was informed of, I was afraid lest so horrid a crime should take effect, and nobody else would make that city their refuge any more. I therefore came myself, and some others with me, to the house where these great men lived, and locked the doors, and had a trench drawn from their house leading to the lake, and sent for a ship, and embarked therein with them, and sailed to the confines of Hippos. I also paid them the value of their horses, nor in such a flight could I have their horses brought to them. I then dismissed them, and begged of them earnestly that they would courageously bear this distress which befell them. I was also myself greatly displeased that I was compelled to expose those that had fled to me to go again into an enemy's country. Yet did I think it more eligible that they should perish among the Romans, if it should so happen, than in the country that was under my jurisdiction. However, they escaped at length, and King Agrippa forgave them their offenses. And this was the conclusion of what concerned these men. But for the inhabitants of the city of Tiberias, they wrote to the king, and desired him to send them forces sufficient to be a guard to their country, for they were desirous to come over to him. This was what they wrote to him. But when I came to them, they desired me to build their walls, as I had promised them to do, for they had heard that the walls of Tabisz were already built. I agreed to their proposal accordingly, and when I had made preparation for the entire building, I gave order to the architects to go to work. But on the third day, when I was gone to Tabisz, which was 30 furlongs distant from Tiberias, it so fell out that some Roman horsemen were discovered on their march not far from the city, which made it to be supposed that the forces were come from the king, upon which they shouted and lifted up their voices in commendations of the king and in reproaches against me. Hereupon one came running to me and told me what their dispositions were, and that they had resolved to revolt from me. Upon hearing which news, I was very much alarmed, for I had already sent away my armed men from Tabisz to their own homes, because the next day was our Sabbath. For I would not have the people of Tabisz disturbed on that day by a multitude of soldiers. And indeed, whenever I sojourned at that city, I never took any particular care for a guard about my own body, because I had frequent instances of the fidelity its inhabitants bore to me. I had now about me no more than 7 armed men, besides some friends, and was doubtful what to do. For to send to recall my own forces I did not think proper, because the present day was almost over, And had those forces been with me, I could not take up arms on the next day, because our laws forbade us so to do, even though our necessity should be very great. And if I should permit the people of Tabisz and the strangers with them to guard the city, I saw that they would not be sufficient for that purpose. And I perceived that I should be obliged to delay my assistance a great while. For I thought with myself that the forces that came from the king would prevent me, and that I should be driven out of the city. I considered, therefore, how to get clear of these forces by a stratagem. So I immediately placed those my friends of Tabisz, on whom I could best confide, at the gates, to watch those very carefully who went out of those gates. I also called to me the heads of families, and bade every one of them to seize upon a ship, to go on board it, and to take a master with them, and follow him to the city of Tabisz. I also myself went on board one of those ships with my friends and the 7 armed men already mentioned, and sailed for Tabisz. But now, when the people of Tabisz perceived that there were no forces come from the king, and yet saw the whole lake full of ships, they were in fear what would become of their city, and were greatly terrified, as supposing that the ships were full of men on board. So they then changed their minds, and threw down their weapons, and met me with their wives and children, and made acclamations to me with great commendations, for they imagined that I did not know their former inclinations to have been against me. So they persuaded me to spare the city. But when I was come near enough, I gave order to the masters of the ships to cast anchor a good way off the land, that the people of Tabisz might not perceive that the ships had no men on board. But I went nearer to the people in one of the ships, and rebuked them for their folly, and that they were so fickle as, without any just occasion in the world, to revolt from their fidelity to me. However, assured them that I would entirely forgive them for the time to come, if they would send 10 of the ringleaders of the multitude to me. And when they complied readily with this proposal, and sent me the men forementioned, I put them on board a ship, and sent them away to Tabisz, and ordered them to be kept in prison. And by this stratagem it was that I gradually got all the senate of Tiberias into my power, and sent them to the city forementioned, with many of the principal men among the populace, and those not fewer in number than the other. But when the multitude saw into the great miseries they had brought themselves, they desired me to punish the author of this sedition. His name was Clitus, a young man, bold and rash in his undertakings. Now, since I thought it not agreeable in piety to put one of my own people to death, and yet found it necessary to punish him, I ordered Levi, one of my own guards, to go down to him and cut off one of Clitus's hands. But as he that was ordered to do this was afraid to go out of the ship alone among so great a multitude, I was not willing that the timorousness of the soldiers should appear to the people of Tiberias. So I called to Clitus himself, and said to him, Since thou deservest to lose both thine hands for thy ingratitude to me, but thou thine own executor, lest if thou refusest so to be, thou undergo a worse punishment. And when he earnestly begged of me to spare him one of his hands, it was with difficulty that I granted it. So, in order to prevent the loss of both his hands, he willingly took his sword and cut off his own left hand, and this put an end to the sedition. Now the men of Tiberias, after I was gone to Taricia, perceived what stratagem I had used against them, and they admired how I had put an end to their foolish sedition, without shedding of blood. But now, when I had sent for some of those multitudes of the people of Tiberias out of prison, among whom were Justus and his father Pistus, I made them to sup with me, and during our supper time I said to them that I knew the power of the Romans was superior to all others, but did not say so publicly because of the robbers. So I advised them to do as I did, and to wait for a proper opportunity, and not to be uneasy at my being their commander, for that they could not expect to have another who would use the like moderation that I had done. I also put Justus in mind how the Galileans had cut off his brother's hands before ever I came to Jerusalem, upon an accusation laid against him, as if he had been a rogue, and had forged some letters, as also how the people of Gamala in a sedition had raised against the Babylonians after the departure of Philip, slew Charis, who was a kinsman of Philip, and withal how they had wisely punished Jesus, his brother Justus's sister, husband, with death. When I had said this to them during supper time, I in the morning ordered Justus and all the rest that were in prison to be loosed out of it and sent away. But before this it happened that Philip, the son of Josimus, went out of the citadel of Gamala upon the following occasion. When Philip had been informed that Varus was put out of his government by King Agrippa, and Aquilius Modus, a man that was of old his friend and companion, was come to succeed him, he wrote to him, and related what turns of fortune he had had, and desired him to forward the letters he sent to the king and queen. Now when Modus had received these letters, he was exceedingly glad, and sent the letters to the king and queen, who were then about Berytus. But when King Agrippa knew that the story about Philip was false, for he had been given out that the Jews had begun a war with the Romans, and that this Philip had been their commander in that war, he sent some horsemen to conduct Philip to him. And when he was come, he saluted him very obligingly, and showed him to the Roman commanders, and told them that this was the man of whom the report had gone about, as if he had revolted from the Romans. He also bid him to take some horsemen with him, and to go quickly to the citadel of Gamala, and bring out thence all his domestics, and to restore the Babylonians to Bithynia again. He also gave it him in charge to take all possible care that none of his subjects should be guilty of making any innovation. Accordingly, upon these directions from the king, he made haste to do what he was commanded. Now there was one, Joseph, the son of a female physician, who excited a great many young men to join with him. He also insolently addressed himself to the principal persons at Gamala, and persuaded them to revolt from the king, and take up arms, and gave them hopes that they should by his means recover their liberty. and some they forced into the service, and those that would not acquiesce in what they had resolved on they slew. They also slew Charis, and with him Jesus, one of his kinsmen, and the brother of Justus of Tiberias. And as we have already said, those of Gamala also wrote to me, desiring me to send them an armed force and workmen to raise up the walls of their city. Nor did I reject of their requests. The region of Galantis did also revolt from the king, as far as the village Solima. I also built a wall about Cilicia and Sagane, which are villages naturally of very great strength. Moreover, I in like manner walled several villages of Upper Galilee, though they were very rocky of themselves. Their names were Jamnia and Maroth and Achaber. I also fortified in the lower Galilee the cities Tarichi, Tiberias, Sepphoris, and the villages, the cave of Arbela, Bersobi, Solomon, Jotapata, Kepharico, and Sego, and Japha, and Mount Tabor. I also laid up a great quantity of corn in these places, and arms withal, that might be for their security afterward. But the hatred that John the son of Levi bore to me grew now more violent. While he could not bear my prosperity with patience, so he proposed to himself by all means possible to make away with me, and built the walls of Gischala, which was the place of his nativity. He then sent his brothers Simon and Jonathan, the son of Sesina, and about 100 armed men to Jerusalem, to Simon the son of Gamaliel, in order to persuade him to induce the commonalty of Jerusalem to take from me the government over the Galileans, and to give their suffrages for conferring that authority upon him. This Simon was of the city of Jerusalem, and of a very noble family of the sect of the Pharisees, which were supposed to excel others in the accurate knowledge of the laws of their country. He was a man of great wisdom and reason, and capable of restoring public affairs by his prudence, when they were in an ill posture. He was also an old friend and companion of John, but at that time he had a difference with me. When therefore he had received such an exhortation, he persuaded the high priests, Annas, and Jesus the son of Gamala, and some others of the same seditious faction, to cut me down. Now I was growing so great, and not to overlook me while I was aggrandizing myself to the height of glory. And he said that it would be for the advantage of the Galileans if I were deprived of my government there. Annas also and his friends desired them to make no delay about the matter, lest I should get the knowledge of what was doing too soon, and should come and make an assault upon the city with a great army. This was the counsel of Simon, but Artanus the high priest demonstrated to them that this was not an easy thing to be done, because many of the high priests and of the rulers of the people bore witness that I had acted like an excellent general, and that it was the work of ill men to accuse one against whom they had nothing to say. End of part 4. Part 5 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Part 5. When Simon heard Ananus say this, he desired that the messengers would conceal the thing, and not let it come among many, for that he would take care to have Josephus removed out of Galilee very quickly. So he called for John's brother Simon, and charged him that they should send presents to Ananus and his friends, for as he said, they might probably by that means persuade them to change their minds. And indeed, Simon did at length thus compass what he aimed at, for Artanus and those with him, being corrupted by bribes, agreed to expel me out of Galilee, without making the rest of the citizens acquainted with what they were doing. Accordingly, they resolved to send men of distinction as to their families, and of distinction as to their learning also. 2 of these were of the populace, Jonathan and Ananias, by sect Pharisees, while the third, Josar, was of the stock of the priest, and a Pharisee also. And Simon, the last of them, was of the youngest of the high priests. These had it given them in charge, that when they were come to the multitude of the Galileans, they should ask them what was the reason of their love to me. And if they said that it was because I was born at Jerusalem, that they should reply that they 4 were all born at the same place. And if they should say it was because I was well versed in the law, they should reply that neither were they unacquainted with the practices of their country. But if besides these they should say they loved me because I was a priest, they should reply that 2 of these were priests also. Now, when they had given Jonathan and his companions these instructions, they gave them 40,000 drachmae out of the public money. But when they heard that there was a certain Galilean that then sojourned at Jerusalem, whose name was Jesus, who had about him a band of 600 armed men, they sent for him and gave him 3 months' pay, and gave him orders to follow Jonathan and his companions and be obedient to them. They also gave money to 300 men that were citizens of Jerusalem to maintain them all, and ordered them also to follow the ambassadors. And when they had complied and were gotten ready for the march, Jonathan and his companions went out with them, having along with them John's brother and 100 armed men. The charge that was given them by those that sent them was this, that if I would voluntarily lay down my arms, they should send me alive to the city of Jerusalem, but that in case I opposed them, they should kill me. And fear nothing, for that it was their command for them so to do. They also wrote to John to make all ready for fighting me, and gave orders to the inhabitants of Sepphoris and Gabara and Tiberines to send auxiliaries to John. Now, as my father wrote me an account of this, for Jesus the son of Gamaliel, who was present in that council, a friend and companion of mine, told him of it, I was very much troubled, as discovering thereby that my fellow citizens proved so ungrateful to me, as out of envy to give order that I should be slain. My father earnestly pressed me also in his letter to come to him, for that he longed to see his son before he died. I informed my friends of these things, and that in 3 days' time I should leave the country and go home. Upon hearing this, they were all very sorry, and desired me with tears in their eyes not to leave them to be destroyed. For so they thought they should be, if I were deprived of the command over them. But as I did not grant their request, but was taking care of my own safety, the Galileans, out of their dread of the consequence of my departure, that they should then be at the mercy of the robbers, sent messengers over all Galilee to inform them of my resolution to leave them. Whereupon, as soon as they heard it, they got together in great numbers from all parts with their wives and children, and this they did, as it appeared to me, not more out of their affection to me than out of their fear on their own account. For while I stayed with them, they supposed that they should suffer no harm. So they all came into the great plain wherein I lived, the name of which was Asochis. But wonderful it was, what a dream I saw that very night! For when I had betaken myself to my bed, as grieved and disturbed at the news that had been written to me, it seemed to me that a certain person stood by me, and said, O Josephus, leave off to afflict thy soul, and put away all fear, for what now grieves thee will render thee very considerable, and in all respects most happy, for thou shalt get over not only these difficulties, but many others, with great success. However, be not cast down, but remember that thou art to fight with the Romans. When I had seen this dream, I got up with an intention to go down to the plain. Now, when the whole multitude of the Galileans, among whom were the women and children, saw me, they threw themselves down upon their faces, and with tears in their eyes besought me not to leave them exposed to their enemies, nor to go away and permit their country to be injured by them. But when I did not comply with their entreaties, they compelled me to take an oath that I would stay with them. They also cast abundance of reproaches upon the people of Jerusalem, that they would not let their country enjoy peace. When I heard this, and saw what sorrow the people were in, I was moved with compassion to them, and thought it became me to undergo the most manifest hazards for the sake of so great a multitude. So I let them know I would stay with them. And when I had given order that 5,000 of them should come to me, armed and with provisions for their maintenance, I sent the rest away to their own homes. And when those 5,000 were come, I took them together with 3,000 of the soldiers that were with me before, and 80 horsemen, and marched to the village of Chebolo, situated in the confines of Ptolemais, and there kept my forces together, pretending to get ready to fight with Placidus, who was come with 2 cohorts of footmen and 1 troop of horsemen, and was sent thither by Sistius Gallus to burn those villages of Galilee that were near Ptolemais, upon whose casting up a bank before the city of Ptolemais, I also pitched my camp at about the distance of 60 furlongs from that village. And now we frequently brought out our forces as if we would fight, but proceeded no further than skirmishes at a distance. And when Placidus perceived that I was earnest to come to a battle, he was afraid and avoided it. Yet did he not remove from the neighborhood of Ptolemais. About this time it was that Jonathan and his fellow legates came. They were sent, as we have said already, by Simon and Ananias, the high priest. And Jonathan contrived how he might catch me by treachery, for he durst not make any attempt upon me openly. So he wrote me the following epistle: Jonathan and those that are with him, and are sent by the people of Jerusalem to Josephus, send greeting. We are sent by the principal men of Jerusalem, who have heard that John of Gischala hath laid many snares for thee, to rebuke him, and to exhort him to be subject to thee hereafter. We are also desirous to consult with thee about our common concerns, and what is fit to be done. We therefore desire thee to come to us quickly, and to bring only a few men with thee, for this village will not contain a great number of soldiers. Thus it was that they wrote, as expecting one of these two things: either that I should come without armed men, and then they should have me wholly in their power; or if I came with a great number, they should. Now it was a horseman who brought the letter, a man at other times bold, and one that had served in the army under the king. It was the 2nd hour of the night that he came, when I was feasting with my friends and the principal of the Galileans. This man, upon my servants telling me that a certain horseman of the Jewish nation was come, was called in at my command, but did not so much as salute me at all, but held out a letter and said, This letter is sent thee by those that are come from Jerusalem. Do thou write an answer to it quickly, for I am obliged to return to them very soon. Now my guest could not but wonder at the boldness of the soldier, but I desired him to sit down and sup with us. But when he refused so to do, I held the letter in my hands as I received it, and fell a talking with my guest about other matters. But a few hours afterwards I got up, and when I had dismissed the rest to go to their beds, I bid only 4 of my intimate friends to stay, and ordered my servant to get some wine ready. I also opened the letter, so that nobody could perceive it, and understanding thereby presently the purport of the writing, I sealed it up again, and appeared as if I had not yet read it, but only held it in my hands. I ordered 20 drachmae should be given the soldier for the charges of his journey. And when he took the money and said that he thanked me for it, I perceived that he loved money, and that he was to be caught chiefly by that means. And I said to him, If thou wilt but drink with us, thou shalt have a drachma for every glass thou drinkest. So he gladly embraced this proposal, and drank a great deal of wine in order to get the more money, and was so drunk that at last he could not keep the secrets he was entrusted with, but discovered them without putting questions to him, viz., that a treacherous design was contrived against me, and that I was doomed to die by those that sent him. When I heard this, I wrote back this answer: Josephus to Jonathan, and those that are with him, sendeth greeting. Upon the information that you are come in health into Galilee, I rejoice, and this especially because I can now resign the care of public affairs here into your hands, and return into my native country, which is what I have desired to do a great while. And I confess I ought not only to come to you as far as Zaloth, but farther, and this without your commands. But I desire you to excuse me, because I cannot do it now, since I watch the motions of Placidus, who hath a mind to go up into Galilee. And this I do here at Chabolo. Do you therefore, on the receipt of this epistle, come hither to me. Fare you well. When I had written thus, and given the letter to be carried by the soldier, I sent along with him 30 of the Galileans of the best characters, and gave them instructions to salute those ambassadors, but to say nothing else to them. I also gave orders that as many of those armed men whom I esteemed most faithful to me, to go along with the others, every one with him whom he was to guard, lest some conversation might pass between those whom I sent and those who were with Jonathan, so that those men went to Jonathan. But when Jonathan and his partners had failed in this their first attempt, they sent me another letter, the contents whereof were as follows: Jonathan and those with him, to Josephus, send greeting. We require thee to come to us to the village Gabaroth on the 3rd day, without any armed men, that we may hear what thou hast to lay to the charge of John of Gischala. When they had written this letter, they saluted the Galileans whom I sent, and came to Jaffa, which was the largest village in all Galilee, and encompassed with very strong walls, and had a great number of inhabitants in it. There the multitude of men with their wives and children met them, and exclaimed loudly against them, and desired them to be gone, and not to envy them the advantage of an excellent commander. With these clamors Jonathan and his partners were greatly provoked, although they durst not show their anger openly. So they made them no answer, but went to other villages. But still the same clamors met them from all the people, who said nobody should persuade them to have any other commander besides Josephus. So Jonathan and his partners went away from them without success, and came to Sepphoris, the greatest city of all Galilee. Now the men of that city, who inclined to the Romans in their sentiments, met them indeed, but neither praised nor reproached them. And when they were gone down from Sepphoris to Azoches, the people of that place made a clamor against them, as those of Jaffa had done. Whereupon they were able to contain themselves no longer, but ordered the armed men that were with them to beat those that made the clamor with their clubs. And when they came to Gabara, John met them with 3,000 armed men. But as I understood by their letter that they had resolved to fight against me, I arose from Chabola with 3,000 armed men also, but left in my camp one of my fastest friends, and came to Jotapata, as desirous to be near them, the distance being no more than 40 furlongs. Whence I wrote thus to them: If you are very desirous that I should come to you, you know there are 240 cities and villages in Galilee. I will come to any of them which you please, excepting Gaburn and Gischala, the one of which is John's native city, and the other in confederacy and friendship with him. When Jonathan and his partners had received this letter, they wrote me no more answers, but called a council of their friends together, and taking John into their consultation, they took counsel together by what means they might attack me. John's opinion was that they should write to all the cities and villages that were in Galilee, for that there must be certainly 1 or 2 persons in every one of them that were at variance with me, and that they should be invited to come to oppose me as an enemy. He would also have them send this resolution of theirs to the city of Jerusalem, that its citizens, upon the knowledge of my being adjudged to be an enemy of the Galileans, might themselves. I also confirmed that determination. He said also that when this was done, even those Galileans who were well affected to me, would desert me out of fear. When John had given them this counsel, what he had said was very agreeable to the rest of them. I was also made acquainted with these affairs by the third hour of the night, by the means of one Zacchaeus, who had belonged to them, but now deserted them and came over to me, and told me what they were about. So I perceived that no time was to be lost. Accordingly, I gave command to Jacob, an armed man of my guard, whom I esteemed faithful to me, to take 200 men and to guard the passages that led from Gahara to Galilee, and to seize upon the passengers and send them to me, especially such as were caught with letters about them. I also sent Jeremias himself, one of my friends, with 600 armed men to the borders of Galilee, in order to watch the roads that led from this country to the city Jerusalem, and gave him charge to lay hold of such as traveled with letters about them, to keep the men in bonds upon the place, but to send me the letters. When I had laid these commands upon them, I gave them orders, and bid them to take their arms and bring 3 days' provision with them, and be with me the next day. I also parted those that were about me into 4 parts, and ordained those of them that were most faithful to me to be a guard to my body. I also set over them centurions, and commanded them to take care that not a soldier which they did not know should mingle himself among them. Now on the 5th day following, when I was at Gaboroth, I found the entire plain that was before the village full of armed men, who were come out of Galilee to assist me. Many others of the multitude also out of the village ran along with me. But as soon as I had taken my place and began to speak to them, they all made an acclamation, and called me the benefactor and Savior of the country. And when I had made them my acknowledgments, and thanked them for their affection to me, I also advised them to fight with nobody, nor to spoil the country, but to pitch their tents in the plain, and be content with their sustenance they had brought with them. For I told them that I had a mind to compose these troubles without shedding any blood. Now it came to pass that on the very same day those who were sent by John with letters fell among the guards, whom I had appointed to watch the roads. So the men were themselves kept upon the place, as my orders were. But I got the letters, which were full of reproaches and lies, and I intended to fall upon these men without saying a word of these matters to anybody. End of part 5. Part 6 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus, translated by William Whiston. Part 6. Now as soon as Jonathan and his companions heard of my coming, they took all their own friends and John with them, and retired to the house of Jesus, which indeed was a large castle, and no way unlike a citadel. So they privately laid a band of armed men therein, and shut all the other doors but one, which they kept open, and they expected that I should come out of the road to them to salute them. And indeed they had given orders to the armed men that when I came they should let nobody besides me come in, but should exclude others, as supposing that by this means they should easily get me under their power. But they were deceived in their expectation, for I perceived what snares they had laid for me. Now, as soon as I was got off my journey, I took up my lodgings over against them, and pretended to be asleep. So Jonathan and his party, thinking that I was really asleep and at rest, made haste to go down into the plain to persuade the people that I was an ill governor. But the matter proved otherwise, for upon their appearance there was a cry made by the Galileans immediately, declaring their good opinion of me as their governor, and they made a clamor against Jonathan and his partners for coming to them when they had suffered no harm, and as though they would overturn their happy settlement, and desired them by all means to go back again, for that they would never be persuaded to have any other to rule over them but myself. When I heard of this, I did not fear to go down into the midst of them. I went therefore myself down presently to hear what Jonathan and his companions said. As soon as I appeared, there was immediately an acclamation made to me by the whole multitude, and a cry in my commendation by them, who confessed their thanks was owing to me for my good government of them. When Jonathan and his companions heard this, they were in fear of their own lives, and in danger lest they should be assaulted by the Galileans on nay account. So they contrived how they might run away. But as they were not able to get off, for I desired them to stay, they looked down with concern at my words to them. I ordered therefore the multitude to restrain entirely their acclamations, and placed the most faithful of my armed men upon the avenues to be a guard to us, lest John should unexpected fall upon us. And I encouraged the Galileans to take their weapons, lest they should be disturbed at their enemies. If any sudden insult should be made upon them, and then, in the first place, I put Jonathan and his partners in mind of their former letter, and after what manner they had written to me, and declared they were sent by the common consent to the people of Jerusalem to make up the differences I had with John, and how they had desired me to come to them. And as I spake thus, I publicly showed that letter they had written, till they could not at all deny what they had done. The letter itself convicting them, I then said, O Jonathan, and you that are sent with him as his colleagues, if I were to be judged as to my behavior compared with that of John's, and had brought no more than 2 or 3 witnesses, good men and true, it is plain you had been forced upon the examination of their characters beforehand to discharge the accusations, that therefore you may be informed that I have acted well in the affairs of Galilee. I think 3 witnesses too few to be brought by a man that hath done as he ought to do. So I gave you all these for witnesses. Inquire of them how I have lived, and whether I have not behaved myself with all decency, and after a virtuous manner among them. And I further conjure you, O Galileans, to hide no part of the truth, but to speak before these men as before judges, whether I have in anything acted otherwise than well. While I was thus speaking, the united voices of all the people joined together and called me to their benefactor and Savior, and attested to my former behavior, and exhorted me to continue so to do hereafter. And they all said upon their oaths that their wives had been preserved free from injuries, and that no one had ever been aggrieved by me. After this I read to the Galileans 2 of those epistles which had been sent by Jonathan and his colleagues, and which those whom I had appointed to guard the road had taken and sent to me. These were full of reproaches and of lies, as if I had acted more like a tyrant than a governor against them, with many other things besides therein contained, which were no better indeed than impudent falsities. I also informed the multitude how I came by these letters, and that those who carried them delivered them up voluntarily, for I was not willing that my enemies should know anything of the guards I had set, lest they should be afraid and leave off writing hereafter. When the multitude heard these things, they were greatly provoked at Jonathan and his colleagues that were with him, and were going to attack them and kill them. And this they had certainly done, unless I had restrained the anger of the Galileans, and said that I forgave Jonathan and his colleagues what was past, if they would repent and go to their own country and tell those who sent them the truth as to my conduct. When I had said this, I let them go, although I knew they would do nothing of what they had promised. But the multitude were very much enraged against them, and entreated me to give them leave to punish them for their insolence. Yet did I try all methods to persuade them to spare the men, for I knew that every instance of sedition was pernicious to the public welfare. But the multitude was too angry with them to be dissuaded, and all of them went immediately to the house in which Jonathan and his colleagues abode. However, when I perceived that their rage could not be restrained, I got on horseback and ordered the multitude to follow me to the village Sogain, which was 20 furlongs off Gabara. And by using this stratagem, I so managed myself as not to appear to begin a civil war among them. But when I was come near Sogan, I caused the multitude to make a halt, and exhorted them not to be so easily provoked to anger, and to the inflicting such punishments as could not be afterwards recalled. I also gave order that 100 men who were already in years, and were principal men among them, should get themselves ready to go to the city of Jerusalem, and should make a complaint before the people of such as raise seditions in the country. And I said to them that in case they be moved with what you say, you shall desire the community to write to me, and to enjoin me to continue in Galilee, and to order Jonathan and his colleagues to depart out of it. When I had suggested these instructions to them, and while they were getting themselves ready as fast as they could, I sent them on this errand the third day after they had been assembled. I also sent 500 armed men with them as a guard. I then wrote to my friends in Samaria to take care that they might safely pass through the country, for Samaria was already under the Romans, and it was absolutely necessary for those that go quickly to Jerusalem to pass through that country. For in that road you may in 3 days' time go from Galilee to Jerusalem. I also went myself and conducted the old men as far as the bounds of Galilee, and set guards in the roads, that it might not be easily known by any one that these men were gone. And when I had thus done, I went and abode at Jaffa. Now Jonathan and his colleagues, having failed of accomplishing what they would have done against me, sent John back to Gischala, but went themselves to the city of Tiberias, expecting it would submit itself to them. And this was founded on a letter which Jesus, their then governor, had written them, promising that if they came, the multitude would receive them and choose to be under their government. So they went their ways with this expectation. But Silas, who, as I said, had been left curator of Tiberias by me, informed me of this, and desired me to make haste thither. Accordingly I complied with his advice immediately, and came thither, but found myself in danger of my life from the following occasion. Jonathan and his colleagues had been at Tiberias, and had persuaded a great many of such as had a quarrel with me to desert me. But when they heard of my coming, they were in fear for themselves, and came to me. And when they had saluted me, they said that I was a happy man in having behaved myself so well in the government of Galilee. And they congratulated me upon the honors that were paid me. For they said that my glory was a credit to them, since they had been my teachers and fellow citizens. And they said further, that it was but just that they should prefer my friendship to them rather than John's, and that they would have immediately gone home, but that they stayed, that they might deliver up John into my power. And when they said this, they took their oaths of it. And those such as are most tremendous among us, and such as I did not think fit to disbelieve, however, they desired me to lodge somewhere else, because the next day was the Sabbath, and that it was not fit the city of Tiberias should be disturbed on that day. So I suspected nothing, and went away to Tarshish. Yet did I withal leave some to make inquiry in the city how matters went, and whether anything was said about me. I also set many persons all the way that led from Tarshish to Tiberias, that they might communicate from one to another, if they learned any news from those that were left in the city. On the next day, therefore, they all came into the prosucha. It was a large edifice, and capable of receiving a great number of people thither. Jonathan went in, and though he durst not openly speak of a revolt, yet did he say that their city stood in need of a better governor than it then had. But Jesus, who was the ruler, made no scruple to speak out, and said openly, O fellow citizens, it is better for you to be in subjection to 4 than to 1, and those such as are of high birth, and not without reputation for their wisdom. And pointed to Jonathan and his colleagues. Upon his saying this, Justice came in and commended him for what he had said, and persuaded some of the people to be of his mind also. But the multitude were not pleased with what was said, and had certainly gone into a tumult, unless the 6th hour, which was now come, had dissolved the assembly, at which hour our laws require us to go to dinner on Sabbath days. So Jonathan and his colleagues put off their counsel till the next day, and went off without success. When I was informed of these affairs, I determined to go to the city of Tiberias in the morning. Accordingly, on the next day, about the 1st hour of the day, I came from Tarshish, and found the multitude already assembled in the prosucha. But on what account they were gotten together, those that were assembled did not know. But when Jonathan and his colleagues saw me there unexpectedly, they were in disorder, after which they raised a report of their own contrivance, that Roman horsemen were seen at a place called Union, in the borders of Galilee, 30 furlongs distance, from the city. Upon which report Jonathan and his colleagues cunningly exhorted me not to neglect this matter, nor to suffer the land to be spoiled by the enemy. And this they said with a design to remove me out of the city, under the pretense of the want of extraordinary assistance, while they might dispose the city to be my enemy. As for myself, although I knew of their design, yet did I comply with what they proposed, lest the people of Tiberias should have occasion to suppose that I was not careful of their security. I therefore went out, but when I was at the place, I found not the least footsteps of any enemy. So I returned as fast as I could, and found the whole council assembled, and the body of the people gotten together, and Jonathan and his colleagues bringing vehement accusations against me. As one who had no concern to ease them of the burdens of war, and as one that lived luxuriously, and as they were discoursing thus, they produced 4 letters, as written to them from some people that lived at the borders of Galilee, imploring that they would come to their assistance, for that there was an army of Romans, both horsemen and footmen, who would come and lay waste the country on the 3rd day. They desired them also to make haste, and not to overlook them. When the people of Tiberias heard this, they thought they spake truth, and made a clamor against me, and said, I ought not to sit still, but to go away to the assistance of their countrymen. Hereupon I said, for I understood the meaning of Jonathan and his colleagues, that I was ready to comply with what they proposed, and without delay to march to war, which they spake of. Yet did I advise them at the same time, that since these letters declared that the Romans would make their assault in 4 several places, they should part their forces into 5 bodies, and make Jonathan and his colleagues generals of each body of them, because it was fit for brave men not only to give counsel, but to take the place of leaders, and assist their countrymen when such a necessity pressed them. For, said I, it is not possible for me to lead more than one party. This advice of mine greatly pleased the multitude, so they compelled them to go forth to war. But their designs were put into very much disorder, because they had not done what they had designed to do, on account of my stratagem, which was opposite to their undertakings. Now there was one whose name was Ananias, a wicked man he was, and very mischievous. He proposed that a general religious fast should be appointed the next day for all the people, and gave order that at the same hour they should come to the same place without any weapons, to make it manifest before God, that while they obtained his assistance, they thought all these weapons useless. This he said not out of piety, but that they might catch me and my friends unarmed. Now I was hereupon forced to comply, lest I should appear to despise a proposal that tended to piety. As soon, therefore, as we were gone home, Jonathan and his colleagues wrote to John to come to them in the morning, and desiring him to come with as many soldiers as he possibly could, for that they should then be able easily to get me into their hands, and to do all they desired to do. When John had received this letter, he resolved to comply with it. As for myself, on the next day I ordered 2 of the guards of my body, whom I esteemed the most courageous and most faithful, to hide daggers under their garments, and to go along with me, that we might defend ourselves if any attack should be made upon us by our enemies. I also myself took my breastplate, and girded on my sword, so that it might be as far as it was possible, concealed, and came into the prosuka. End of part 6. Part 7 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Part 7. Now Jesus, who was the ruler, commanded that they should exclude all that came with me, for he kept the door himself, and suffered none but his friends to go in. And while we were engaged in the duties of the day, and had betaken ourselves to our prayers, Jesus got up, and inquired of me what was become of the vessels that were taken out of the king's palace, when it was burnt down, and of the uncoined silver, and in whose possession they now were. This he said in order to drive away time till John should come. I said that Capelus and the 10 principal men of Tiberias had them all. And I told him that they might ask them whether I told a lie or not. And when they said they had them, he asked me, What is become of those 20 pieces of gold which thou didst receive upon the sale of a certain weight of uncoined money? I replied that I had given them to those ambassadors of theirs as a maintenance for them, when they were sent by them to Jerusalem. So Jonathan and his colleagues said that I had not done well to pay the ambassadors out of the public money. And when the multitude were very angry at them for this, for they perceived the wickedness of the men, I understood that a tumult was going to arise, and being desirous to provoke the people to a greater rage against the men, I said, But if I have not done well in paying our ambassadors out of the public stock, leave off your anger at me, for I will repay the 20 pieces of gold myself. When I had said this, Jonathan and his colleagues held their peace, but the people were still more irritated against them upon their openly showing their unjust ill will to me. When Jesus saw this change in vile people, he ordered them to depart, but desired the Senate to stay, for that they could not examine things of such a nature in a tumult. And as the people were crying out that they would not leave me alone, there came one and told Jesus and his friends privately that John and his armed men were at hand. Whereupon Jonathan and his colleagues, being able to contain themselves no longer, and perhaps the providence of God hereby procuring my deliverance, for had not this been so, I had certainly been destroyed by John, said, O you people of Tiberias, leave off this inquiry about the 20 pieces of gold, for Josephus hath not deserved to die for them, but he hath deserved it by his desire of tyrannizing, and by cheating the multitude of the Galileans with his speeches, in order to gain the dominion over them. When he had said this, they presently laid hands upon me, and endeavored to kill me. But as soon as those that were with me saw what they did, they drew their swords, and threatened to smite them, if they offered any violence to me. The people also took up stones, and were about to throw them at Jonathan, and so they snatched me from the violence of my enemies. But as I was gone out a little way, I was just upon meeting John, who was marching with his armed men. So I was afraid of him, and turned aside, and escaped by a narrow passage to the lake, and seized on a ship, and embarked in it, and sailed over to Tarshish. So, beyond my expectation, I escaped this danger. Whereupon I presently sent for the chief of the Galileans, and told them after what manner, against all faith given, I had been very near to destruction from Jonathan and his colleagues, and the people of Tiberias. Upon which the multitude of the Galileans were very angry, and encouraged me to delay no longer to make war upon them, but to permit them to go against John, and utterly to destroy him, as well as Jonathan and his colleagues. However, I restrained them, though they were in such a rage, and desired them to tarry a while, till we should be informed what orders those ambassadors that were sent by them to the city of Jerusalem should bring thence. For I told them that it was best for them to act according to their determination, whereupon they were prevailed on. At which time also John, when the snares he had laid did not take effect, returned back to Gischala. Now in a few days those ambassadors whom he had sent came back again, and informed us that the people were greatly provoked at Ananias and Simon the son of Gamaliel, and their friends, that without any public determination they had sent to Galilee, and had done their endeavors that I might be turned out of the government. The ambassador said further that the people were ready to burn their houses. They also brought letters whereby the chief men of Jerusalem, at the earnest petition of the people, confirmed me in the government of Galilee, and enjoined Jonathan and his colleagues to return home quickly. When I had gotten these letters, I came to the village Arbela, where I procured an assembly of the Galileans to meet, and bid the ambassadors declare to them the anger of the people of Jerusalem at what had been done by Jonathan and his colleagues, and how much they hated their wicked doings, and how they had confirmed me in the government of their country, as also what related to the order they had in writing from Jonathan and his colleagues to return home. So I immediately sent them the letter, and bid him that carried it to inquire as well as he could how they intended to act on this occasion. Now when they had received that letter, and were thereby greatly disturbed, they sent for John, and for the senators of Tiberias, and for the principal men of the Gabareans, and proposed to hold a council, and desired them to consider what was to be done by them. However, the governors of Tiberias were greatly disposed to keep the government to themselves, for they said it was not fit to desert their city. Now it was committed to their trust, and that otherwise I should not delay to fall upon them. For they pretended falsely that so I had threatened to do. Now John was not only of their opinion, but advised them that two of them should go to accuse me before the multitude at Jerusalem, that I do not manage the affairs of Galilee as I ought to do, and that they would easily persuade the people because of their dignity, and because the whole multitude are very mutable. When therefore it appeared that John had suggested the wisest advice to them, they resolved that two of them, Jonathan and Ananias, should go to the people of Jerusalem, and the other two, Simon and Joazar, should be left behind to tarry at Tiberias. They also took along with them 100 soldiers for their guard. However, the governors of Tiberias took care to have their city secured with walls, and commanded their inhabitants to take their arms. They also sent for a great many soldiers from John to assist them against me, if there should be occasion for them. Now John was at Gischala. Jonathan, therefore, and those that were with him when they were departed from Tiberias, and as soon as they were come to Debarita, a village that lay in the utmost parts of Galilee in the great plain, they about midnight fell among the guards I had set, who both commanded them to lay aside their weapons and keep them in bonds upon the place, as I had charged them to do. This news was written to me by Levi, who had the command of that guard, committed to him by me. Hereupon I said nothing of it for 2 days, and pretending to know nothing about it, I sent a message to the people of Tiberias, and advised them to lay down their arms aside, and to dismiss their men, that they might go home. But supposing that Jonathan and those that were with him were already arrived at Jerusalem, they made reproachful answers to me. Yet was I not terrified thereby, but contrived another stratagem against them. For I did not think it agreeable with piety to kindle the fire of war against the citizens, as I was desirous to draw those men away from Tiberias. I chose out 10,000 of the best of my armed men, and divided them into 3 bodies, and ordered them to go privately and lie still as an ambush in the villages. I also led 1,000 into another village, which lay indeed in the mountains, as did the others, but only 4 furlongs distant from Tiberias, and gave orders that when they saw my signal they should come down immediately, while I myself lay with my soldiers in the sight of everybody. Hereupon the people of Tiberias, at the sight of me, came running out of the city perpetually, and abused me greatly. Nay, their madness was come to that height that they made a decent bier for me, and standing about it, they mourned over me in the way of jest and sport, and I could not but be myself in a pleasant humor upon the sight of this madness of theirs. And now being desirous to catch Simon by a wile, and Joazar with him, I sent a message to them, and desired them to come a little way out of the city, and many of their friends to guard them. For I said I would come down to them, and make a league with them, and divide the government of Galilee with them. Accordingly Simon was deluded on account of his imprudence, and out of the hopes of gain, and did not delay to come. But Joazar, suspecting snares were laid for him, stayed behind. So when Simon was come out, and his friends with him for his guard, I met him, and saluted him with great civility, and professed that I was obliged to him for his coming up to me. But a little while afterward I walked along with him, as though I would say something to him by myself. And when I had drawn him a good way from his friends, I took him about the middle, and gave him to my friends that were with me, to carry him into a village. And commanding my armed men to come down, I with them made an assault upon Tiberias. Now as the fight grew hot on both sides, and the soldiers belonging to Tiberias were in a fair way to conquer me, for my armed men were already fled away, I saw the posture of my affairs, and encouraging those that were with me, I pursued those of Tiberias, even when they were already conquerors, into the city. I also sent another band of soldiers into the city by the lake, and gave them orders to set on fire the first house they could seize upon. When this was done, the people of Tiberias thought that their city was taken by force, and so threw down their arms for fear, and implored they their wives and children that I would spare their city. So I was over-persuaded by their entreaties, and restrained the soldiers from the vehemency with which they pursued them, while I myself, upon the coming on of the evening, returned back with my soldiers, and went to refresh myself. I also invited Simon to sup with me, and comforted him on occasion of what had happened. And I promised that I would send him safe and secure to Jerusalem, and withal would give him provisions for his journey thither. But on the next day I brought 10,000 armed men with me, and came to Tiberias. I then sent for the principal men of the multitude in the public place, and enjoined them to tell me who were the authors of the revolt. And when they told me who the men were, I sent them bound to the city of Jotapata. But as to Jonathan and Ananias, I freed them from their bonds, and gave them provisions for their journey, together with Simon and Joazar, and 500 armed men who should guard them. And so I sent them to Jerusalem. The people of Tiberias also came to me again, and desired that I would forgive them for what they had done. And they said they would amend what they had done amiss with regard to me by their fidelity for the time to come. And they besought me to preserve what spoils remained upon the plunder of the city, for those that had lost them. Accordingly I enjoined those that had got them to bring them all before us. And when they did not comply for a great while, and I saw one of the soldiers that were about me with a garment on that was more splendid than ordinary, I asked him whence he had it. And when he replied that he had it out of the plunder of the city, I had him punished with stripes. And I threatened all the rest to inflict severer punishment upon them, unless they produced before us whatsoever they had plundered. And when a great many spoils were brought together, I restored to every one of Tiberias what they claimed to be their own. End of Part 7. Part 8 of the Life of Josephus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Life of Josephus by Flavius Josephus. Translated by William Whiston. Part 8. And now I am come to this part of my narration. I have a mind to say a few things to Justice, who hath himself written a history concerning these affairs, as also to others who profess to write history, but have little regard to truth, and are not afraid, either out of ill will or good will to some persons, to relate falsehoods. These men do like those who compose forged deeds and conveyances, and because they are not brought to the like punishment with them, they have no regard to truth. When therefore Justice undertook to write about these facts, and about the Jewish war, that he might appear to have been an industrious man, he falsified in what he related about me, and could not speak truth even about his own country, whence it is that, being belied by him, I am under a necessity to make my defense. And so I shall say what I have concealed till now. And let no one wonder that I have not told the world these things a great while ago. For although it be necessary for an historian to write the truth, yet is such a one not bound severely to animadvert on the wickedness of certain men, not out of any favor to them, but out of an author's own moderation. How then comes it to pass, O Justice, thou most sagacious of writers, that I may address myself to him as if he were here present? For so thou boastest of thyself that I and the Galileans have been the authors of that sedition which thy country engaged in, both against the Romans and against the king Agrippa, Jr. For before Ever I was appointed governor of Galilee by the community of Jerusalem, both thou and all the people of Tiberias had not only taken up arms, but had made war with Decapolis of Syria. Accordingly, thou hast ordered their villages to be burnt, and a domestic servant of thine fell in the battle. Nor is it I only who say this, but so it is written in the commentaries of Vespasian the emperor, as also how the inhabitants of Decapolis came clamoring to Vespasian at Ptolemais, and desired that thou, who wast the author of that war, mightest be brought to punishment. And thou hadst certainly been punished at the command of Vespasian, had not King Agrippa, who had power given him to have thee put to death at the earnest entreaty of his sister Bernice, changed the punishment from death into a long imprisonment. Thy political administration of affairs afterward doth also clearly discover both thy other behavior in life, and that thou wast the occasion of that country's revolt from the Romans, plain signs of which I shall produce presently. I have also a mind to say a few things to the rest of the people of Tiberias on thy account, and to demonstrate to those that light upon this history that you bear no goodwill neither to the Romans nor to the king. To be sure, the greatest cities of Galilee, O Justus, were Sepphoris and thy country Tiberias. But Sepphoris, situated in the very midst of Galilee, and having many villages about it, and able with ease to have been bold and troublesome to the Romans, if they had so pleased, yet did it resolve to continue faithful to those their masters, and at the same time excluded me out of their city, and prohibited all their citizens from joining with the Jews in the war. And that they might be out of danger from me, they by a while got leave of me to fortify their city with walls. They also of their own accord admitted of a garrison of Roman legions, sent them by Sestus Gallus, who was then president of Syria, and so had me in contempt, though I was then very powerful, and all were greatly afraid of me. And at the same time that the greatest of our cities, Jerusalem, was besieged, and that temple of ours, which belonged to us all, was in danger of falling under the enemy's power, they sent no assistance thither, as not willing to have it thought they would bear arms against the Romans. But as for thy country, O Justus, situated upon the lake of Gennesareth, and distant from Hippos 30 furlongs, from Gadara 60, and from Scythopolis, which was under the king's jurisdiction, 120, when there was no Jewish city near it, might easily have preserved its fidelity to the Romans, if it had so pleased them to do. For the city and its people had plenty of weapons, but, as thou sayest, I was then the author of their revolts. And pray, O Justus, who was the author afterwards? For thou knowest that I was in the power of the Romans before Jerusalem was besieged, and before the same time Jotapata was taken by force, as well as many other fortresses, and a great many of the Galileans fell in the war. It was therefore then a proper time, when you were certainly freed from any fear on my account, to throw away your weapons, and to demonstrate to the king and to the Romans that it was not of choice, but as forced by necessity, that you fell into the war against them. But you stayed till Vespasian came himself as far as your walls with his whole army. And then you did indeed lay aside your weapons out of fear, and your city had for certain been taken by force, unless Vespasian had complied with the king's supplication for you, and had excused your madness. It was not I, therefore, who was the author of this, but your own inclinations to war. Do not you remember how often I got you under my power, and yet put none of you to death? Nay, you once fell into a tumult one against another, and slew 185 of your citizens, not on account of your good will to the king and to the Romans, but on account of your own wickedness. And this while I was besieged by the Romans in Jotapata. Nay, indeed, were there not reckoned up 2,000 of the people of Tiberias during the siege of Jerusalem, some of whom were slain, and the rest caught and carried captives? But thou wilt pretend that thou didst not engage in the war, since thou didst flee to the king. Yes, indeed, thou didst flee to him. But I say it was out of fear of me. Thou sayest indeed that it is I who am a wicked man. But then, for what reason was it that King Agrippa, who procured thee thy life when thou wast condemned to die by Vespasian, and who bestowed so much riches upon thee, did twice afterward put thee in bonds, and as often obliged thee to run away from thy country? And when he had once ordered thee to be put to death, he granted thee a pardon at the earnest desire of Bernice. And when, after so many of thy wicked pranks, he made thee his secretary, he caught thee falsifying his epistles, and drove thee away from his sight. But I shall not inquire accurately into these matters of scandal against thee. Yet cannot I but wonder at thy impudence, when thou hast the assurance to say that thou hast better related these affairs of the war than have all the others that have written about them, whilst thou didst not know what was done in Galilee. For thou wast then at Berytus with the king, nor didst thou know how much the Romans suffered at the siege of Jotapata, or what miseries they brought upon us. Nor couldst thou learn by inquiry what I did during that siege myself, for all those that might afford such information were quite destroyed in that siege. But perhaps thou wilt say, thou hast written of what was done against the people of Jerusalem exactly. But how should that be? For neither wast thou concerned in that war, nor hast thou read the commentaries of Caesar, of which we have evident proof, because thou hast contradicted those commentaries of Caesar in thy history. But if thou art so hardy as to affirm that thou hast written that history better than all the rest, why didst thou not publish thy history while the emperors Vespasian and Titus, the generals in that war, as well as King Agrippa and his family, who were men very well skilled in the learning of the Greeks, were all alive? For thou hast had it written these 20 years, and then mightest thou have had testimony of thy accuracy. But now, when these men are no longer with us, and thou thinkest thou canst not be contradicted, thou venturest to publish it. But when I was not in like manner afraid of my own writing, but I offered my books to the emperors themselves, when the facts were almost under men's eyes, for I was conscious to myself that I had observed the truth of the facts, and as I expected to have their attestation to them, so I was not deceived in such expectation. Moreover, I immediately presented my history to many other persons, some of whom were concerned in the war, as was King Agrippa, and some of his kindred. Now the Emperor Titus was so desirous that the knowledge of these affairs should be taken from these books alone, that he subscribed his own hand to them in order that they should be published. And for King Agrippa he wrote me 62 letters, and attested to the truth of what I had therein delivered, 2 of which letters I have here subjoined, and thou mayest thereby know their contents. King Agrippa to Josephus, however, when thou comest to me, I will inform thee of a great many things which thou dost not know. So when this history was perfected, Agrippa, neither by way of flattery, which was not agreeable to him, nor by way of irony, as thou wilt say, for he was entirely a stranger to such an evil disposition of mine, but he wrote this by way of attestation to what was true, as all that read histories may do. And so much shall be said concerning justice, which I am obliged to add by way of digression. Now, when I had settled the affairs of Tiberius, and had assembled my friends as a Sanhedrim, I consulted what I should do as to John, whereupon it appeared to be the opinion of all the Galileans that I should arm them well, and march against John, and punish him as the author of all the disorders that had happened. Yet was I not pleased with their determination, as purposing to compose these troubles without bloodshed. Upon this I exhorted them to use the utmost care to learn the names of all that were under John, which when they had done, and I thereby was apprised who the men were, I published an edict, wherein I offered security and my right hand to such of John's party as had a mind to repent. And I allowed 20 days' time to such as would take this most advantageous course for themselves. I also threatened that unless they threw down their arms, I would burn their houses and expose their goods to public sale. When the men heard of this, they were in no small disorder, and deserted John, and to the number of 4,000 threw down their arms and came to me, so that no other stayed with John but his own citizens, and about 1,500 strangers that came from the metropolis of Tyre. When John saw that he had been outwitted by my stratagem, he continued afterward in his own country, and was in great fear of me. But about this time it was that the people of Sepphoris grew insolent, and took up arms, out of a confidence they had in the strength of their walls, and because they saw me engaged in other affairs also. So they sent to Cestius Gallus, who was president of Syria, and desired that he would either come quickly to them and take their city under his protection, or send them a garrison. Accordingly, Gallus promised them to come, but did not send word when he would come. And when I had learned so much, I took the soldiers that were with me, and made an assault upon the people of Sepphoris, and took the city by force. The Galileans took this opportunity, as thinking they had now a proper time for showing their hatred to them, since they bore ill will to that city also. They then exerted themselves as if they would destroy them all utterly, with those that sojourned there also. So they ran upon them, and set their houses on fire, as finding them without inhabitants, for the men out of fear ran together to the citadel. So the Galileans carried off everything, and omitted no kind of desolation which they could bring upon their countrymen. When I saw this, I was exceedingly troubled at it, and commanded them to leave off, and put them in mind that it was not agreeable to piety to do such things to their countrymen. But since they neither would hearken to what I exhorted, nor to what I commanded them to do, for the hatred they bore to the people there was too hard for my exhortations to them, I bade those my friends who were most faithful to me and were about me to give on reports as if the Romans were falling upon the other part of the city with a great army. And this I did, that by such a report being spread abroad, I might restrain the violence of the Galileans and preserve the city of Sepphoris. And at length this stratagem had its effect, for upon hearing this report they were in fear for themselves, and so they left off plundering and ran away. And this more especially because they saw me, their general, do the same also. For that I might cause this report to be believed, I pretended to be in fear as well as they. Thus were the inhabitants of Sepphoris unexpectedly preserved by this contrivance of mine. Nay, indeed, Tiberius had like to have been plundered by the Galileans also upon the following occasion. The chief men of the Senate wrote to the king, and desired that he would come to them and take possession of their city. The king promised to come, and wrote a letter in answer to theirs, and gave it to one of his bedchamber, whose name was Crispus, and who was by birth a Jew, to carry it to Tiberius. When the Galileans knew that this man carried such a letter, they caught him and brought him to me. But as soon as the whole multitude heard of it, they were enraged and betook themselves to their arms. So a great many of them together from all quarters the next day, and came to the city Asochus, where I then lodged, and made heavy clamors, and called the city of Tiberias a traitor to them, and a friend to the king, and desired leave of me to go down and utterly destroy it, for they bore the like ill will to the people of Tiberias as they did to those of Sepphoris. When I heard this, I was in doubt what to do, and hesitated by what means I might deliver Tiberius from the rage of the Galileans, for I could not deny that those of Tiberias had written to the king and invited him to come to them, for his letters to them in answer thereto would fully prove the truth of that. So I sat a long time musing with myself, and then said to them, I know well enough that the people of Tiberias have offended, nor shall I forbid you to plunder the city. However, such things ought to be done with discretion, for they of Tiberias have not been the only betrayers of our liberty, but many of the most eminent patriots of the Galileans, as they pretended to be, have done the same. Tarry therefore till I shall thoroughly find out those authors of our danger, and then you shall have them all at once under your power, with all such as you shall yourselves bring in also. Upon my saying this, I pacified the multitude, and they left off their anger and went their ways. And I gave orders that he who brought the king's letters should be put into bonds. But in a few days I pretended that I was obliged, by a necessary affair of my own, to out of the kingdom. I then called Crispus privately, and ordered him to make the soldier that kept him drunk, and to run away to the king. So when Tiberius was in danger of being utterly destroyed a second time, it escaped the danger by my skillful management. And about this time it was that Justus, the son of Pistus, without my knowledge, ran away to the king, the occasion of which I will here relate. Upon the beginning of the war between the Jews and Romans, the people of Tiberias resolved to submit to the king and not to revolt from the Romans, while Justus tried to persuade them to betake themselves to their arms, as being himself desirous of innovations, and having hopes of obtaining the government of Galilee, as well as of his own country, Tiberias also. Yet did he not obtain what he hoped for, because the Galileans bore ill will to those of Tiberias, and this on account of their anger at what miseries they had suffered from them before the war. Thence it was that they would not endure that Justus should be their governor. I myself also, who had been entrusted by the community of Jerusalem with the government of Galilee, did frequently come to that degree of rage at Justus, that I had almost resolved to kill him, as not able to bear his mischievous disposition. He was therefore much afraid of me, lest at length my passion should come to extremity. So he went to the king, as supposing that he would dwell better and more safely with him. End of Part 8.